Welcome to episode 99 of Shane Talks. This is the end. Before I get super emotional, for the last time, let me introduce the greatest co-host in the history of podcasting, Mr. Jason L. Mayer. How are you doing today, sir? It's our last time, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Shane, how are you?
Man, I'm emotional. I don't know if I'm gonna make it through tonight, but we'll see. We'll see how long I go till there's tears because 5 years ago today, May 1st of 2020, we released our very first ever Shane Talks episode. And for anybody who knows me, and you know me more better than anybody else, you know that when I get drunk, I usually make some really stupid life choices. I text some things or I put some things on Facebook that I really shouldn't do. But I think there's been one time that I made a good choice. Got I had a few more drinks than I should have, and in the middle of the night, I put up a post on Facebook that I wanted to start a podcast and I wanted to talk about movies from 1999. Anybody want to talk to me about night movies from 1999? And a couple of people actually responded and said they did. So we recorded that first episode, and it was released 5 years ago today. 5 years, man. That's an era right there. Like this is like 5 years of content creation together coming to an end. Like this takes me back to like our 5 years of making independent films together from like the end of 99 all the way to 2005. Like it feels like that was chapter one of our creative life together. We're just wrapping up chapter two of our creative life together, man. So like ah, I hope you are ready because I have planned. This is my goal for this episode is to make this the longest podcast that we've ever done, a marathon. Our longest episode to this point is 3 hours and 41 minutes. So buckle up. We're going to break that. I'm hoping to hit like 4 hours ish or whatnot, but we're going to have a lot to talk about. We got like the whole history. Like, I want to go, like, the podcast ended up becoming like about nostalgia. Like it started off because you and I used to talk about movies a lot at work. Like every single day we talk about movies. And during COVID, like we didn't get to do that. So like, yeah, the first couple of episodes I had ideas of things for us to do. Like we did sequels and then we did trilogies and then we did our first May the 4th episode. And then like it kind of just became a meandering for a while of you and I just getting together so that we could talk about anything movie related. And so I want to go down that whole path, that whole history, everything that you and I have done together. Let's talk about it. Let's chat about it. Let's make this podcast epic as we wrap up the final episode. So I've just talked a lot. I'm sorry that you had to sit there and listen to all of that. Do you have any thoughts or feelings on how this all started and the beginning of it?
I mean, who doesn't want to like sit around and talk with their friends and talk smack about movies and Star Wars over and over and over again? So, no, you mentioned it, it's kind of like I remember at one point in time somebody said, "Hey, I still kind of want to make a movie," and somebody else said, "Hey, yeah, let's go ahead and do that." So, it like you said, it is kind of the second chapter of our creative partnership. And all things must come to an end. There might be other podcasts, there might be other things other films, who knows what's in our future. But as of right now, like, yeah, feels like the right time to roll up Shane Talks, and who knows, maybe we have a reunion next year. So,
That would be a lot of fun. And yeah, so I mean, we can full disclosure that the real reason that you and I came to the decision that we were going to wrap up Shane Talks was because we were supposed to be in production on a sequel to Consternate this year. For various reasons, I did not finish the script in time. I have not finished the script yet. It's not going to end up getting done for the 25th anniversary. But that was kind of what led us to believe it's probably the right time to wrap this up to kind of end this because I mean, it looks like it's just you and I getting together and talking about movies for a couple of hours, but there's a lot of stuff that goes into like the preparation for this and like, getting our ideas together and coming up with what we're going to talk about and putting, an outline together for us. And it's not that it's insanely hard, but just the fact that we were going to try to be being creative and being in production on something, we just didn't want to have to worry about tackling two projects at the same time. So that's kind of why we decided to wrap it up. Like I said, it's not going to happen. So yeah, Probably still the best time. And at one point, like every time I tell people that we're ending on episode 99, they're always like, "What? You didn't want to hit 100 episodes?" And I'm like, I mean, I would have loved to have hit 100 episodes because, like, isn't 100 episodes what you have to get on syndication on television? Like, not of podcasts, but like of TV, you have to have 100 episodes to get in syndication. But like, I just felt like my obsession with the year 1999, like ending on episode 99, felt right. And then, like, if we ever do another episode, it'll be like episode 99B. And then, like, if we do another one, like episode 99C, like, we'll just keep sub-categorizing episode 99 at that point. But, I do appreciate as we have, hit 99 episodes, you allowing me to stick with Shane Talks. Originally, when this all started up, I mean, I'm a narcissist. It started off as Shane Polls. During COVID, I started putting up polls every single day, just asking people to pick between two movie-related things. And then again, that evolved into me getting drunk and saying that I wanted to actually record a podcast. So Shane Polls ended up transforming into Shane Talks. I appreciate you letting me stay the narcissist that I am, and keeping that title. So thank you for that. Because out of the 99 episodes we've done, you've been on 95 of them. So like when I originally started it, like my concept was I'm gonna have a different friend on to talk about, something different every single episode. After you were on those first four episodes, I was like, there's nobody else I would rather have to like literally be on every episode to talk to about stuff. So, dude,
Oh,
I appreciate your commitment to this because it's I mean, we've had to work around schedules, we've had to work around, your vacations, my vacations, like, sometimes we've had to record super late at night in order to make a deadline because unfortunately, like I have to release things when I think that I have to release them. So I know that's been frustrating at times, and so I do appreciate times you've rearranged your schedule and done stuff to be able to make this happen. Like I said, this isn't like just super simple. You and I sitting down and talking. Like there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff between you and and I appreciate everything that you have ever done and put into this podcast, man. I really really appreciate you.
very welcome, sir. Been a
Uh,
blast to be a part of it, and looking forward to, like I said, we just because we're finishing this up doesn't mean we have other things that aren't going to happen. So,
and I look forward to the evolution of what that next project turns out to be for us. So let's get on to one of the things that we're going to be doing on this episode. You, like I just mentioned, have been on 95 of the episodes. You've been on almost every single one of our episodes. I've got a friend, Garrett, who has a son named Mason, and for at least the last year and a half, 2 years, ever since he found out about the podcast and has started listening to the podcast, he has been begging me to come on the podcast. And I've been, dude, I don't know what we would talk about. I don't know what I'd have you on there for. I don't know what we're gonna do. Like, I don't know how to fit you in and stuff like that. And then, a couple of months ago in February, we had his dad on. And so then all of a sudden he was like, "Man, you have my dad on, you haven't had me on yet." And so I promised Mason that before we wrapped everything up, before we, finished the podcast altogether, that I would allow him to be on an episode. I would allow him to come on and chat with me. And I still was having trouble trying to figure out what we were going to talk about. So then it hit me. He had texted me one night and said, "Hey man, like I want to get out of the house. I want to, get together. Could we go out and do dinner? Could we, hang out at your place and watch a movie or something?" And I was like, "Let's do it. Let's get together." Took him out for some pizza that night and then brought him back home. And I decided that I was going to show him a movie from 1999 because why not? Like, I need to expose as many people as I can to stuff from 1999. And as you'll hear when I talk to Mason, I gave him a list of 25 movies that I think every teenager should watch. They're coming of age movies. These aren't like the movies that I think are the greatest movies ever made, but they're movies that I think help shape a teenager into who they should become. So we were going through the list. His dad, as much as I love Garrett, is dumb, and we have very different tastes in movies. And so Garrett, like the couple that were on the list that Garrett approved, he'd already shown him. So he was like, "Dad won't show me any of these other ones that you want me to see." So I picked one of the ones. There's like four of them from 1999 on there. I picked one of those to show him, and so him and I are going to chat about that. And let's go over to Shane and Mason now. Shane, I appreciate that. I am here with Mason Miller. Mason, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good, Shane. I might be a little sick, but all is good.
Well, I appreciate you, powering through that sickness to be on the podcast. Since I mean, you've been begging me for like 2 years to be on the podcast, and
I
I've
haven't
kept
been be- I haven't been begging you, Shane. If you go back through the text messages, I politely asked. It was not a beg. It was not a beg.
But nonetheless, however you want to word it, you've been asking me for a while to be on the podcast, and I kept pushing you back, and I kept giving you excuses, and I kept saying I didn't know what we would talk about or anything. And then, like, your dad was on the February episode, and it kind of hit a point where, like, I couldn't really turn you down anymore because we were getting close to the end. And here we are. We're in the final episode of Shane Talks, and I promised you that I would get you on the show before we wrapped up. So here we are. And like I said, I was just having trouble figuring out what you and I were going to talk about. Like, there's not a lot of stuff that like we cross over with. So then it happened. Like the moment happened where I figured out what we could do. You asked me if I'd be willing to hang out with you while you were on spring break, and I was like, yeah, dude, let's do this because I can show you a movie from 1999, which is my favorite year in film of all time. I love almost everything that came out in '99, and like I praise all the movies from back then. And a little while ago, I sent you a list. We were hanging out and we were talking, and I told you I have a list of 25 movies that I think every teenager should watch. Now, your dad and I argued over this list because I had to explain this isn't what I think are the 25 best movies ever made. These are the 25 movies that I think kids in high school, as you're growing up, these are the things that you should watch to kind of like prepare you for learning who you are and figuring out who you are and what you want out of life and like friendships and relationships and things like that. So I sent you that list. And apparently your dad like was like vetoing most of those movies that he didn't want to
Yeah,
watch.
he was going through the list, going, no, not watching that terrible movie. Like he was just going through it the whole thing.
Yeah. So, and in my defense, for anybody that's listening to this, when we were hanging out with your Uncle Ryan and I went through the list, your Uncle Ryan approved of 23 out of my 25 movies. So,
Yeah,
again, it's your dad that was the issue here. But anyway, so on your spring break, you and I ended up going out to dinner. We grabbed a pizza. We came back over to my place and we watched a movie from 1999 together. I got to show you one of my favorite films from 1999, and it's a little teenage rom-com called 10 Things I Hate About You. And now
great
I'm
movie.
curious, there's a huge age gap here. So it's perfect for me because I was 19 when the movie came out. And so like it was what I wanted out of a teenage rom-com. 26 years later, how did the movie hit with you? Did you enjoy watching the movie at all?
I actually really enjoyed it. There was, I did find some of it to be corny here and there, right? But as you explained to me, that was I learned what is it called? What is it called? It's in my notes somewhere. The escapism. I learned what that is this movie, and that is like, I don't know, a great concept for like movie. I notice it all the time now.
Yeah, absolutely. You and I did have a great conversation about escapism. So a couple of days after we watched the movie together, you and I went to an Indy 11 match together. Got to kind of talk about the movie and prepare ourselves for this conversation here. And yeah, we talked about escapism a lot and how 10 Things I Hate About You is not an actual like real life look at high school.
Yeah.
What it is what we want high school to be. Like I went to a lot of parties in high school. None of them were as insane as the party that's in this movie. Like, and we talked about the fact that like the high school in that movie is literally like a mansion. Like it's just huge. There's no high school I've ever seen that looks like that. So yes, escapism and the way it relates to 10 Things I Hate About You is really just kind of like this is what we all wish high school was like. Like nobody in high school talks the way they do in that movie, but like it very much makes you go, oh, I want that experience. I want to experience having friends like that and having parties like that. And so, yeah, so I'm glad that escapism is something that we've been able to discuss. And it's cool that you're starting to see it more and more in entertainment while you're watching stuff now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
you can go.
was there anything from the movie that stuck with you? Is there any scenes or any stuff that's like
that one quote you sent me after it had the "Don't let anyone ever make you feel like you don't deserve what you want." That stuck with me, right? Because like I'm trying to do this
and
thing.
I told you while we were watching it that I prepared that the gift that I sent you as soon as that scene happened, and I looked over at you and I said, "That's really important life advice." And you looked at me and you said, "That's what I was just thinking." And so then I immediately texted you that picture because I was like, "I don't want you to ever forget that."
Yeah.
And again, like it's it's a retelling of a Shakespeare story called Taming of the Shrew. It was modernized for 1999, but like that line of dialogue about don't let anybody ever make you feel like you don't deserve what you want is just one of the main things that I absolutely love about that movie. And I'm glad that you picked up on that, like even before I sent you that picture, because it's a really important message, and it's
Yeah,
part of why it's on my list is like that specific line of dialogue.
yeah.
Um, anything else from stick with you?
Yeah. So I feel like a lot of like the main point of him like chasing it is like you can get anything if you work hard enough for it. The point of him, like at the very beginning of the movie, whoever his friend was, Bernard, he was like, you can't, you can't, there's no way you're gonna get that girl, And
Yep.
the whole plot of the movie is him trying to get that girl. He eventually gets it. So that's another thing that stuck with me. If you try hard enough, you're gonna get what you want.
Yep, and I know when we were talking about it on Saturday, you said that not only like relationship wise, but you were saying that you want that to apply to your life. Like you're very involved in like making music right now and doing your own music thing, and you were like, I'm trying to keep that mindset that like even when I hit roadblocks, trying to make music, that I just have to keep at it and keep trying, and you will eventually get to where you want to go. And that really I made me really proud to hear you talk about that.
Yeah.
So you did say that some things hit pretty corny. I can't argue with you. I mean, even looking back on it now, there's a lot of stuff that's really corny in there. But like as a high schooler now compared to when that movie was made, like is there like how do you feel like it compares to high school now? It like does it at
Um,
all?
So I do think it compares to high school now. The drama, chasing the
Okay.
female, all this exploited drama. You know,
Mhm.
um, I do think everything back then was. I had it. I don't know the exact word I used, but it was more. Um, hold up, like the social media didn't like influence. It
No.
didn't influence anything
Nope.
back then. Oh
Yeah,
my
and we
god.
definitely had that conversation when the movie was over, and I said, "Did you realize that there was only one cell phone in this entire movie in one scene? Like, movies and real life aren't like that at all anymore. Like, you've always constantly got people on their phones, whether it be in real life for sure, but most movies and whatnot incorporate that now because it's just the society we live in. But like watching that movie, it's very much everybody's living in the moment,
Yeah,
everybody's
more
talking face to
genuine.
face,
That's what I meant to say.
more
More
genuine.
genuine.
Yep,
It's
absolutely.
yeah. That's
So
something.
I mentioned a few minutes ago that you were very involved in music. Why don't you talk to me a little bit about your music and where your passion for music comes from? Let's
Oh,
let's
hey.
let's, let's get to know let's
Um.
get to know Mason a little bit.
So my passion, you know, I've been in love with music for a while now. No matter what it was, I used to be a big fan of Elvis, then Tupac and Kendrick. I just fell in love, like how you fell in love with movies. I just fell in love with music and the art behind it and everything, and it helped me. There was a part of my life where it helped me through so much, and it came to a point where there's a point where all I could think about was music. So I was like, I want to create stuff because I can start hearing things and start hearing, oh, he does this, he does that with the instrumentals and stuff. So I was like, I'm just gonna try it out, and I ended up being good at it.
It's awesome. Something that I want to bring up is I remember. I mean, this was probably like 2 years ago. We had this conversation where you used to tell me that you would just lay in your bedroom with all the lights off and play songs that you liked, like just lights off, eyes closed, just listening to music. And I remember doing that stuff when I was growing up, and like that really made me love. There's a lot of songs that I love right now to this day from 30 years ago that I used to do that with. And so
I
we've had that conversation that it's going to be really cool in 30 years for you to look back at these songs that you did that with and just they'll have that special place in your heart. Like I told you, like the artist might not be your favorite artist anymore. You might not really care about that band anymore or whatever, but those songs that you listen to in the dark in the middle of the night when you needed to hear them are always going to be very important to you. And
I mean,
so like
I still do that. I still do that. There's times where I purposely stay up late so everyone's asleep. It's like midnight, and I just walk around in circles listening to music downstairs. Or during the Christmas season, I listen to Christmas music, looking at the Christmas tree at night. Or I sit in my room and on the floor and I just listen to music. I still do that. I still have that. Yeah.
that is super awesome, man. And the other thing that I'm super excited about as far as you go, despite Shane Talks ending, that's not going to be the last time that you and I are going to be creative together. Really, I've very much enjoyed over the last couple of months you and I having a lot of conversations about you and your creativity. The fact that you and some of your friends have made your own little short movies and short films and things like that. And we've had conversations about that. So I wrote something for you to hopefully be involved with. We're still waiting for your mother's approval about it, but once we win her over and get her, on board for being a part or for you being a part of this, I'm very excited that this fall you and I should be making a short film together. So it lets me get back into being creative. It lets you, work with somebody else. I know you said you've been doing a bunch of this stuff with you and your friends, but you and I will get to work close together on making something together, and that's got me really excited, man. Like
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
really
I'm really excited for that. I'm just, mom, if you watch this, please, mom, please. I need this, mom. This is a huge opportunity for me. And I'm just, I'm appreciative of it. If my mom says yes, if my mom says yes.
Yeah, I feel like we will eventually get to win her over. We'll make it happen. I will, and that's okay. So let's before we wrap this up, let's jump back real quick. The night that you were over here hanging out, I showed you a bunch of stuff from back in my filmmaking days, back in the Gemini Films days and stuff like that. You watched a bunch of our trailers, some of our other like promo stuff that we used to do. Did you enjoy any of that? Did you like the Gemini Film stuff that I showed you?
Yeah, I did. I thought it was really cool. I could see a huge, as I told you, I could see a huge 90 influence on
Oh,
all those
sure.
trailers, right?
Yep.
I thought it was really cool and dope that are like, we're wanting to be as creative as me at some point, or still are, still trying to make it, and having all these trailers. It was just really cool to look at. Yeah.
Awesome, man. I really appreciate you. I appreciate all. While we were watching them, you said a lot of nice things to me, and I really like it. It gave me a lot of pride. Like, it was 20 some years ago that we made all those things, and so like it's kind of on the back burner in my life. But when I get to show it to somebody and say, "Hey, look at this stuff that we used to make," and then you're like, "Oh, dude, that was really dope. Oh, that looked really cool. Oh, like that looks fun or whatever." Like it gives me a lot of pride to be able to show that to people. So like I appreciate you watching that stuff with me. All right, cool, man. We're gonna go ahead and wrap this up now. But any last stuff that you want to talk about? Anything you want to say? Anything you want to go over before we get out of here?
Hold on. Hold on. Uh, Not. I just want to say 10 Things I Hate About You is a dope movie. It was really cool. It was a really good movie, and I appreciate you showing me that.
Absolutely, man. And we've talked about it. You and I are going to try to get together, on a kind of regular basis, so I can start showing you some more of those movies that I really like, the ones that your dad doesn't want to watch. I'll definitely show you all these '90s rom-com, nerdy stuff that, you know, that I think will help you as you are trying to find yourself and figure yourself out and
Yeah.
whatnot. So, Mason, dude, I am very glad that you joined me today. It's been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you these last
Thank you.
couple of weeks, getting to know you
Well,
better, like talking about, film and music passion. Like you're a great dude to talk to, man.
yeah. One more thing. He's gonna bleep out my name. So LeBron's the GOAT, everybody. LeBron's the GOAT. I would say it. LeBron's the GOAT. He's gonna bleep
It's going
out
to be
my name.
hilarious because I mean you're right. When I do this editing, nobody will have any idea what you just said, other than Jordan is the goat.
I
That's
should have. I
the power of editing, man. That's the power of
should
editing
have.
is I get to choose what does or doesn't get on the podcast. So as Mason said, Jordan's the goat,
I
and
did
let's
not.
go ahead, let's
No,
go ahead and
no,
send
I
this,
didn't
let's go ahead and
say
send this
that.
back over to Shane and Jason. Thank you, Shane. Loved hearing you and Mason talk about 10 Things I Hate About You. Such a great film. So happy he enjoyed it as much as he did. Next time him and I get together, we're going to watch She's All That. So I'm looking forward to whenever that happens. Real quick,
Why?
Jason. Go ahead. What?
Why those? Why those two?
Because like I said, man, like the list of the movies that I gave him, or I give any, like I've given it when you and I worked at Glendale together, I gave it to a couple of our employees, like
Yeah.
Burton and Anna, and like I gave it to some of them as like these are the movies that I think you should watch to help you grow up, and like they're just like they're like movies that, like as we talked about with 10 Things I Hate About You, like it's about pursuing what you want and like not giving up on it. Like there's going to be obstacles and hurdles in your way, specifically in relationships, and just not giving up. But don't get me wrong, it's maybe a little extra stalker-ish he in 10 Things I Hate About You, like what he does like to get the girl, like because maybe I don't think so, but like watching it recently, I was like, I wonder how kid. Like, I was worried he was going to be like, man, he was a little creepy in his pursuit of her, which he didn't. So I'm hoping kids don't think that.
What part was making you think it was creepy?
No, just like how he doesn't take no for an answer from her, and how he keeps like not Heath Ledger's character, Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character.
Oh, got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
not Heath Ledger's character. Like that really Kat and Patrick are I like I'm fine with that. But like Joseph Gordon-Levitt like is just so obsessive with his pursuit of Larissa Olnicki that like when we were watching it, I was like, man, I hope like a kid nowadays doesn't see that as creepy. And so according to him, it didn't come off that way. So I think sometimes I'm just like way oversensitive, like I'm way over afraid just because of like it seems like everything offends this younger generation, and we're from a generation where things like that didn't offend us. So I'm always worried about things that might offend younger kids that we show stuff to today. So luckily I was incorrect. I'm happy about that. But yeah, it's like She's All That's the next one I'm going to show him. I think that one's a decent one. Like again, like just movies about the pursuit of love. When you're trying to figure out who you are and what you want in a significant other. So good times with Mason there. I do want to transition from Mason, who made his first ever appearance on the show, to our guest who has had the most appearances on the show. This guest, as we're going to talk about in the interview, a lot of the shticks that I've done, well, in the beginning, a lot of the shticks that we did on this show were all centered around 1999. Like that was literally why I did episode 1,
Yeah.
and like episode 9, 19, 29, 39, I think all the way to 49 were all things that were about 1999. We did a TV of 99 episode. We did a music of 99 episode. We did an Oscars of 99 episode. Like we did all these episodes about 1999. And like Jason Richardson was the dude that came on the most and talked to us the most about stuff from 1999. And I guarantee you the reason that subconsciously or consciously that I did this is just because of Jaybird and I working together at Clearwater in 1999. So I have a lot of mental memories and stuff associated with him and that time period. So let me ask you this. Think back. All of those 1999 episodes, did they get really annoying for you?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know. That's a tough question. I mean, the, we have we you have way more of an affection for 1999 than I do.
I mean, I
But
did an entire 62 episode podcast about every single film that came out in 1999. So,
see, I wasn't a part of those, so
right.
but I will say that I do appreciate that time. We were hanging out a lot. I mean, it was how we came up with the idea to make Consternate. So it's definitely one of those things where 99 and your affection for it holds a special place for me. So like I appreciate 99. I find it funny because anytime anything has to do with 99 whatsoever, I always am thinking of you because you have ingrained it in my brain for the last 26 years. Well, I guess like 25 years because I'll say that you started ingraining it in probably 2000. So but yeah, no, it doesn't bug me. It's a running humorous thing for me.
I
I
like
won't say it's a joke because it's not a joke because I think it's cool, but it's also like yep. Oh yeah, came out in 99. You know Shane loves that. Like it's not even a question. It's kind of like non-linear film. It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
whatever's 99, if it's got a 99 on it or it's non-linear, we know Shane's in love. So
You're so not wrong. Not wrong at all.
I'm good with
I
that.
so let's take a quick break. Let's go ahead and send it over to Shane and Jason Richardson, and let's go. Thank you, Shane. I appreciate that. I am here with Jason Richardson. Jason, dude, you literally from the very beginning have been one of the greatest guests we've ever had on this show. And for a long time, you had the most guest appearances. And then I made the mistake of letting Troy be on the show, and Troy said his goal was to have more appearances than you, and he wouldn't leave me alone until he got more. So you're still the second most appearances we've ever had on the show. You were there from the beginning, episode 1, episode 2, episode
Well, I could have been first had you had me within 12 months because it's been a year since I've been on. So,
it has been a year, man. And I sincerely apologize
and
for
I'm
that.
not one that's going to call and beg, like, come on, Shane, let me on. I mean, I want that naturally to come from you, you know?
Sure. And man, I apologize. I did not realize it had been a year. Like I just That's all on me. That is definitely my bad. I am so sorry about that. I beg for your forgiveness because you were on a lot of episodes for a long time. Actually, I got a funny bit to get to here in a minute. Like you were on episode 29 where we talked about MTV in 1999, and then you were on episode 39 where we talked about television in 1999. And literally on episode 39, I remember you looking at me and going, Shane, how much longer can you do this 1999 shtick? Like you gotta stop doing this.
Well,
And so
I
what did
see
I
the
do?
that's see the pattern there. It's like
Yeah,
almost every 9 to 10 years. I mean, every 9 to 10 episodes, you pull me back in.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So, but you told me I needed to stop my 1999 shtick that I was doing at that point. So what did I do? I went and created an entirely new podcast about every movie that came out in 1999 because that's what I do. So you told me to stop doing something, and I went the complete opposite direction with it. But I appreciate you for literally all the episodes you've been on. But that's just
There are other decades and years, my friend.
there are. But
99
man,
was good. 99 was a good year. 99 was a good year, and it was very there was that was the transition before going to Greenwood, and so that was it was just my last year at Clearwater, and I just remember it being a solid wrap up. You know,
absolutely. And well, within the last year, since the last time you were on, you gifted me one of the most amazing things that I have hanging on my wall over there. You gifted me a poster from Gen X Film Festival that you ran
Mhm.
at Clearwater in 1999, where a lot of the movies that made me like who I am today, I watched at that Gen X Film Festival. It was just, Clerks, Mallrats, Chasing Amy, like Dazed and Confused, Empire Records, like The Crow. What are the couple that I'm missing? Two Tarantino movies, Pulp Fiction and Reservoir Dogs. Like that Gen X Film Festival that you put together has been so influential in my life. And so like, you gifted me a framed poster from that, which I absolutely love and cherish. And I really appreciate that, man. I should have gotten you on the
Yeah, you're
podcast
welcome.
within the last year.
I would have I would have kept my other posters because we did other series and such. I mean, I can't remember the name of the films, but I remember like, or I can't remember the name of the series, but I remember we did Top Gun one night, but oh my, the print was so bad. It was scratches all over it. I was like, oh, it was bad. But it was Top Gun on a big screen,
Sure. Absolutely. All right.
Um,
So I ran my mouth a lot. I want to start this interview with you by asking you one specific question. I'm going to lean in and I want to ask you, Jason Richardson, what is it that you love about film?
what is it that I love about film? Mm. What I love about film is I was introduced to it so early on. I would say four-ish, five was kind of like my introduction to film. Darby O'Gill and the Little People and John Carpenter's Halloween. I mean, a complete 180 from each other. But for me, though, it's film is an escape.
Absolutely.
It's a fantasy, and sometimes we just want to identify with subject matters in films. Other times we wish we were playing characters or had some, traits like some characters do in film. And it's just kind of a way for us to identify and fantasize.
Absolutely. I definitely escapism is a huge thing for me. It's part of like why I like telling stories. It's part of why I like watching films. So I like hearing that that's what you like about film as well.
But I will
But
say quickly, though, that maybe I will never ever dislike movies. I will never stop going to the movies as long as they're available. However, the older I get, the more I see myself not going to the movies as much because there's now a lot of available sources for us to use now at home. Although it's nice to go out. But for me, seeing a movie today is not the same as when I grew up as a child and as a teenager. To me, the movies were so much bigger back then because that was the preference, was the big screen.
yep.
Everything else was secondary, and it was all about getting that movie ticket. You didn't have reserved seats back then, and sitting in a crowded theater and watching and escaping in a story for 2 hours, mesmerized.
Absolutely. Like it's the world as far as cinema goes is just so oversaturated these days. Like the amount of things that are produced and put out there, and you have multiple streaming services that are all competing against each other that put stuff on streaming. It's like when you were younger, when I was younger, like I remember going to see Jurassic Park in the theater, and I had to wait over a year to be able to watch it at home. Like it wasn't like now, like you go and watch, like if I miss something, it's opening weekend now. I'm like, cool. Next month I can catch it on. Like it'll be streaming somewhere online. Like I'm not
Eight
worried.
months later,
Exactly. Like, but back in the day, if you didn't see Jurassic Park in the theater, you were waiting a year and a half to be able to watch it at home. And then I mean, you had to hope that Blockbuster had a copy of it. Like,
right?
it's just things are so different now. There's no like want there because like I said, I mean, and I feel bad when I fall into that, but like I said, if I don't see something opening weekend or like somebody doesn't want to go see something with me at some point, like I don't go out to the theater as much as I wish I did. Like we'll have runs where there's like, oh, there's a couple of things out that I want to see. I'm gonna force myself to go to the movies by myself and watch it. But it's not that often anymore. Like I said, I'll just be like, cool, next month I'll catch it. It'll be on a streaming site somewhere and I'll catch it then. Like, and it sucks.
But
I
if you,
hate the fact that I have that mentality.
well, if you think about it too, we're in such a different part of life that we've not been before, and so it all comes down to our technology, and technology has changed our mental for, if not the best, the worst. Because we are constantly glued to our phones. We're programmed now. It's and people can go on as much as they want about, oh, you just need to put it away and blah, blah. I'm like, no, no, no. When everything is on your phone, from your appointments to you've got to do a signature for something, or you've got to check something because it's only on the app. Everything is geared to the phone now. So I don't know. We're just kind of in a different era at this point where nothing seems as special. And I think because it's almost like now we get everything at our fingertips now. And we don't really have to work for anything.
Not at
We don't
all.
have to stand in a long line for a movie, and so that anticipation is kind of like, and for the most part now, when a movie comes out, you can pretty much go to an opening weekend because it's playing on 50 million thousand screens. Whereas back in the day, it was a little bit more limited. So, but if you got in that first weekend, it was like, yeah. But that's
Yep.
died off over time, and but nothing will ever compare to watching a Halloween for the first time in a movie theater, or a Raiders of the Lost Ark, Jaws, E.T., even a movie like that wouldn't appeal to me. You think would appeal to me as a kid, like Tootsie. I mean, people went to the movies then, even to see something as basic as Tootsie.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's
Now, streaming services, that's where that type of movie does better, more so than putting into a theater, which is sad.
yeah. Let me ask you this, because of all the people I've ever known in my entire life, the only other person I've ever known that's been as proud of their DVD collection or now Blu-ray collection has been you. Like I remember back in the day, we were always like comparing how many Blu-rays or DVDs do you own? Like, what's your collection up to? Are you over 1,000? Are you at 2,000? Do you still have your collection on display? Because mine's not. Mine's literally in like 15 boxes over there in the corner. Like I mean, I used to have all the like DVD racks and everything to have my stuff up and organized and be able to show off my videos and stuff. And I
Yeah.
don't care about that anymore. All my stuff's on my phone now. I have all my digital versions on everything. Do you still display your DVDs?
That is a yes and no yes. So
Okay. Okay.
so as I get older, it changes. So here's where I am today. So right now, to the left and right of my fireplace, I have bookcases,
Okay.
large bookcases. So Blu-ray Central, all the Blu-rays.
Awesome.
I've tried to get them in alphabetical order. I've got probably a couple hundred that I need to fix on the end to if I want to get it completely alphabetical order. Then I probably have about, I'm at the point now with my DVDs. I've pretty much, unless it's a special like box or something, like the old Lord of the Ring trilogy set,
Oh, yep.
I've thrown my DVD boxes, or recycled them, I should say, away, and I just put the movies in the case to save room. So I probably have over 1,000 DVDs just like in holding bags,
Sure.
cases.
Yep. Okay.
So I'd say
What-
I probably have 1,000 plus DVDs. I probably have 1,000 Blu-rays, maybe.
All
And
from the
then
$5 bin. All from the $5 bin, though, right?
no. Some
No.
were regular price back in the, but for the most part, I still love to go and do cheap DVD finds or Blu-rays. I'll go to the used place sometimes. Or if you go online, you can just find shit for $5, and I'm like, I'll take it. And I keep hearing that it's like it's coming up more from people stating that you should keep hard copy. Hard copies
Oh,
will make a
sure.
comeback. Like don't get rid of, because if you look at the pattern of things,
Uh-huh.
keep your hard copies if you can. So for me, I was running out of space. That's why I took the DVD boxes and just said, okay, you got to go. But I kept the movies at least, though.
Yeah.
So now I'm up to, for the most part, I may buy a Blu-ray or two or DVDs throughout the year, but I'm pretty much doing the streaming thing now. The
Digital.
buying on Vudu or whatever Fandango thing is called. And now I've been doing that for 7 years now. And I was late to the game.
Yeah.
But I probably have about maybe 800 or so.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean,
Now,
you do
I
have
would say on those, I've been trying to take a lot of the Blu-rays to put into the coupon or the code thing that comes inside.
Yep.
Try to
Absolutely.
get through those. I still have a bunch to go through, but luckily,
Really?
I've not run into any that have expired per se. They,
Good.
so.
Yep.
But I still have a bunch more to go through. But yeah, man, I'm all about the Fandango Voodoo $5 bin every
Absolutely. Yep.
week.
I got that going on too. I got a couple of hundred on there. Yep.
And
I
then
mean,
sometimes my favorite though is like this is ridiculous, but I don't know. It was like maybe a few weeks ago they had this special where it was like 25 action movies for $25 or something like that. And I just looked through to see which ones were there, and I'm like, oh, why do I have that? I'm like, I'll take it.
So I didn't do the first one that they did because I had in the first group I already owned all the ones that I cared about on there. They did a
Mhm.
second one, like a week later, and that's the one that I ended up buying because there was a bunch of stuff in that one. Like over the 25 movies in the second group, I think I had 7 of them. But so still, I was getting 18 movies for $20. That's
Oh
like
yeah.
$1.
Oh no,
I'm
that's
in.
a total steal. And I got to check today because Tuesday is the day I think where they refresh that for Fandango.
Oh,
I think,
okay.
and then iTunes, Apple does it twice a week. They change. Who else do you use?
Those are the two that I use mainly. And then like I just have everything linked through Movies Anywhere so that everything
Same
gets
here.
pulled into there.
Same here.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, but yeah,
Okay.
Fandango and Apple are the two that I buy most of my stuff from. And yeah, dude, Fandango just has those amazing deals from time to time. Or like every now and then they'll have like the 100 movies for $100, and I'm just like, I'll go through those and I'll be like, there's just not enough there for me to justify it this time. But every time they do it, I double check and see.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, Fandango or Voodoo I think it used to be Voodoo and now it's Fandango. But yeah, they've got some amazing deals on there. I used to be very obsessive with Apple, and I would literally check the Apple $5 movies every single day. I've gotten out of that habit now, but yeah,
It's amazing how quick it adds up,
it does. Yeah,
I'll look at my bank statement. I'm like, holy, but I'm like, you know what? That's still cheap. You know what I mean? It's when you're in there and you're doing that stuff, like, oh, okay, a couple bucks. All right. And then you get your statement, you're like, oh God. But then at the end of the day, I go back and I look through my inventory and I'm like, I'm happy with that.
absolutely. I'm right there with you, man. I
just hope they never get rid of, as long as they can keep changing the name, but do not get rid of that actual service. Because it's like, what are we gonna do? We're gonna just lose our digital
Yeah,
movies
I
if
mean,
they just
well, and I
decided
mean,
to.
that's the annoying thing about this. The signing up for those things is you literally say they can take movies off at any point. Like even though I paid for it, I might not have access to it forever. I can't
Right.
remember what movie that happened with me on. I can't remember. It happened like years ago, but I had bought something and then all of a sudden Apple didn't have the rights to it anymore, and I couldn't watch it anymore. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
well, that sucks. All
Well,
right.
the I had a real quick. I had a Face Off uh, Blu-ray, and for some reason, it just started tripping up years later, and so I just had to throw it away. But I'm like, I don't feel like buying a new copy of Face Off, paying 15, $20 or how much ever crazy price, right? So one day it was like $4.99 in the $5 bin or whatever. Like I was like,
Yep.
give me that damn thing. Like, and Last Boy Scout. And then
Yeah.
one day I bought one day in a DVD $5 thing, I bought Tango and Cash. And it was the
Ah,
quality of it, Shane. The quality of it, Shane, it was on DVD. It was awful. So
awful.
then I finally saw that in like a buy three for $15 packet.
Uh-huh.
So I'm like, okay, now I got a good copy of Tango and Cash now.
The one that the
Anyway,
one that
go
sticks
ahead.
out the most, no, the one to your story, the one that sticks out the most for me is growing up. I only ever had a VHS copy of Mo Money. So all I ever knew Mo Money as was like the shitty VHS quality copy
Oh
of
my
that movie.
God.
The minute that I could buy Mo Money on Apple, I paid the $15 or whatever it was because I was like, I love this movie. Watched it in like high def for the first time, and I'm like, this just doesn't even feel the same. Like this just feels too perfect. Like, give me my VHS copy of Mo Money back. Like I want to feel that '90s vibe.
I've got a Deadly Friend in my on the waiting list per se. And I'm waiting for it to come down because it's $9.99. But I
Okay.
forgot that was Wes Craven.
Oh, sure. Yep.
Christy
Yep.
Swanson. I love that movie, but I'm like $10, maybe on a bonus payday or something. You know what I mean?
All
Anyways,
right, man. So the next question that I wanted to get to you about is, as we're wrapping up Shane Talks, I am putting together a Shane Talks soundtrack, motion picture soundtrack. So we've talked about we've talked about it on the podcast a lot about how great soundtracks were in the '90s. They just pulled a bunch of really great songs and put them all together and made an amazing soundtrack. So I want to do that for Shane Talks, and to do that, I want to ask my guests, throw me a '90s song that I can put on there for you. So, what is a good '90s song that belongs on the Shane Talks soundtrack? Whether it has anything to do with our friendship, our time together, or just a memory of yours from the '90s, what is something song wise that you would give me to put on that soundtrack?
and it doesn't have to be from a movie.
It doesn't have to be from a movie. No, any song at all from the '90s that you like.
Man,
Anything, whether it means something to you.
I'm gonna have to go with something that's a little bit. I like Gin Blossom's "Hey Jealousy" is a '90s staple for me.
Well, okay, so you're gonna get pissed off at me like some other people have gotten pissed off at me. That's already on the soundtrack for me. I've already chosen to put that song on there.
Well, you
So
know what? Good minds think alike. So,
yes,
okay, well, I'll
100%.
pick a second. Then I'm gonna go with "Fastball the Way."
Okay, the way, hell yeah. The way by
That song reminds me of kind of like when Chris Schneider and I really started becoming good friends, and we would like
so
go to LA trips, and we were like youngsters, baby pups, not knowing what the hell we were doing. And that was a good time.
awesome. That is a great song, great choice. My personal favorite fastball song is Singing in My Sleep, though. So wait, no, that's Semisonic. But no,
In my
Singing in My
head,
Sleep in my head. Thank you. Yes,
was it
that's
in
my
my
favorite
head?
fastball.
Was it on my mind? That was one of the first songs where I was like, can they get away with a song so fucking short? But it's like literally the shortest fucking song. If you listen
Yeah.
to it, it's like 2 minutes and 50
Yep.
seconds or something, maybe at that.
Yeah,
So,
that's my favorite fastball song, though. I love the melody of that song, but I
and
mean the way it's
it's the
obviously.
second song right after The Way.
Yep, song is great, bro. As we get this wrapped up, I got to send it back over to Shane and Jason Mayer. Do you have any Like I can't thank you enough because dude, back in 2000 when or 2020 when we were all stuck at home during the pandemic and I had this crazy idea to start doing this, you were always the best go-to person every time I wanted to talk to somebody about movies. It
Well,
would be like,
thank you. I
"Hey,
appreciate that.
absolutely. Jason and I's guest for tonight canceled on us. Are you available?" And you were always like, "Yes, I'll come on and talk to you guys about movies." And I cannot thank you enough for you stepping up every time I needed you to, you being able to do
Thank
it,
you.
willing to do it.
So
Dude, I love
sweet.
talking
Thank you.
movies with you, man. We've known each other for 26 years now, and I have always enjoyed talking movies with you, man. So thank you for being my boss. Thank you for being my friend, and thank you for being a part of the podcast for all these years, man. I really, really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Awesome. Absolutely, dude. All right. It has been a pleasure for every time you have ever been on Shade Talks. I am sad to see this end. Jason Richardson, thank you for everything. Let's go back to Shane and Jason Mayer. Thank you, Shane. Great hearing you and Jason talk, man. It's so like I really enjoy that dude. I really enjoy everything he's ever contributed to the show. He's always been an amazing guest. He was literally one of the guys that like if you and I had a guest cancel on us, I could text him that day and be like, "Hey man, like you interested in getting together and talking with Jason and I?" And he was always up for it. So really appreciate his time every single time that he's been on the show. What
Well, I
what's
mean, and he was one of like the first 4 or 5 people, right? Like that was
yeah,
like, hey, I want to do this with you. As far as I can
pretty sure
remember.
he was on the first three episodes, the 99 episode, the sequels, and the trilogies episode. I want to say Jaybird was on all three of those.
Yeah, I think you're right. I just thought it was, but I mean, to be friends with Jaybird for as long as we have been, and then
Mm-hmm.
on top of that, him being a part of Consternate and doing the cool things that he did for that, as well as uh he's always been quite the encourager. So
Absolutely. 100%. Very much
awesome,
so.
dude. Love you,
Um,
Jaybird.
yeah, so like we can kind of address that real quick before we go on to the next topic. Like I skimmed over it a little bit earlier. The podcast really started out supposed to be just us getting together to talk about movies, to talk about, what's going on, like what we want to see, what we have seen, and stuff like that. But definitely during its evolution, as we'll get through as we're talking about stuff, it definitely became a lot more about just nostalgia for us. Like we've got some serious episodes that are literally just all about nostalgia, but even our episodes talking about like I mean, going through different actors or going through different directors or going through stuff just like reliving like our feelings and thoughts on different movies and stuff like that. Like the podcast itself definitely became a hugely nostalgic thing for me. And so having guests like Jaybird, who, we have a long history and a long friendship with, has been absolutely amazing to be able to, bring them into being creative with us in this. So I've really enjoyed the evolution of the podcast and, all the people that we've been able to have on here. We're not going to talk about all of our guests on here because there's a couple of your friends that I had never met before that you got to come on the show, and they were absolutely amazing guests, and I really enjoyed having them on and appreciate them making their time to just come and chat about, Ted Lasso or Cars or whatever, we needed them to come on and talk about. So, or like, a friend of ours from high school that I hadn't talked to in over 25 years, but then, we had a great time on the episode that he was on. So really enjoyed kind of the evolution of everything we've done, whether it be what we started out intending to do or what it evolved into. It's been amazing. And one of the things it evolved into, starting with the fourth episode of the show, which was weird because of the way everything played out, because our first episode came out on May 1st, we actually recorded our fourth episode 4 days later on May 4th, but then didn't put it out for like 3 weeks because we were doing weekly episodes at that time. So it came out at like the end of May. But our May the 4th episode became our yearly tradition. And every single year, all 5 years that we have done this podcast, we have done a May the 4th episode. And I absolutely love that we were able to stick with that every single year. We were able to talk about all the Star Wars content that came out for the last year. We were able to have great friends and guests on here with us. Chris Meek was on a couple of them. Drew Stafford was on one. You and I did a bunch of them by ourselves. But that very first one has a lot of emotional connection to it. Our friend Samir was on there. Your brother Dave was on there. Dave's son was on there. Like a lot of very important people were on that episode. So a lot of fun, man. And so we dressed up a lot of times for the May the 4th episodes. So it was fun doing that. We were able to like show Sarah's Cookie Wars one year that we had done for her. Like, thank you for being willing to indulge in all of that cosplaying stuff with me and celebrating Star Wars every year.
Well, hey man, no, enough can't be said. This past December, one of the things that we all did, and you were a part of this, and I thank you for doing it too. We all cosplayed up to show up to my son's birthday party, dressed up as Star Wars characters, and so I mean, it's a hoot. Star Wars is an amazing universe, and it's got one of those things that just hooked us when we were young, and we were always looking forward to whatever new Star Wars thing is gonna come or whatever new Star Wars thing is out. Um, Even if it's not the best ever, we still found our way of like really enjoying ourselves while doing whatever it was. So, yeah, can't say enough nice things about the universe that George Lucas was nice enough to create for us.
And
So.
I'm really gonna miss doing one of those episodes this year. Like that's man, I really could have planned this better. Episode 99 could have been a May the 4th episode and could have been our final episode. Man, uh-oh. Are we gonna hit
Anyway,
100? Are we gonna hit 100 episodes? I didn't realize that. Okay. So we've been talking about Chris Meek a couple of times. Chris Meek, was on that 4th episode we did, the Star Wars episode. So let's go ahead and take some time and let's go over and have Shane talk to Chris Meek for a little bit. Thank you, Shane. I appreciate that. And I am so excited and happy to be joined by Mr. Chris Meek, longtime friend of the show, longtime friend just in general in life. Been in a lot of our productions that we've done and stuff like that. So, Mr. Meek, before we get to talking about Shane Talks, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very well, Shane. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be having some one-on-one time with you for sure.
Absolutely, man. I love you. I love our friendship. I love, talking movies and stuff like that with you. So before we get into everything, you have been on a total of 5 episodes of Shane Talks. You were on the 4th episode that we ever did, our Star Wars episode. Kind of set the tone. You were on the most recent Star Wars holiday special episode that we also did. In the middle of that, you were on one of my favorite episodes that we've done, the Ted Lasso episode, which you are
Yeah.
very appropriately dressed with your Adidas gear today. And then you also did both of Jason's first 2 Jason Talks, like spin-off episodes that we did when we were talking about musicals and musical movies. So I appreciate all of that time commitment that you have had to the podcast. It has been a blast. Always enjoy getting to chat with you about stuff. So the first question I've been asking people in these interviews is, Chris Meek, what do you love about film?
Yeah, so for me, I think the thing I love most about film is how it's the medium in which humans relate to each other in so many different ways. I mean, there's a lot of things. There's art, music, there's stage plays, musicals, but for me, film is you know, young, old, male, female, regardless of sexuality. I mean, any walk of life, anyone can point to a piece of film and say like it's something that has meant something to me. And for everyone who sees that piece of film, it can mean something different. And I mean, I love the way that film creates camaraderie among people, and whether that's people agreeing with the whether or not they like a certain film, or they're agreeing to disagree because there are things that they don't like about it. And there's, I think, healthy conversation about what it means to folks in different ways, and why through their eyes it might be a good piece of work where it's not through someone else's. And I just think, I mean, it's such a unique medium in which um, it creates memories for folks. So I mean, it's like they have so many periods and points of time in my life where I can point to different movies and how they affected me in different ways, things that I saw when I was a kid and how it affected me to how it affects me now. right? And seeing new movies through the eyes of my children, seeing movies that, I assumed growing up everyone saw, and then finding out when you get married, when you're 23, 24, 25, Labyrinth, your wife has never seen. So, there's that opportunity to introduce people to new things, and see things from a fresh perspective, in many different ways. So, I mean, I think the thing I love most about film is that it's love all encompassing, right? In
Absolutely.
so many different ways.
You hit so many things so well. Like anybody that listens to the podcast knows that Jason and I have very different perspectives on a lot of movies. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of stuff that I think is great that he thinks is blah. And then at the same time, he's got all this stuff that he loves that I'm like, I prefer, my stuff over here. So, but it's stuff that we can still have healthy conversations about and,
For
try
sure.
to convince each other why things are good or not. But then also, like you said, like the shared experience of film in general, like it's something that's unfortunately kind of dying these days, is not getting to have that huge experience. Like I'm sure, like you were probably age appropriate to like have seen Jurassic Park in the theater.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
have that experience with a full crowd of people, like, and you still got like Marvel movies still have a decent crowd when you go and see them now, but
For sure.
overall a lot of blockbusters these days kind of lack having a sold out crowd and like that big crowd experience for things that I'm sure you remember from growing up and having experiences like that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think that is definitely something I miss is, and you're right. I think those Marvel movies, I mean, most recently a Minecraft movie has been one like we went and, a full theater, and it's nothing that's like going to change the world or the way that film is made, but I feel like it's very nostalgic in a sense that like a younger generation, full movie theater reacting in different ways.
I've heard a lot
It,
from my other
yeah,
friends that have kids that have seen it that it's
yeah,
it's a pretty good experience for them. So your
yeah,
kids
for sure.
enjoyed it?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. I
nice,
mean,
awesome.
and I think Jack Black being like an appropriate person to bridge some of that, early 2000s feel, still going to the movies, still, having those full theaters and that same style of comedy working at a new level with kids. I think that's a great introduction and moving folks along that path, and hopefully, outside of just those big blockbusters, we're going to start to see a resurgence,
I
of
hope
people
so.
getting back to going to the theater to see movies.
And then the other thing I want to address that you hit on that I absolutely love is sharing films with somebody for the first time. Like having a movie that you love and like with your wife, or when I was married, there was a lot of stuff where I was like, I want you to watch, you haven't seen this, like you have to watch this
Yeah.
with me. Like I love this movie. This is my favorite movie. Like I want to show this to you. Like that experience of having something that you love because of whether it's nostalgic for you or it hit you at the right time when you were a kid, or I mean, just even sharing like I'm sure you remember the first time you showed your kids The Sandlot, or the first
Oh
time
yeah.
you showed your kids like another sports like Hoosiers or something. I don't know if your kids have seen Hoosiers yet, but like
Oh, they
when
have
when you
very
yeah.
recently. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So
So like I'm sure
yeah.
like that experience, like all these movies like meant so much to us when we were growing up, getting to share them with your kids and seeing like how they experience for the first time. Like there's I don't think there's anything better as far as film goes, whether it's watching something with somebody in the theater for the very first time and you guys getting to experience together for the first time, or showing somebody that you love something that you love and getting to, I mean, granted, it sucks when they don't enjoy it as much as you do.
Right.
I'm not sure if you had that experience, but I know I have. Like that
Oh yeah.
sucks. Yeah, and you're like, you don't love this movie as much as I do, but yeah, that is another thing that is so absolutely amazing about film, and I'm glad for all those things that you hit in your answer, man. Second thing, part of Shane Talks. Jason and I have talked multiple times about how soundtracks in the 90s were just different and have never been the same. You have so many amazing soundtracks that put together so many amazing tracks from all kinds of random bands and just threw them all onto an album together. And from top to bottom, it's bangers. And it's just so much fun to listen to. Things like the Can't Hardly Wait soundtrack or the Cruel Intentions soundtrack or I don't know, 10 Things I Hate About You soundtrack. Like, I'm pretty sure I
Right.
just named like three movies from 1999, but all of these soundtracks that are so amazing. The American Pie soundtrack, like you've got all these soundtracks that are so good. So for Shane Talks, while we're wrapping it up, I am putting together the Shane Talks motion picture soundtrack. I am asking you, as a guest on here, to pick a song for me. However, there is a caveat to it. It must be a song from the 90s.
Okay.
So, is there any track from the 90s that stands out to you that you're like, I have to have this on a 90s soundtrack?
So I will say that the decision is hard because if I want to just play up to the host of the show, my natural instinct would be to say "Don't Fear the Reaper" from the Scream soundtrack, because why not?
Oh,
Like that's that connection
absolutely.
that we have, and I absolutely love that version. And like I remember playing that soundtrack on
Oh,
repeat
yes,
over and
absolutely.
over again. So and it's a great track. It was separate from the Blue Oyster Cult. Like it's just slowed down
Sure.
so much. And I think,
Yep.
in the movie when that comes in, like there's so much intensity and underlying
Ooh.
tone to when Billy is, really making the moves and you're starting to really put
Uh-huh.
pieces together. And it's like, okay,
Yep.
but that's not my song. So my song,
Okay.
and
All right.
what's
You got me all hyped
ironic
up.
here is my song isn't one that you're really going to find on a soundtrack from a movie from the 90s, but it encompasses the 90s for me.
That's what I'm looking for, man. That's
Yeah.
more important.
So, so if I go back and I think of like the some of the top bands that I enjoyed in the 90s, Green Day is always one that comes out on top. And
Great band. Which track we're looking
there's
at?
a lot of tracks that
Mhm.
that we could go into, and we go to a lot of detail. And actually, I think the first time this showed up outside of either an album um, or an album or live, it was on the Seinfeld finale. Was when it was played, which is Good Riddance. I hope you have the time of your life.
Okay. Oh
So
yeah.
for
Okay. Oh
me,
wow.
um,
Yeah.
so really recently is when it started showing up in movies more.
Okay.
2010s, and we've seen it was in Deadpool, and
Yeah.
Wolverine most recently, I think. But surprising to me that I couldn't find that on any albums from the 90s. Is 1997 is
Yep.
when it was released. But to think about that song really encompassing the ending of something, I hope you had the time
Sure.
of your lives, and the last 3 to 5 years of a decade. um,
Yeah.
like for me, someone who graduated in the year 2000, the new
Yep.
millennium, like that
Mhm.
just encompasses my life toward at that period of time. And I think um, the ending of something that was really good and
Yeah.
great, and that those memories will always be there and something that will always be cherished. And I did, like, during that time, like, had the time of my life, right? And
That is amazing. I
there's
love
yeah,
that track, dude.
so
That's awesome.
so yeah, I mean, for me, that's the 90s song for me. And there's so
Awesome.
many to choose from, but I think
Well,
that's what
and
encompasses the
I'm
90s
going to
for me.
let you know, I have made an executive decision that I'm going to include both of your songs that you have selected
Oh, okay.
on the soundtrack because, well, I love both of those answers from you. So thank you very much for giving me two tracks for the album.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate that, man. So my last question for you, the majority of the podcast is always me asking everybody a bunch of questions. I've been asking you questions while we've been on here. But I'm going to give you the chance if there's
Okay.
anything you want to know from me. If you have any film, music, movie, life, general questions, if you have anything for Shane, what would you like to ask me?
Yep. So my question for you is,
Yep.
you get one movie all time.
Okay.
You can select new director and cast a new lead. What movie, director, and lead do you choose, and how does it change that movie?
Okay. Okay. I don't want there to be dead space, so I'm gonna talk while I'm trying to process everything in my head here.
Hmm.
So the thing, I can't pick, obviously I can't pick anything that I already love. So like I can't pick any Nolan movies, I can't pick any Cameron Crowe movies, I can't like pick any of the Brat Pack movies. I think they're all pretty flawless. So I'll find something that's like towing the line that like I like the movie, but I think the movie could be better.
Better.
So I got to
Hmm.
figure out something in that category. Ooh, okay, okay. I think I got an answer for you. Okay. Oh, I might have two answers for. Oh, I
Oh,
might have to double dip on this. I might have to
all
double
right.
dip. The thing is, I think I can pull this off really well. Okay. So yes. How do I want to reveal this? Because okay, both of these movies kind of suffer from the same issue, so I think either one of them would work. I think I could use the same actor that I want in either one of them, and I think I could use the same director because so both of the movies are comic book movies. Well, comic book old TV show movies. How do I want to reveal everything? Okay. I believe, and we just talked about this on our remakes reboots episode. I think Glenn Powell could be in everything. I
That's
think he
awesome.
could be in any remake, any reboot, anything. He did Top Gun, he did Twisters, he's doing Running Man. Like I think Glenn Powell,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, like I love the dude.
Oh
I
yeah.
think he can do anything. And if he's too expensive, they could just cast Justin Hartley instead because I love that dude also. So like they look the exact same. You could give me either one of those, but I'll go with Glenn Powell is who I would want to be in either one of these two remakes. And since they're both like comic book, like the one is a TV show, it's not necessarily like comic book, but it's comic booky. Um, but if I could have a director direct either one of these movies, I think I would pick Joe Johnston because Joe Johnston's did my all time favorite comic book movie, which is The Rocketeer,
Mm-hmm.
and then he also went on and he did the first Captain America movie, which is one of my favorite Marvel movies that they've done. And when you look at The Rocketeer and you look at Captain America, like the is really pretty kind of similar.
Very similar vibes.
Yes.
Yep.
With the older guy mentoring the younger kid who ends up with all this power of kinds. But so I want Joe Johnston to direct Glenn Powell in either the remake of the Alec Baldwin film The Shadow from
Oh
1994
yes.
because I love the comic book of The Shadow and like as a 14-year-old kid, I relate to the movie a lot, but
cool.
it has not
Yeah.
held up for me. Like, and Tim Curry as the villain is great, so I would still cast Tim Curry as the villain, like in this
Hell
movie.
yeah.
But I think the movie could be done so much better with somebody. I mean, obviously there need to be new writers. I don't know who wrote The Shadow, but The Shadow was directed by like the dude that did The Highlander. So it's like,
Okay.
I mean, like it's a great director. So I don't think the directing was necessarily the issue. Like I think they just really needed a better script for The Shadow. And you give me Joe Johnston in there with Glenn Powell playing Lamont Cranston. I think that could, and like I said, I keep Tim Curry as the villain. I think that would very much improve that film. Also, like sidestepping it just a little bit would be the 1997 Val Kilmer film The Saint
Oh
because
yeah.
I really enjoy The Saint. And like to this day, like I just watched it when Val passed away a couple of weeks ago. That was my
Mhm.
first movie that I popped in and watched because that's basically my favorite like Val Kilmer movie is The Saint. Which is weird that I'm sitting here saying that I would want Glenn Powell to like reboot it for me, but like I just feel like it could be better now.
Anymore.
Like The
Mhm.
Saint '97 was great. I love it. There's a lot of stuff that's very like late '90s, like Cold War, like stuff is very time period for then. That I think they could update it and kind of make it just a little cooler and a little bit better. And then, like I said, like I couldn't even tell you who directed The Saint. I have no idea who directed it. But you give me Joe Johnston because, like I said, he seems to really know comic books and he seems to really know like how to direct like a hero, in my
Yeah.
opinion. So I think either The Shadow or The Saint, I would be. I mean, again, this is a completely hypothetical situation. So me being saying that I'd be willing to let them do this is completely narcissistic of me to talk that way. But I think either The Shadow or The Saint with Glenn Powell starring in it, and you give me Joe Johnston as the director, and just give me a writer that like knows like a good way to tell a story with a comic book. Like maybe get like the Russo brothers to write it or something.
Right.
Like get somebody that like knows how to structure a comic book movie and make it enjoyable and like not rely because I mean like both the Saint and the Shadow just really relied on villains that weren't the greatest.
Mhm.
Like the old Sir Brzezinski or whatever his name is, and then his son and the Saint were just not that interesting of villains, and like their cold fusion plot was just kind of very blah. And then like Tim Curry, like, I don't know. I feel like the writer is what would be like the linchpin of everything that I have set up for any of that. We'd need to get us a really good writer.
Good, strong writer. Yeah, I mean, out of nowhere, didn't expect those choices at all. And I think they're great. I think that's a great response. And I haven't thought about The Shadow, and I remember when, I mean, I think I was probably 12, 11,
Mhm.
12, going and seeing that with my aunt in the theater, and at that point in time absolutely loving it. I mean, what's not to love? I mean, it's a comic book movie in the early
It
90s
was one of
when,
our earlier like comic
yeah,
book movies that we had.
yeah,
Like yeah, that and the Rocketeer, and I mean, I don't know, a couple of other things that I'm not that aren't coming to the top. Like, yeah, we
yeah,
had some stuff that was very like under the radar comic book movies that kind of set the tone for like what we could,
what we have
you
now.
know, and
Yeah,
obviously done well better starting in 2000 with X-Men. Well, I'm sorry, starting in '98 with Blade, um, but yeah, bro, it has been an amazing 5 years. Thank you so much for all
yeah,
of your time and commitment to this. You and I have run into each other multiple times at Indy 11 matches, and it is always a
absolutely.
blast, always a pleasure to catch up with you. I love seeing you with your family there. I love seeing like how much you guys are all embracing soccer slash football together and stuff like that. Like I love that we have that we can talk about. I love that we can talk about film together. I love that we have talked about doing projects together in the future, and I hope one of them comes to
Absolutely.
fruition soon because you are one of my favorite people and I really appreciate everything over the last 5 years, specifically over the last 5 years, over our entire friendship. I appreciate it all. But as far as Shane Talks goes, you've stepped up anytime we've asked you to be a part of stuff. You've brought great conversations to Shane Talks, and I am so thankful for you being a part of it, man. So thank you
Yeah.
for everything for these last few years. Thank you for being a part of the finale. And you got any last words?
No, I just thanks as always for having me. I love you, brother. It's been a pleasure. It's been a ride, and I'm looking forward to what's next for us in a lot of different ways. So,
Absolutely,
yep.
man. So thank you so much. And
Yep.
let's now send it back to Shane and Jason. Oh man, I absolutely love talking to Chris Meek. It is such a great time every time we talk. Really appreciate that, dude. Any other Star Wars stuff you
Live
want to
for
talk
life.
about? Any other Star Wars stuff you want to talk about before we move on?
I just you were joking about all the fun stuff we did for Star Wars and May the 4th. And I think one of the things that, makes the show a little bit more relatable and understandable, and we're all on the same page about it, is because, well, we started doing outlines at least, but at the beginning
Sure.
we weren't really doing outlines, we weren't really doing scripts, and
Not at
as
all.
I said to you before, if we had scripts in movies, or we didn't follow the scripts in the movies, why would we follow the scripts now? Let's just throw those away. But no,
There was plenty of scripts.
one of my favorite moments was bringing Mark on in 23
Oh
for
yeah.
entire May the 4th episode and literally just sitting there as the Mandalorian and never talking and just like sometimes shaking his head. It was just a very silly kind of moment and just a reflection of, everything that we did and being silly. So,
The, the thing I remember most about that episode is I think it ran almost 2 hours, like maybe like an hour and 45 or something. And then like as soon as we were done and Mark was like taking his helmet off and like just he was pouring down sweat in there and he was like, man, I've been sweating for like since 15 minutes into this. And I was like, bro, you did not break character. And I appreciate you for doing that, for sitting there for like almost 2 hours, apparently like in unbearable sweating under that helmet. But
ugh,
he did a great job with it. That was a lot of fun for him to just kind of be there and react and not speak or anything like that.
yeah.
Um, good. Was it?
Well, no, I was going to say, in regards to the Chris Meek thing, obviously, we addressed a couple of the appearances that he made with our show.
Yep.
Time to time, you sat there and gave me the reins. Every
Did.
now and then I decided to steal the show away from you, pick my own guests, and I
Yep.
only invited you to one of those, um, to actually be on one of those. The other two, aren't your bag, as far as Austin Powers would say. Uh, and but yeah, so we did some episodes that I orchestrated, the first one being back in September of 21. We did Jason Talks musicals, and
Yep.
Chris Meek was on that one. John Owens who's a friend of the show, friend of ours from high school, and then our high school drama teacher Kathleen Clark Horgan was on there, and we got to just talk about the stage musicals and the fun stuff that we did on those. Whether we are a part of it or just seeing it or whatever the case, and that was pretty cool. And then we followed that up a couple of months later with February 22. We did that Jason Talks Musicals movies episode. And then that was again Chris Meek, but we also brought on Chris Schneider, friend of the program, been here multiple times. And then our friend who lives out in NYC, Samantha Northart, and they killed it. We got to get some insight into people who have been in productions, know a lot of people in productions, know a lot of people are a part of these productions, are producers of the shows as ticket sales managers for these seasons across the country. So it was a lot of fun. And then we wrapped that Jason Talks only lasted 3 episodes.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
No. You didn't kick me in the balls hard enough to make me do more. So I appreciate that. But the last one was in September of 2023 when we did Talks Comedies. And we got to bring our good friend, Aaron Haig, Mr. Pigpen himself, back to our fold. And he actually got to come and talk comedies with us. Mr. Justin Rochelle, you bitch. You never show you bounced on us the one time that you said that you 2 times. There was 2 times he said he'd be here.
Yep.
Bounced on us both times and he said he'd be here. He wasn't. So you don't get a chance to be on Shane Talks, Justin.
No, so it sucks to be him.
But Aaron Haig, you and I talked some good comedies for a little
Absolutely.
some
I
good stuff.
appreciate you inviting me onto that episode. That was fun. I was sad to miss the other episodes because, as you said, that was some A-list friends of ours on there talking with you. And so I'm kind of jealous, just having to watch it and edit it and be like, I wish I could have talked to him. I wish I was a part of this. I want to talk about the musicals I like.
Yeah, and that's the funny part is like I sit here and I'm messing with you, but we know that you're a theater kid, you enjoy musicals, you've been to plenty of them, you've seen plenty of them, on whether it's on movies or on stages. And I feel like yours kind of started obsession wise, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, off of Rent. And it just seems like it kind of like just jumped from there where you're willing to at least some people don't tolerate musicals and don't act like that they're a medium that should exist at all because nobody breaks out into song and dance. They don't hang out with me, my daughter. They don't hang out with me and my friends. Yeah, there's plenty of times where song and dance just breaks out of nowhere. Not everybody in the immediate vicinity would know how to do the dance, but there's plenty of times where dance and singing does pop into my life quite regularly. So,
Sure. I mean, like as a theater kid, I never did musicals. I do not have a singing voice, not at all. I was never a part of a musical, but I went and saw all the musicals in high school. I remember seeing you in the musicals you were in, but just a lot of my theater friends were also in the musicals, so I always went to want to support them. So like musicals, like even though I wasn't a part of them, like I liked them, I was fine with them, but I mean, you're probably right because like what did we have? We had Chicago before that. I didn't really connect with Chicago. Like I'm trying to think like movie wise, what musicals like were the early 2000s musical movies like Chicago. Was there really much else before Rent? Oh, do we have a Mayor Kid cameo?
speaking of dancers,
Hi, Sarah. It was so much fun going and seeing your production this last weekend. I appreciate you inviting me to that, Miss Invisible.
I don't know where she went.
There she is. Hey, thank you for inviting me to your show last weekend. It was a lot of fun. My favorite was still the hip hop number. That was a blast.
All that 90s hip hop music.
Nope. That was my jam.
Just don't elbow me, please. I don't need a thing like Christoph Porzingis got tonight. So,
Oh, I didn't even see that. I didn't watch any basketball tonight.
oh dude, he got elbowed in the head and his head split open. He had to have 5 stitches put in.
Well,
had head like yesterday.
Yeah, well, at least it's not showing so much. Hopefully, it keeps not showing up by the time you have your production this weekend.
Wait, Dad. So do you know like the little princess thing at the end where like the big princess like spins her?
Yeah.
oh yeah, yep.
Are you asking me to spin you?
Yeah.
You disappeared.
She keeps disappearing.
You got to
The
stay.
invisible spin.
It's hard.
Yeah, the camera is just weird.
It's just not a lot of space.
Sarah, we're sitting on here talking about musicals, and I'm pretty sure I know what your answer is going to be, but can you tell me and all of our listeners what your favorite musical is?
Wicked.
I'm not surprised by this answer in any way. So which one of them is your favorite? What are their names? Elphaba and Glinda?
Elphaba and Glinda.
Which one's your favorite? Which one do you like better?
I like Elphaba.
Very cool.
And being with the background, what's
Mhm.
the best? What's the best musical? Wicked in Boston. No, you're awesome. Love you.
Thank you for being on. Very good to see you. Good luck at your show this weekend.
You say break a
Bye.
leg. You say break a leg.
I don't say break a leg because I don't want her to break a leg.
It means good luck, Shane.
I know, but there's also negative connotations to it as well. Do awesome. Is that okay?
I like that.
Cool. So I can't think
Oh.
of. There's got to be. I feel like there was one or two other early 2000s musicals besides Chicago before we got to Rent. But
There was some smaller production ones,
was there?
because you had stuff like Hedwig and the Angry Inch was a
Okay.
independent film. You had The Singing Detective with Robert Downey Jr., which is another movie musical that took place in that time frame too.
I mean, obviously you've got stuff from like like Music Man and like Sound of Music and all those old.
Yeah, but those
stuff
were
like
way
that.
earlier.
Sure.
Um,
And like obviously I grew up with those and whatnot, but in 2004 when Rent came out, like that was the first musical where I went to it and I was like, I relate to these characters, I relate to the stories, I relate to the relationships, you know, a filmmaker, a drug user, like all these kind of things like really hit me to the point where I was like, this is the first musical that I have seen where I feel like I'm a part of it. And what were you gonna say?
well, and Rent was 05, but you had Chicago in 02, you had Moulin Rouge in 01.
There you go. Yep.
Before the year before Rent was Phantom of the Opera.
There you go. Yep. I thought there was a lot of those around the
Gerard
time.
Butler. And then yeah, Rent came out in 05. And then yeah. And don't get me wrong, you could classify it if you really wanted to, that Walk the Line and Coyote Ugly could be considered musicals if you really want to go for some crazy reaching for that.
Okay.
05 also The Producers.
Oh, Nathan Lane, Matthew Broderick.
Yeah, it's the musical version of the movie that Gene Wilder was in the 80s.
Okay.
Because Mel Brooks turned it into a stage musical, which they decided to make a film out of. Fun fact.
Yeah.
That is my wife and I's first official date movie.
Oh,
So
that's awesome. The Producers.
we have it's kind of funny because we have that's the only reason I've kept that movie poster.
Okay.
Is because it was our first date night together. So we have that, and then we have the movie posters for each one of my kids' first movie that we brought them in. They were in the auditorium. Nick's first movie was Kick-Ass. So but he was only a couple of weeks old when he came to see that. Chris's first movie was Harry Potter Part 7 Part 2. And then Sarah's first one was Big Hero 6.
Nice,
And,
an actual kids movie. Cool.
and I can't remember what Luke's first movie was.
Hmm. I don't know
So
if you've ever told me, so I have no input to even try to help.
I want to say it was another kids movie because we
Okay.
did not Letha was so busy with law school and everything and job related stuff. Oh. His first one's Greatest Showman.
Oh, nice.
How I Would
Oh, what would he
So
have been, like 3 weeks old?
yeah, literally, I think it was 3 weeks old, like when that because
And it makes sense.
my wife was on maternity leave,
Hmm.
and she and I ran it before we opened to the public, and I ran it just for her, my mom, and my daughter, and so they enjoyed that by themselves. So
Absolutely amazing film.
uh,
Absolutely amazing.
literally, I cannot I yeah. Easily my top favorite movie of the last 10 years.
I it's definitely near my top. It is without a doubt in the top five of the last 10 years. I'd have to think about all of them really hard, but I mean it's definitely up there. It is so absolute, it's phenomenal. And it's something that like I can literally just put on while I'm doing other stuff around the house because like just hearing the music is good enough for me.
Yeah, it's infectious, man. And Top Gun Maverick is up there for me as well.
Yep,
It's probably in my
absolutely.
top 10 of 10, the last 10 years.
Sure.
But like I want something that makes me feel good, that's entertaining. I don't necessarily need it to be super deep.
Okay.
Obviously, it's not terribly deep with those two films, but like both of those movies um were just absolutely fantastic. So,
Absolutely. Well, you mentioned Chris Schneider's name a couple of times.
yeah,
So Chris was on a couple of the Jason Talks episodes, and then he was on one of our Oscars episodes. He was on our Power of Nostalgia episode with Jason Richardson. What's up?
you've got to give him props too. When you
For
show
what?
up to an Oscar recording of a
Mhm.
podcast in a tuxedo,
Yep.
like you just
Yep.
automatically win. You're just a winner,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Absolutely. Like I mean, we all had like on like button downs and whatnot, but he showed up like pimped out in a tuxedo, and I was like, I'm very
Like he's
underdressed compared
going
to
to
you.
the Oscars himself.
Yeah, that was very awesome. So let's take a quick minute. Or well, not a quick minute. Like let's take like 20 minutes and let's go listen to Shane and Chris talk about some movie stuff. Thank you, Shane. I appreciate that. I'm here with Chris Schneider. Chris Schneider, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good, man. How are you? I can't believe this
I'm
is
doing great. It's been a
episode
long
100.
time. I'm 99, 99. Back it up.
Oh,
99 episodes.
99.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we're stopping at 99 because some of us have some obsession with that number. So yep, stopping at 99. But bro, it's been 19 episodes since you were even on here. Like episode 80 was the last time.
Oh,
Before that, it was 65 and 61. And I literally thought you'd been on, I don't know, twice as many times. You've only been on the podcast. This is your fourth
that's
appearance.
sporadically here and there. It's always been nice to be a part of Shane Talks
So,
when
dude, man, I
schedules
appreciate that
allow.
very much. You were one of my favorite guests, which I guess is why I thought you were on a lot more often. You've always been on to talk about awesome stuff, like Broadway stuff with Jason. You talked about the Oscars for an entire episode with me back in 2022. You've
Yeah.
always been my Oscar go-to guy. And then you were on the Power of Nostalgia episode, which is one of my favorites, just because of the fact that we got to just go down memory lane about a lot of shit. So that was a lot of fun.
It has been 25 years worth of memories to go over.
Yeah,
So it's
great friendship there. I
quite a
appreciate it,
bit.
man. So as we get into this conversation between you and me, I'm going to lean in. I'm going to ask you the big important question. What does film mean to you? What do you love about film?
For me, I love film because it represents an escape for me. It's a time where I can kind of tune out of what's going on in the world, tune out of reality, whether it's just, news of the day things, or it's just work, or it can be anything. But this is my hour and a half to 2 hours where I can kind of shut that part of my brain off and go into a fantasy world and let myself go and be immersed in that world of whatever film I'm watching. It could be a comedy where I just want to laugh for a couple of hours. It could be, an action film. It could be anything, but film to me just represents an escape and a chance to reset my brain.
Nice.
And
Yep, I love it.
Anymore, that's a hard thing to do. And that's kind of not only what I think about film, but also what I think about the experience of going to a theater. That
Oh,
only
sure.
elevates my escapism. And I think
Mhm.
that's why, for me, like, it's so important to still support theaters and go see movies on the big screen.
Mhm.
It will, I think that it'll help you, it'll heal you. So,
Jason Richardson was on the podcast earlier, and him and I went down a conversation rabbit hole about how it's just so convenient these days to watch things at home because, like, if I don't catch something opening weekend and I don't have anybody to go with me, at any other point, I'm like, cool, it'll be on streaming in a month, and then I don't have to worry about it. But like back in the day, if you didn't catch it in the theater, you had to wait a long time to be able to, watch it at home. That's
yeah,
so
absolutely. I mean,
different now.
you used to wait until, new release Tuesday at the Blockbuster or whatever to get it. And then after that, 6 months to see when it's premiering on HBO or Showtime. And those were the only options.
Absolutely. And
But
now there's so much stuff that's just streaming that you can't even see in the theater. You can only watch it on a streaming platform.
and to me, I hate that. I
Mhm.
hate it because it just means that we are losing the ability for films to become classics, in my opinion.
Sure.
I don't think that while there have been plenty of films that are fantastic films that are available on streaming only, because it's not a shared experience in a theater, then they don't get elevated up to that next level.
Absolutely. You keep talking about shared experiences in the theaters. Is there one that stands out for you that you've had in your life? Like your favorite
Oh,
movie going experience?
well, I mean, opening night, working at Clearwater General Cinema and doing the first showings of Star Wars Episode One, where we did it
And
for
we did
24
24
hours. And
hours.
I mean,
Yeah.
that was an entire community coming together to
Yep.
see mega films like Titanic, people coming over and over and over. Same thing with Avatar and that first shared experience of the 3D world. Like,
Oh, yeah.
those were just monumental moments as far as it goes, like theater going experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, man. So the next thing that I want to ask you about, something we've talked about on the podcast a lot, is the fact that 90s movies soundtracks are epic. Like in the 90s, they just did a great job of finding like 12 to 15 songs, mashing them together, throwing them on an album, and making it just be badass from top to bottom. So
100%.
for Shane Talks, I want to create a Shane Talks motion picture soundtrack. And I want some of my favorite guests to give me one track from the 90s to throw on this mixtape that I'm putting together for Shane Talks. So my only caveat is that it has to be a song from the 90s. What you got?
Okay, so this will be a little bit of a nod to you and to the
Okay.
time where we kind of met.
Okay.
I'll go back to 1997, I think, is the year.
Okay.
For City of Angels, and you have a love for the Goo Goo Dolls.
I do. I
And
very much
so,
do.
and knowing your love of that, and the soundtrack to City of Angels was one of those soundtracks that
It
had
was.
no business being as good as it was, but Iris from the Goo Goo Dolls anchored that thing, and
Absolutely.
it took off.
All right. We are adding Iris. No. Iris. If I can type by the Goo Goo Dolls. I love that addition to this.
But man, 90s soundtracks, that's just something we don't get anymore.
We don't at
Don't
all.
like the soundtrack has just kind of gone away for the most part.
Yep.
And
The only
man,
thing recently that even came close was the first Guardians of the Galaxy. Like they always
yeah,
tried to bring that back, and it was successful. And then like, I didn't care about the second or third albums that they tried to put out for that, but that first Guardians of the Galaxy album was just top-notch bangers from top to bottom. I really enjoyed that
bottom.
whole thing. Lots of fun. But yeah, that's definitely something that is just lost today. Like, and there's even been some movies in the last like 10 years that I've gone to the movie and been like, oh man, that's a lot of really good songs in this movie, but there's no album. Like, they don't put out an album for it. Like, it's just not something that it's rarely done now.
Yeah, or they do, and it's just out there in streaming world, and you're just gonna miss it.
Sure. Yep,
No.
exactly. So disappointing, man.
Very.
So a lot of Shane Talks has been me coming up with ideas and things to throw out at other people and get them to talk to me about movies. Is there anything that you want to talk to me about as far as movies go? Any questions you got for me, or any? Let me flip it over to you and let you take control for a little bit. What do you want to talk about as far as movies go?
I don't. I think one of the things that'd be interesting to hear your take on, because we're seeing it so much more anymore, is like reboots, right? Remakes and reboots of films. So, like, in Shane's opinion, what is, like, let's go like good, bad, and ugly of film reboots, of like what's a really good film reboot, what's a bad film reboot, and then what's a reboot that damn near ruined the original.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, so here's the funny thing about this topic. This is really cool. 2 episodes ago, we did an actual entire podcast about reboots and remakes. So this is kind of fresh in my head. So I'm gonna try.
And I'm clearly behind on listening.
Oh, you're good. You're good. No worries, man. That's cool. Like, as soon as you said reboots, I was like, "Ooh, I just did a podcast about this." Good reboot. Okay. Good reboot. I think, if I remember from what I've said before, I grew up watching a movie called Judge Dredd that starred Sylvester Stallone in the 90s. And then I think it was like 2012, we got the Carl Urban version of Dredd.
Yeah.
Far superior, like, reboot as far as that franchise goes, and like what that comic book character was. Because of that first Stallone movie, I kind of got into reading the Judge Dredd comic books, and I was just like, oh, like in the comics, like he never takes his helmet off. That was Sylvester Stallone saying, I'm going to take my helmet off because I'm Stallone and my face needs to be seen.
You'll look at me.
Yeah. Whereas with Carl Urban's version, that dude kept his helmet on the whole time and like stayed true to the character. So, and Dredd was cool for the fact that it came out right after a movie called Raid Redemption. I don't know if you ever saw Raid Redemption.
I did not.
I can't remember what country it's from. It's from, overseas or whatnot, but I highly recommend Raid Redemption because it's literally just an action movie that has the exact same plot as Dredd. There's a building, there is a crime boss on the top floor, and it feels like a video game as he goes up the flights of stairs and fights different levels of bad guys to get up to the boss that's at the top. Literally the exact same plot as Dredd. So both really great movies in my opinion. But a bad remake. I mean, there's a lot of bad remakes. The first one I was gonna say Death at a Funeral because that's one of my favorite British movies and whatnot.
Wow. The Chris Rock remake.
Yeah, the remake wasn't terrible. It's not as good as the original. If I'm gonna go with like an actual bad remake, About Last Night, Jim Belushi and Rob Lowe from the 80s. They remade that movie with Michael Ealy in like the early 2010s or whatever. And that was just like unbearable for me to like. It wasn't anything. I mean, obviously it shared the same plot, womanizer and non-womanizer friend and their relationship status and all that kind of stuff. But like, that just was not good in my opinion at all. Not a good remake at all. Did not enjoy that. What was the last one?
If you think of one, a remake that just basically ruined the original.
I mean, yeah, About Last Night didn't ruin the original for me. I still love that one. I'm trying to think if there was any remake that ruined the original. Can't think of a remake that ruined the original for me. Nothing's coming to my mind on that one.
Well, I can guarantee it'll happen soon because that's
I'm sure it
getting pumped out anymore.
Well, and then I can't even really consider this a remake. Like I was going to say, one of the things I was most surprised by, but I guess it's more of a sequel than a remake, was Twisters when it came out because like I was anti that movie from the minute it got announced. This is the dumbest idea I've ever heard in my entire life. Why are they making it? It's a sequel. Never mind. It's not a remake. I mean, it's a sequel, but not really a sequel because it doesn't really connect to the original in any way, and it's still kind of the same plot as the original, but also not really. So I don't even know what to classify Twisters as, but that was a movie that I was surprised that I didn't. I was so anti that movie, like 100%. I told Jason Mayer that I would only go watch the movie if I watched it in IMAX because I was only ever going to watch it once. And if I was going to watch it, it had to be in IMAX just to get that experience. Dude, I ended up going by myself to watch it. Jason's plans fell through. Like, he wasn't able to make it that night. And I'm like, great. So now I'm sitting in a movie I didn't want to see in the first place. I don't have my fucking bro date with me to watch this movie. I'm going to be by myself. I'm going to watch this piece of crap movie. And, dude, I
And
cannot lie.
you left loving Glenn Powell.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I watched that. Like, that's my like put on movie around the house now. Like, if I'm just chilling and I'm like, I'm gonna throw something on while I'm cleaning or doing dishes or doing whatever, like throw on Twisters because I can sit down and enjoy whatever part it is. And you're not wrong. Like, how did Glenn Powell become like my new like Brad Pitt man crush? Like, he was in the Top Gun sequel, and I was surprised by how much I liked him in that. He was in this. His Richard Linklater film that he did was okay. Hitman, was that what it was called?
Yeah, Hitman, yeah.
Yeah, Hitman was okay. Like, it's nothing great. It was a Netflix movie, but like the dude just keeps doing things. Oh, him and his Sydney Sweeney movie. Obviously, he wasn't the highlight of that movie for me, but he was good in the movie as well. But like, this dude just keeps doing things that I like. He came out of nowhere, in my opinion.
Yeah,
What
I
about
mean, he's taken over the role for Chris Evans and everybody else. Like, they're just,
Sure.
it is what
Yep.
it is.
So if remakes are on your mind, do you have a good, bad, and the ugly as far as remakes go?
Oh God, no, I have no idea.
Sounds good.
I could. For me, the better question is like, which it's not remake wise, but like which stage adaptation has impressed me most as far as like a show, like with my Broadway background, like what show that has come from Broadway has been good. And the cheap, easy answer to this is Wicked for me.
That seems to be a pretty universal thing. When I hadn't seen Wicked yet. When I was in New York in January, I had not seen Wicked at that point, but I was hanging out with a bunch of my theater friends who are obviously, huge fans of the Broadway show. So I'm literally asking them, I'm like, okay, as somebody who's never seen the Broadway show, like, do you think I'm going to like this movie? Because like so the movie's in two parts. One of the movie, from what I understand, is longer than the entire Broadway production
Yeah,
of
it's
Wicked.
about the same length. Yeah.
And so it's just like is it really like filler crap that they're putting in there for this? And all of them were like, nope, it's still good. They made it work. And I'm like, okay, like that's good to hear. Like, diehard theater people give me that opinion.
Yeah,
I watched it, and it's fine. Again, having never seen and when I was in New York, I was like, maybe I'll just go catch Wicked while I'm here before I watch the movie. And those tickets are still $400 to go see Wicked. So I did not end up going to that show while I was out there, but I did watch the movie, and it's fine. I learned while I was watching Wicked that, very much like Barbie, I'm not the right demographic for it, being a 40-year-old white dude. Like, it's not that there's anything wrong with either of those films. They didn't get me the way that they got everybody else. So I mean, I'll watch the second half, and I mean, I am assuming I will be reaching out to you at some point to see if you have any spare Wicked tickets floating around that I can buy from you at some point. I have a feeling that it will be very few and far between for that happening.
It's pretty remarkable to see the sales still be as big as they are 22 years after it premiered on Broadway. It's really fascinating as we study like how at-home availability affects the box office of the in-person products. It has not been an issue at all. It only helps, actually. So
what I think is really funny, a story that Kevin Smith tells, and obviously I follow Kevin Smith a lot and listen to a lot of stuff that he says. Apparently 20 some years ago, when he was working on, I can't remember what movie it was, but the guy that produced Wicked on Broadway just happened to be on the same set with Kevin Smith. And they were talking, and Kevin Smith was talking about how he had just seen Wicked and how great it was and all of this stuff. And he was like, hey, like, do you think you're ever going to make it into a movie? And the guy was like, not anytime soon. and I can't remember the producer's name, but he was like, no, not anytime soon. And Kevin Smith's like, why, like, you guys are so hot right now. Why wouldn't you? I think it was right around the time that Rent had come out and like all this other
Yeah.
He was like, why aren't you jumping on the Chicago had come out? And apparently the producer, who's again, I can't remember the guy's name, he said, I'm gonna wait 20 years. And I'm gonna wait until like the stuff starts declining in the theater. In 20 years, I'll let them make the movie because what'll happen is it will cause my ticket prices or my tickets to skyrocket again because the movie will generate new interest in the movie. And like apparently this producer predicted exactly what's going on right now 20 years ago.
With one caveat.
What's that?
The prices never went down from 20 years ago.
There you
The
go.
show is a monster. So Mark Platt is going to be the producer's name, I'm sure that you're talking about. And yeah, it's just
Sounds right.
remarkable. But conversely, as I said, Wicked was a great example of a stage to film adaptation. Rent, love the stage version, horrific stage to film. And it had the original cast, but just did not work for me. So
And I
it's okay.
completely understand that. I do enjoy the movie. I think just as a visual person, and it's like I like the Rent filmed live on Broadway version that's also out there because of the fact that it gets you close up. So, and
Right.
I mean, like I've seen 4 or 5 different productions of Rent over the years. I saw one at the Nederlander. I've seen one here. I've seen one in Bloomington. I've seen one in Cincinnati. Like I've seen the touring show a bunch of times, and I got to see it at the Nederlander once. But like obviously nothing compares to seeing the performers do it live. But like the Rent movie, at least for me, gave me that song and that stuff that I cared about, where I could watch it in a like in I mean, obviously it's a movie. I could watch it in a visual format that I relate to a lot.
Sure.
So, and again, I agree. The movie is nowhere near as good as the production itself, but I enjoy it. Like, so what about Chicago? How do you feel Chicago versus the movie and the production?
No, I thought Chicago did a great job
Did
going
they?
from stage to film and
About
doing
the
that.
last
That
5 years.
it really worked. So I think I watched last 5 years
Okay.
the movie a while back.
Mm-hmm.
Was Anna Kendrick in it?
Anna Kendrick and Jeremy Jordan.
And Jeremy Jordan. So the show is just now on Broadway with Nick Jonas and Adrian Warren. I have not seen it yet, so
Okay.
hard to
Okay.
tell on that. Hairspray is a great film that
Mhm.
came to the stage. I mean, of course, it had the John Waters, but we kind of separate that out because that wasn't a musical.
Yeah.
So, but no, Chicago I thought was great and well deserving of the Oscar that year. So,
Very nice.
yeah.
Well, Chris, man, I appreciate your time, dude. I wanted to make sure that I got you on here for this last episode. Told you how much I appreciate you, both as a friend, both as, I mean, you mentored me for a while at Clearwater, teaching me how to do booth stuff and whatnot. So we've always had that great connection. Just, all your years at the radio station, all the stuff that you've done for me, in my personal life. And I mean, you've been my Broadway ticket hookup for a long time. I very much appreciate that. You've been a very educational person to have in my life, and I wanted to make sure I got you back on here to tell you I appreciate you both as a person. I appreciate you as a guest on Shane Talks, and I look forward to many more years of our friendship continuing.
Absolutely, man. I am bittersweet that you're wrapping this up, but I'm so proud of you that you birthed this thing out of COVID and you saw it all the way through for 5 years. It's amazing.
Yeah,
So
it's
kudos
been
to
an
you,
awesome ride.
and we'll do it on whatever the next venture is.
I appreciate that, man, very much. Yeah, I have a feeling there will be something creative down the road. It's just kind of time to, 5 years is a good run of something. I don't want to be the sitcom that goes 10 seasons when they should have stopped at 5. So I feel like this is a good place to wrap it up. So, bro, thank you for all the times you've agreed to be on the show. I very much enjoy talking to you and enjoy your company, man. So thank you so much. And we will now send it back to Shane and Jason Mayer. Thank you, Shane and Chris. Always a pleasure, and loved getting anytime I can mention the movie The Net. It is always fun for me to talk about that movie. Jason,
which is
I
hilarious.
think
So
you watched it.
yeah, we ended up recording that episode, never saw the movie. Sandra Bullock is an amazing actress. I love her to death. I've always enjoyed her movies for the most part. And so I don't know why I never watched The Net. I found it intriguing when we were I found it intriguing and wanted to see it when it first came out even. And just never did. But after that episode, I ended up watching the movie. Totally, it's totally dated. You are
Oh,
absolutely
absolutely.
100% correct as far as like how how hacking works and how it's actually done. But it's kind of funny. It was kind of funny, but it is totally something that if you remade it today would be so easy to take the same aspects and flip it all upside down with
Yep.
social media and how everybody's tracked nowadays through that like their phone and tracked by using their credit cards places and everything else. It would be
Yep.
so easy. It's kind of weird because it's kind of like it was enemy of the state before enemy of the state.
Sure.
Um,
Yeah, absolutely.
and so yeah, just yeah, it was entertaining. It was a lot of fun. So
Absolutely. Yeah, and a really, really good time. So, like, I'm glad you watched it, man. That was really cool. I appreciate it. Moving on, let's talk about kind of as we were evolving in the show, we had a mid run. I want to say it was like 2021-ish. Back then, we were still doing weekly episodes, so we were having to turn things out really quickly, coming up with ideas of things to do, and we went on kind of a run. Like I said, I think it was 2021 where we did a bunch of episodes about like one topic. And I honestly got some negative feedback about it. I heard from people that they didn't really enjoy us doing some of these because we would literally just pick an actor or a director or something and go in chronological order and go over their entire filmography, talking about what we liked and what we didn't like. And like again, it was kind of like what we not exactly like what we did, but it was giving us something to talk about, like a specific topic to go over and like give our thoughts and opinions and feelings on and stuff like that. So like obviously did a Ben Affleck episode, did a Tom Cruise episode, Schwarzenegger's episode, Stallone's episode, Jason Statham, The Rock, Will Smith. We did directors like Kevin Smith, John Hughes, Steven Spielberg, and then Shane Black, the writer director. Obviously, we did multiple Star Wars episodes, one a year. We did the James Bond franchise with Yoder, had him come on, and we went through every single James Bond movie. We did an episode about all the Die Hard movies and what we liked and didn't like. Did a Ninja Turtles episode, which I absolutely loved. Yadar was back for that. Yadar can't do short episodes with us. The James Bond one was almost 4 hours. Well, I say that, but like I think that was the one that was like 3 hours and 40 minutes long, or close to it. Because I think his most recent episode he did was 3:41. But he was on the Ninja Turtles episode, which I know was over 3 hours long. We had Big Mike and my buddy Ben. They were on to talk about Star Trek, where we went through the entire Star Trek franchise. Snow was on for 3 episodes in a row, where we talked about Marvel movies, Marvel television shows, and then like just a Marvel potpourri of stuff, all kinds of other Marvel stuff. And then like we did, an episode about summer blockbusters where we just kind of talked about all the, big things that were coming out, specifically kind of in the 90s. I think we started in the 80s. Well, I think we started with Jaws and then kind of went through every summer and talked about like the biggest movie that was like the summer blockbuster from that summer and whatnot. But like there was a lot of shticks that we did through that. Then at one point we kind of we took a little bit of a break. I think we took like a month or two off at one point. Around episode 60 we came back. I think we did a Jason Talks then I had this idea that I wanted to shift and I wanted to be more of like an interview talk show at that point. Like I wanted us to bring on a friend of ours and let them talk about like their creativity and things like that. So the genesis of it was our friend John Owens, a huge friend of the show, was in The Little Mermaid. And you and I were both going to see it together. So we brought him onto the podcast so that we could just talk to him about his whole theater career, his singing career, and then, specifically have him pimp that out. We had Micah Scott Winters come on, who had done a bunch of music stuff for us. Yeah, he was in the band Rebuilt with Chris, who was doing movies with us. And so we had a movies music connection with him. Um, so that lasted 2 episodes. So that shtick was kind of fun. Do you have any memories of anything from those 2 episodes that you want to talk about?
no, I just thought it was really kind of a cool idea. Um, we probably should have like peppered that in a little bit more often, uh,
Yeah.
bringing people on, not necessarily like to just pimp their stuff, but like while they were involved in something that was interesting, we could
Yeah.
have brought them in to talk about that as well as do like a regular episode about whatever. But it was kind of cool. It was kind of cool to see um what came out of John and what came out of Micah while we were talking about those things. And he did awesome with the soundtrack or the theme song for the show. So
Absolutely.
never hurts to make sure that people get the credit that they deserve. So
Absolutely. And I think I went like 20 episodes after he wrote the theme song for us, just mentioning him in the opening of every single episode, until it got to the point where it was like, okay, Shane, you've given him enough credit. You don't need to mention him every single episode. So I got a huge thanks to Micah. Like every time I'm editing or every time like I fire up an episode just to kind of see how it sounds online or whatnot, and I hear his music, I'm always just like, I love the fact that he was able to do exactly what I wanted. He gave me music that sounds like a projector firing up, and I just absolutely love it. So huge thanks again to Micah Scott Winters for what he did with that. And I agree, like we probably like just like how like talk show hosts have somebody come on when they're promoting something, like we definitely could have kept an eye out better on our friends that were involved in productions or in movies or like we still know people that do make like independent films around here. There are multiple ones of them that we could have had come on because they had something coming out, and the episode could have been about anything else, but then still giving them the ability to pimp out what they were doing at that time. So definitely regret that. Definitely think we could have done that a little bit better. Um, at one point, we also did a rebranding. I'm pretty sure it was after the divorce that this all started up when we kind of tried to make um, after my divorce and we took a 7 month break. When we came back, I tried to like have a little more structure for it, and I was doing like 4 topics for us, like 4 sections of every episode. We were doing like coming attractions, we were doing something that you'd seen for the first time, and then one of them was Mount Rushmore, where I every month we went from weekly to monthly at that point, and every month I would give all of our guests a topic and say, I want your top 4 of these. You know, so sometimes it was related to the overall topic of what we were talking about. Sometimes it was just something completely random. So for this episode of Shane Talks, for our last episode, and this is going to make so much sense that this is what I want us to do. I want to bring back Mount Rushmore for a minute, and I want you and I to do a Mount Rushmore out of our 98 episodes so far. What's your Mount Rushmore of the episodes that we have done, man? Like, what are your 4 favorite episodes of Shane Talks? And give me just a little explanation about why each one of them, why you had so much fun with each one that you picked. So let's jump to Mount Rushmore now, and let's start with your Mount Rushmore of Shane Talks episodes, Jason.
well, I'm going to start this off by saying that I did pick 2 originally that
Okay.
you had already picked.
Okay.
I decided to back off of that and go my own route and just have 4 different episodes that still were awesome for me. Which it's one of those things to me that we don't need to be repetitive about it. And when you talk about it, I'm happy to talk about it as well.
Okay. All
So,
right. I feel bad for taking some away from you. I know, like I had done a big part of the script and then sent it your way. I
you didn't
wish
take,
we
we
talked
get to
about that.
you get to celebrate instead of only celebrating 6. Now
Okay.
we're celebrating 8 episodes. It's not
Okay.
that big of a deal. We're happy to talk about it. So, number 4 for me,
Number 4.
I brought on 2 people that I've known for a long time to do this episode with us. And well, I'm sorry. You brought on one, I brought on the other. I apologize. Or maybe I did bring them both on. I can't remember. Whatever. We're producing it together, so it doesn't really matter. All that matters is that these are 2 long-term friends. One of them literally a friend of mine since 3rd grade. So we're talking about 1988. And we brought on Eric Balanza. Eric
Now
is a
I know
big
you.
car enthusiast,
Nope.
and whoever brought her on her first episode with us, it was Annette Reynolds, and
Yep.
it was us racing into summertime. It was back in June 2023, and it was our first episode having Annette on there. The only episode that Eric ever was a part of, but Eric, Eric and I were inseparable for like from wait, I think it was third, fourth, fifth, and he moved in sixth. So like we were, I mean, spending the night at each other's houses, constantly playing Nintendo and Super Nintendo, constantly playing GI Joes. Uh, we were torturing his cats. We were like it was awesome. He lived on Fort Ben when we first became friends. He actually moved closer to my neighborhood. He was just a few streets away. After a few years, his mom moved him closer, and then we got to hang out until he got stationed back into Germany. Well, when his mom got sent back to Germany, being a part of the armed forces. But yeah, Eric's a great guy, man. Can't say
Dude, he
enough.
was super cool to have on the show as somebody that I had never met until that night that we recorded. Like he he meshed very well with us. It wasn't one of the, like he got in on jokes, he made comments, like he definitely felt like part of the friend group, and that was really cool to meet him and get to have him be a part of the show. He was super
Yeah.
cool.
And Eric's just always been a cool guy. I'm just grateful that we were able to reconnect thanks to Facebook, and because we lost touch a long time ago, and then I can't remember who found who, but it was one of those things where like the moment we became friends on Facebook, we started shooting messages every now and then to each other, and yeah, he's awesome. I'm hoping at some point in time I find a reason to go to Omaha, Nebraska, and I can go and
Yeah.
visit him and say hi to his wife and daughter. So he does a lot of what is that called? It's like it's off-roading, but there's a specific term for it. I can't remember off the top of my head right now. But like
Off-roading.
there's
No? Okay.
there's a specific reason, like I can find it for us. But so he goes out to Utah, and he's got a souped up like old Toyota truck that has like that you like would go mudding in, and you
Oh,
climb
okay.
rocks and stuff like that. One of those things that they what's the word I'm looking for here? Oh man, I am driving me nuts, and I cannot remember what his um uh oh jeez, this is gonna bug me in the moment I
All
see.
terraining.
No, no, no.
Nope.
But it's one of those things that's really kind of cool. Um Through the power of our friend being able to become friends with each other again because of that. Where overlanding. That's what it
Oh,
is.
okay. Never heard
Called
of that. Yeah.
overlanding is when you're like camping and everything takes place in the truck, and it's
Oh,
not like an
okay.
RV. It's literally like sustainable living inside of it, like on in the bed of your truck and all this other stuff. But yeah,
Oh,
um, so
that's
another
pretty
person,
neat.
another person I know does it a lot. With where he started off with a I want to say like he started off with like a Jeep Cherokee or something like that, and like has moved up to all sorts of stuff. But neither
I
here.
have a buddy named I have a buddy named Andrew that has a conversion van that he like to my knowledge, I don't think he might have an apartment, but like 90% of the year he's just driving around to different parks and stuff like that. And somehow his job, like he's still able to like do it no matter like I think like because he's a mechanic. And so like it's something like he'll go to a town and like get in with the with it, oh man, it's some European company, but like literally he'll go and he'll do like 6 weeks at a certain like dealership or whatnot, and then have them hook him up with a different dealership in some other city, and then he just picks up and goes and moves over there for a while and does mechanic stuff for them, like just literally lives out of his van. Like a very interesting lifestyle. Like it sounds fun. I just don't know how long I would last at it.
Yeah, I can do that. My number three episode on my Mount Rushmore is our fourth episode, the May the
Oh,
4th episode. With it having special people near and dear to my heart, and having the chance to have met Samir and everything else. It's one of those things where it was just a lot of fun. And like you said, we didn't know what we were doing, really. We were just kind of like, let's just talk. And
Yep.
that one was almost 3 or 4 hours long too,
It
wasn't it?
was. Yeah, it was. I think it was close to 3 hours. Okay, yeah, and it was literally just like there was six of us on there, and it was literally like just a lot of rambling. Like at one point, Samir went and showed off his Lego Star Wars collection. Like Jay was on there, and like, but I mean, we found stuff to talk about. That one did not have a script at all. Most of the first few episodes did. I mean, the first like 10 episodes or so didn't have scripts at all. It was just like, let's get on there and let's just talk. And that was definitely one of them where we rambled and we went on different topics and like wherever the conversation went. Yeah, that one's a great episode.
So, um, yeah, I love it. Star Wars is a big part of my life. I love all the aspects of what it brings, what its original kind of like intent was from George Lucas, what and the endless possibilities that it has if Disney will allow people to make smart decisions with it. So,
Sure.
which speaking of which, gosh, man, like Celebration just happened and there were some really cool announcements about some stuff there.
There were some
So
great stuff that came out of the
really
celebration.
cool to see that Ryan Gosling's going to be in the Star Wars universe,
Yeah,
directed by John Levy, which is another great director who I have a lot of fun watching his movies.
I
So
hope they don't try to go too comedic with it. That's my only worry about it. But I
yeah, I
mean,
mean, I don't need free or Fall Guy. I don't need Fall
no,
Guy,
yeah, that's what
or
I'm
Free
worried about.
Guy, either F guy. I don't need either F guy to be in the Star Wars universe. Um, I'm hoping that it has. I mean, we know that Ryan Gosling has some acting chops,
Oh, for
so
sure.
like I definitely would like to see maybe give us something that's kind of lighthearted along the lines of Han Solo, maybe, but I don't want it to be too slapstick. You're right.
Sure.
And
Like, and I know you're not a fan of Drive, but like his character in Drive is really good. And like he did a movie called Place Beyond the Pines, where he was kind of more of a gruff kind of character. Like, I hope it's something along those lines. I keep seeing all these pictures. People are like, I mean, I'm sure it's AI making him into a Jedi robe, and I'm just like, I have a feeling he's not going to be a Jedi. Like, I have a feeling it's going to be something else.
yeah, and you know, I mean, there's such a plethora of things that can happen in the Star Wars universe that'd be kind of cool to see something different. If he's it may, who knows? Maybe this is like the beginning of Rogue Squadron or something, you know,
Oh,
like
sure.
that'd be kind of cool. I mean, like to
Nope.
see a bunch of dog fights and stuff like that, and you
Sure.
know, like that's the main purpose. So I think that'd be kind of a cool aspect or thing to talk about. Um, my number two episode
Number
is
two, let's do it.
our 51st episode, which was the first Jason Talks episode, and it was all about musicals.
Yep. Great episode.
Having Kathleen Horrigan on there, having her like if it she got me into Wicked right after high school. Like right when Wicked came out, she was like, Jason, you got to listen to this. Fell in love with it right then. To be able to share that kind of love with my daughter still to this day is pretty awesome. I was cautiously optimistic that the movie would be good, and I like the movie quite a bit, but my daughter loves the movie.
Good.
Uh, so it's one of those aspects of something that's really kind of cool. That and her love of the arts is something that I'm glad is being we're stoking that fire. We're trying to get it to light up bigger and bigger. So we'll see what happens. But
It sounds like it is.
having Chris Meek, having John Owens, having Kathleen on there, it was great times talking to some really cool people that we went to high school with and or you know whatever. And it's we did the Horowitz questionnaire, but I took it and I changed it to be musical driven, and
Yeah, yeah, that's
asked
right.
certain questions to help
Yep.
fester the episode along, and so we that was really cool to hear from a teaching standpoint. I mean, like
Yep.
Kath, a teacher and teacher,
Sure, sure.
director, actress herself. So
Yep.
but you know here she is with She's a little bit more seasoned than the rest of us, and
Okay.
so like she has a lot more perspective on things. So to hear from her perspective about what each one of those questions and how they got answered by her, that was kind of cool. And to also get those questions from other um other musical
Theater nerd.
geeks,
Yep.
musical nerds like myself, right? So um yeah, so that's the reason why I love that episode.
Real quick before we move on from that episode, since I didn't get to be a part of that episode, I want to address a couple things real quick.
Oh,
You just mentioned about how Kathleen got you into Wicked right when Wicked came out. So I
yep.
need to give you props, and I would have talked about this if I was on the episode, about how when I was going through my first divorce, you introduced me to the last 5 years. And you were like, I'm pretty sure you bought the CD for me because I remember sitting in my car outside of like Walden Books or somewhere, put the CD into my CD player for the first time and started listening to it. And that was somewhat life changing for me. Like, this was like a year or two after, like you said, Rent was 2005. So this would have been like the year after Rent came out. So I was already like super into Rent at that moment.
Yep.
Well, but you still lived here, so it was before you moved to Boston. So it was
Oh,
before you and I saw Rent together, in New York. But I'd seen the movie, and then you gave me that CD. And I mean, the last 5 years is a musical that, number one. Then Jeremy Jordan and Anna Kendrick did the movie, which is not the best adaptation of it, but it's fine. It's good enough. But that is a show that every chance I have had to go see it, I have gone out of my way to go see a production of that. And I think it's back on, I don't think it's back. I think it was originally off Broadway. I think it's opening on Broadway like now or recently or
already on Broadway.
already on Broadway.
Nick Jonas is doing it on Broadway right now. But
So
yes, the last 5 years is
yeah,
amazing.
that is one that you specifically influenced me. I don't think I ever would have known about it if you weren't like, bro, I know you're, mentally fucked up right now, but here, listen to this. It's going to help you through it. And it was so cathartic to watch, a relationship build up and a relationship tear down. And yeah, so I would, if I was on the episode, but I understand there are very much more important people than me that were on there. I would have discussed how you introduced that to me, and I can never thank you enough for that because it's still that's one that I mean, not regularly, but at least once a year, I'm like, man, I really want to listen to that show again. And it's just such a great story, and the music is so well done. So yeah, I hope it lasts on Broadway for a while and doesn't turn out like Stereophonic, where when I finally decide to go back, it's already closing. But or Almost Famous. Sorry, I missed Almost Famous by like a month or something like that. Like, which supposedly Cameron Crowe is trying to redo that, so I might get another chance to see Almost Famous on Broadway, but we'll see. But I hope that I can sooner than later before it closes. I don't know if it has a closing date yet. I want to go see that's what I want my next Broadway show to be, and I hope that I can make that happen this year. So thank you for that. What's that?
You and I saw it because
Yep.
Kathleen was going through some stuff as well around the same time that you were, and she produced and directed a production of it at Footlight Musicals, and we got to see one of my friends from high school, Angie, in that production. She was in Central Sound with us, and she was my senior year. She was in Central Sound with me, and then she was in it for a few years after that. But so
Yeah,
we're
I
going to
went
stay
and
on
saw.
topic. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say somewhere I've got the book for it. I went and saw another production here in Indy. I'm trying to remember where it was at, but they used older actors in it, like they were in their 40s, so they had to rewrite some of the dialogue to convey because it's written, I think they get divorced in like their mid 30s or something, like they meet in their 20s.
I think they're literally in their 20s.
Okay.
The whole thing.
So these they rewrote it for characters in their 40s for that other version of it that I went and saw.
Gotcha.
I can't remember the Phoenix Theater. It was some other theater downtown that I went and saw it at. But yeah, so you want to stay on topic? Cool. Thank you for letting me put my little 2 cents in. That would have been in episode 51.
Oh, no, because you're about to just take episode 51's questions and you have to come up with the answers on the fly.
Okay.
The first musical you ever saw live on stage, not movies, live on stage.
what would have been our freshman year musical?
Guys and Dolls.
That would have been the first one that I saw, and that's the first one that I can remember. Don't remember my parents ever taking me to anything. Before high school was pretty much all sports. I don't know how much theater I went to at all. I mean, there was a little bit because I was involved in some theater stuff before high school, but yeah, the first musical that I should have seen a live production of should have been the Guys and Dolls then.
Okay. Second question. What's your favorite stage musical of all time?
It has to be Rent, without a doubt. No, it's Rent. Back to the Future is so close. Back to the Future, like, that is so tough. So, mm. No. Back to the Future is nostalgic and I love that production, but like Rent and what Rent is, it being original, being all the different styles of music that they include in it. I relate more to the characters as characters than I do just a musical about a movie that I love. So I'm sticking with Rent, but Back to the Future is just so much fun also. But like my favorite still has to be Rent. I don't think, yeah, I don't. I don't think it can top Rent. I think Rent is my final answer.
All right. What's your favorite movie musical of all time?
I mean, like The Greatest Showman counts, right? Like because it's
Hold
not
on,
based
hold
on a because it's an
hold on.
original. Okay, then it has to be The Greatest Showman. Like I was sitting here thinking about Rent for a second, and I mean, the Rent's nowhere near as good as the show that we saw on Broadway or the show that I saw in Cincinnati. But like, I mean, if I can say The Greatest Showman, it is hands down, without a doubt, zero question, The Greatest Showman.
I'm okay with that. What's your favorite song from a musical?
Um, Light My Fire by Rent, Light Your Fire from Rent.
Are you talking about when they're like trying to when they first meet Amy?
Reading First Meets Mimi. Yes.
Okay. So you're saying the first time
Light My Fire.
Light
Why
My
can't I think of this? Yes. Why can I
Light,
not? So
Light My Candle.
yes. That song.
Okay.
From Rent. Yeah. Yep.
All right. Cool. What musical made you think that it was art? And we can keep, I mean, like, I know you haven't seen a whole lot of them, and Rent can be your answer for a lot of this, because if that's the truth, then I want you to stick with it. So,
I mean, like, I always knew that musicals were art. Like, I mean, from being in like theater, but like, I mean,
there's something
like,
different.
yes.
Sorry,
What's
go
that?
ahead.
Well, no, what I was going to say is like nothing, nothing will ever compare to when Ulith and I went and saw Rent at the Niederlander Theater. Like being in that building, seeing the original stage, seeing what they did in that production, like nothing will ever top that. The only
Okay.
thing that I think might come close, the only other thing that I really enjoyed a lot of the stuff that they did, because it was one of the first things that I ever saw them use a digital backdrop for, which I like. Back to the Future uses it, and a lot of things I've seen recently use digital backdrops. But one of the first things that I remember seeing a digital backdrop in was when I saw Rock of Ages, and the way that they used that to change the scene, from being inside the bar to being on the Hollywood Hills to being on Sunset Boulevard. Like the way that the digital screen was used in that was one of those first times where I was literally like, this is an amazing blending of film and stage that I think is absolutely amazing. So like,
Cool.
while from a experience standpoint, nothing will ever top watching what they did at the Niederlander. When I saw the Rock of Ages for the first time, that was a very cool shift in artistic for me.
What musical do you dislike that everybody else loves?
Chicago. Like legit, I don't understand why Chicago is as popular as I don't know why anybody likes Chicago. I don't like the music. I don't like the story. I don't think it's enjoyable. I don't think it's fun. I've only ever seen the movie. Like I've never seen the stage production of it. I don't know if that would change my opinion. I doubt it. Um, but yeah, man, Chicago was like huge when that movie came out. So maybe my expectations were too high for it. But like it's not my music. It's not what I cared about. So yeah, Chicago.
Okay. Who's your favorite musical character?
Roger from Rent. Like, I mean, that's we're gonna go back to Rent a lot because, like I said, I
Okay.
definitely connect to it very much. Like, but an amalgamation of both Mark and Roger, like the fact that they're roommates, I can count them as one character, right? Like, because it's always weird to me because I relate to Roger so much more than Mark, but at the same time, like, there's a lot of stuff. Like, Mark's the filmmaker. I'm not a musician in any way, but like Roger and Mimi's relationship I relate to a lot. But then also like Joanne and Mark's relationship, I've been in relationships like that too. So like I just have an amalgamation of Mark and Roger because they're roommates.
Sure, why not? We'll go that route.
I
What
appreciate
musical
it.
took
When I
you
ask people questions on this show, they always come up with weird ways to circumvent my question. So like that's what I'm doing today.
what musical took you by surprise?
What musical took me by surprise?
Whether it's film or stage, which one were you just like, holy shit, that was way better than I ever thought it was going to be?
Oh, it's a generic answer, but literally, I never expected The Greatest Showman to be what it was. Like, when I sat down in that theater for the first time, I mean, I had no like. Obviously, I love Hugh Jackman. Obviously, I was gonna watch it. Like, I was excited to see it, but like, I had no idea what I was getting into. Like, from that first opening sequence, I was just like, I think I'm in love with this. Like, and I was not expecting that at all. So I mean, it definitely took me by surprise, and I absolutely love it.
And that's the wonderful thing about that movie for me too, because of the simple fact that like I was anticipating that movie. I was burning to watch that film. And
Yep.
if my son hadn't been born when he was born, I would have been in that theater with you,
Yep.
enjoying it way before, like, days before anybody in the public got to watch it. But it is what it is. I love the fact that Luke showed up when he did.
Sure.
So wouldn't change anything there. But yeah, that one. I don't know if that one took me. I I just was expecting it to be good, and it was even better than my expectation. So, but
Yeah,
this is all
I
about
think
you. This
you're
is
good.
you talking. So, huh?
I was gonna say, like, I like didn't have any expectations for it. Like, I was excited for it. Like I said, like I'm a Hugh Jackman fan, and the preview looked cool. Like, I we know I don't like biopics, so it already had like that negative against it, where I was like, oh, it's a biopic. But like, I it's about a group of performers who become family. So you get that from the trailer. So I was like, I'm interested in that. Just did not expect to love it. And the thing that I like about that and Rent are like not every song sounds the exact same. Like it's like it's got enough variety in its songs that I think is interesting and makes it feel like it's just not every single song sounds like it's somebody playing the piano melodically or whatever, like it's just, yeah, it definitely took me by surprise and I'm happy that it did.
So, what qualities do you think the best musicals share?
Good writing, good characters that you can relate to. I mean, it's the same thing with any film, any play, anything. Like as long as you give me a character that I can see myself as, or two characters that I can split myself between, like as long as you've got that in a show, that's the most important thing to me. The story is the most important, but then like having the good music, like we just said with Rent and The Greatest Showman, like having that variety of music that keeps me engaged and not getting bored with the music is also majorly important. So I think variety and having good writing of characters that I can relate to.
Okay, now I'm going to go full Shane on you. If you,
There was a musical in 1999, what movie would I?
who, if all the people that write musicals, who would write the musical of your life?
I mean, he's dead, but Jonathan Larson.
Okay, okay.
I mean, can we go back to the '90s and get Jonathan Larson to write my story? I feel like he could do me justice.
Sounds good. So those are the questions that I came up for. Well, there was a couple in there, but they're a little bit more in detail, and we don't need to follow those. So
I
because
don't get to say that I want Adam Pascal to play me in a musical version of my life. Oh man! All
but
right, so your
now
number one.
we're going to
Now
come
my
back full circle to the
there we
last of my Mount Rushmore. So drum roll, please. The Wonderful World of Shane in March of 24 was
right after Disney.
yeah, we went into Disney in February of 24, and then we recorded that episode. We did some polls. We did
We did some recording at Disney with some important people.
yeah, we should have done more. We should have
We
done
should
more.
have done more. 100% should have done more.
I should have bought some things like either a GoPro or some way to
Sure.
record, put my camera on my chest to record us riding rides. I don't know if you ever showed it on the show or not. I've got your entire run on Smuggler's Run on video.
Oh, no, I didn't. I don't
Yeah,
know if I've
so
ever seen that.
entire Smuggler's Run on video, and it's literally from the back of your head because I sat right behind you, and I just sat there videoing the entire ride so that way, and you and
I,
Ben flying
I
the.
need you to send that to me because I don't believe I've ever seen that video. Yes,
Oh, maybe
please.
you can throw it on in the end there.
Yeah,
So
send it.
yeah, the Wonderful World of Shane Talks was is my favorite episode of all time. So
Yeah, we definitely talked a lot about Disney. Definitely a lot of the stuff that we did with your brother. Man, I wish I would have recorded him the day that we were just going through in front of the Magic Kingdom castle and whatnot, and some random person just asked him a question, and your brother stopped and talked to this random couple for 15 straight minutes, giving them advice, telling them where to go, what to do. I think they were literally just like, "How do we get to something?" And you're like, "Oh, you just go down here and go around there." But have you guys done this over here yet? Or have you guys done this? Or like on your way there, you're gonna pass this. You should go do this. And then they were like, "Man, you really know what you're talking about. Like, can we ask you some other questions?" And dude, your brother, being who your brother is, just made friends with these two people. And like we're all just standing around, and your brother is just chatting them up for 15 minutes. And it was like you had left us. You were on
I
like
did.
where we said we were gonna go meet at. You went to where we were supposed to meet.
I was so hungry that day because we had skipped breakfast for some reason, or so I forget what it was, and like literally I was like dying to eat, and I was just like, I just need food, man. Like I just like I was I don't know if it was my blood sugar or what, but something I was just like and we agreed that we were going to eat at that place that sold brats and tater tots, and I was like, and I just
Yep,
went.
you
Yeah,
were going.
fat guy need to eat, man. So, but yeah. So those are my top four. So
Awesome. Very cool. So my Mount Rushmore Shane Talks episodes, and I am sorry for the two of them that I stole from you, man. I apologize for
you
this.
can
I
steal them.
would have been fine if you wanted to talk about them also, or if you were like, "Hey, man, I'd rather have this one. I'm taking it from you." I would have been completely fine with it because I have a pretty good idea. I know which one it is or two they are. But my number four, in fourth place for me, my fourth favorite episode that we did was the A Shane Talks Christmas. Um, Obviously, I love Christmas. I think, and it was just you and I talking about Christmas stuff, talking about Christmas movies and things like that. But like, I think what I loved the most about it was the amount of time I spent on the promotional material for it, like creating a bunch of my friends as Peanuts characters,
Yes.
recreating the font and everything for a Charlie Brown Christmas to make it a Shane Talks Christmas. And again, like I loved the episode. I loved us talking about because I made you sit through a lot of Christmas episodes almost every year. Um, but that was our most recent one. And then I loved the fact that we made a Shane Talks album, like because we addressed the fact that back in the day I used to make mixed CDs for everybody at Christmas. We addressed that, and then we made one together. So I really loved that part of that episode and whatnot.
It was wonderful. And you know what? I still have all of the and the fact that you created it on Apple. and
Yep.
we made an Apple playlist of the Shane Talks Christmas episode, so that people could enjoy those songs in the manner in the order that you chose. It was a fun episode to be a part of.
Very cool. And we're going to come full circle to a Shane Talks playlist later in this episode. My number 3 on my Mount Rushmore is one that I am pretty sure was probably on your list because it's on my list for one specific reason. Episode number 76 was our summer movie camp episode. We had Jason Richardson on and we had your brother on, and it literally became a nostalgic journey about everything that went on at Clearwater Crossing 12, General Cinemas Clearwater Crossing 12, and just how much fun it was for the three of us to work together. And then you were always around because of your brother, because of your connection with the theater, having worked there before I got hired. And then just all of our general cinema time and connections and talking about all of that. Like I said, I'm a huge nostalgia person. I am huge about that time period in my life, and getting to do an entire episode with two people that were my bosses and the person who was my best friend at that time. I absolutely love everything about that episode. And like, that is one that
Best friend at the time. So who's your best friend now?
Yeah, I just mean like at that point you were my best friend. Like
You're
at
fine.
that
Just
time.
messing with you, man. Yes.
Yeah.
This definitely was on would have been on my list if it weren't on yours. But I'm happy that it matters so much to the both of us that we would want it on our Mount Rushmore.
Absolutely, man. Just getting to have all that nostalgia with your brother. One of the last time. Well, no, I take that back. We did that episode, and then he was still good while we were in Disney together. But just that when your brother passed away, I put that up the summer movie camp episode I put on quite often just to hear all of us talking together and whatnot. So absolutely love that episode a lot. Number 2 on my Mount Rushmore, and I can put the 2 for the Gemini, and it was episode 22 because of the 2 in the Gemini logo. It was our From Guam to Gemini episode where you and I went through every single thing that we did, but how we got to the idea of making a horror movie together, to every single production that we did. I absolutely loved going down that. You and I recorded it in a movie theater together
During quarantine.
During quarantine. But like
6 feet away, there was multiple seats between us.
There was multiple seats between us, but like in a podcast that I'd say 95% of these episodes have all been on Zoom. We've done a couple of them in person together and whatnot, and that was one of them, and that was just so much fun to sit in a movie theater and to be able to talk back and forth, and be able to use microphones and still have good audio in there, and just sitting in a movie theater together and talking about all this stuff that we've done. Such a great trip down memory lane. I had so much fun with that episode.
This was the other one that was on my Mount Rushmore. So
my number 1 episode, or this one?
No, this one from Guam to Gemini, and it's just because the travel down the road of nostalgia and how much fun I had making films with you from 99 to 2005. Like, it was such a great outlet for us. It was such, like, we could, like, at least we made stuff that was tangible and we did something with our time in that time frame.
Yeah.
So we partied and were silly a lot too, but it's definitely awesome to have like stuff that we can watch and be proud of, even though it's as silly as it is, but being proud of what we did and what we accomplished. Especially, like, I watched a little bit of that episode earlier this week, and we were chatting about and how we were chatting about how we were kind of on the forefront of that digital filmmaking here in Indianapolis, and how thanks to certain friends we were able to get to it before everybody else. But sorry.
Bless you, sir. Oh, you were good.
How we were able to team up with some friends. And most of them are really good friends and still are really good friends of ours to this day, who we grew up with and went to school with and stuff, that helped us make what we made. And, having a friend like Annette, who we met because of that, I mean, I knew Annette before we made Consternate, but like to think of the fact that we're like I can still consider her like a real friend here 26 years after we made started making that film. So but yeah, this was my other Mount Rushmore.
Interesting. I thought that my number one would have also been on your Mount Rushmore. When you told me I sold two of them, I thought this was going to be it because my favorite episode that just completely stands out to me as just being one of the most fun episodes we did. It was a slightly different format than what we normally do. Episode 77 was our Ted Lasso is Life episode. And we had like six different friends on. We did like short little blurbs with each one of them, kind of like what we're doing tonight, where we're cutting away to stuff, but it was you and me talking to a different guest for 10 to 15 minutes and just had some questions about what the show meant to them, what their favorite character was, what their favorite episode was, and just like because of how much I love Ted Lasso and how much I enjoy it, like getting to share it and talk about it with other people just meant so much to me. And I am drawing a blank on your buddy's name, the gentleman that I did not know that joined us for that episode. Cool. I shouldn't have brought him up. My bad. There was
I can't remember who it was.
Chris Meek was on there.
Yep, and
Pat was on there.
Pat.
Pat was on there. Um, there was a gentleman that was one of the episodes that we had a guest on there that I had never met before, and I am drawing a blank on who that was, and I probably should have looked it up before this. So let's jump to episode 77 real quick.
I'm like I just want to now I'm interested.
It was the cast list for that episode was you and me, Chris Meek, Brian Grant,
Yes, Brian.
Pat, Annette, and Troy were the other ones that were on that episode.
Yeah, no. I totally my apologies to Brian. That's totally on me. I met him because of City of Lights where I go to church. And he was a part of the launch team. He moved up here from Florida to help John and everybody else launch the church. And yeah, him and I would um chat on Facebook and talk about Ted Lasso from time to time. And he's also a huge Marvel nerd with me. So it was one of those things where yeah, Brian's just a wonderful man. Totally cool guy to hang out with. And he lives down in Midland, Texas now. There's multiple people down in Texas that I'm like, man, maybe I should just go and just quit my job, wait until wait until the summertime where my kids are on vacation, and then I'll just load them up and I'll be like, honey, we'll come back in like 6 weeks. See you later. And, like, rent an RV and just disappear for a little bit. Show the kids the western parts of the United States. Man, I need to win the lottery.
Yeah, wouldn't that be awesome?
But yeah, so yeah, Brian Grant is amazing. He's a great guy.
Very cool. Yeah,
fun.
he was very cool to talk to.
I was going to say he had a lot of fun things to say about Ted Lasso. So
Absolutely.
while I do like that episode a lot, and it be in my top like 10 easily.
Sure.
One of my favorite things for you, Shane, is whenever you get super excited about an episode and you decide to do all of the extra stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, almost every time you change like the font and you get a little bit fancy with the title card or whatever. But there are so many times where, like with Ted Lasso, having me do the tip of the hat to you, or the Peanuts thing. There's so many times where once you start letting your creative juices flow in your brain and go like, how could I jazz this up here and jazz it up over there? When you decide you're going to go all in, and not that you don't go all in every episode, but man, you go to different lengths sometimes. And both your first episode and your fourth episode, you definitely go above and beyond sometimes. So
well, yeah, I think that also contributes to why I love both of those so much, is because, like you said, it was stuff that I was passionate about. So I definitely like put a lot more into those episodes, and yeah. So cool. Thank you for doing that Mount Rushmore with me. Over the last like half hour, we've mentioned this girl quite a few times. She was on, some episodes that you were talking about. She was on the Ted Lasso episode. So let's take a quick break and let's go over and chat with Annette Reynolds and get some conversations with her. So let's take it away, Shane and Annette. Thank you, Shane. I appreciate that. I am here with Annette Reynolds. Oh, Annette, it is so great to have you on again. And how you been?
Great, great. I'm doing very well. Thanks. Thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
Um, so looking at your IMDb page on here, I just noticed you've apparently only actually been on 2 episodes of Shane Talks. Not really sure why I asked you to come back for this. There's not really much for us to talk about. So let's just send it back to Shane and Jason. No, Shane, no, Shane, stop. You were an asshole. You need to go back and actually interview this girl. You go talk to Annette, Shane. All right, Shane, you were right. That was my Annette. I apologize. That was extremely rude of me. I apologize. I asked you on here because Annette, you have been a great support for me through this entire 5 years of doing Shane Talks and whatnot. So I wanted to get you on here and ask you the same questions that I've been asking some of the other people who've actually been on multiple episodes. But anyway, you were on our Cars episode, which was in June of 2023. And then you were like 2 months later, in August, you were on our Ted Lasso episode, which is an absolutely awesome and amazing episode. So I'm glad you were a part of that one. But yeah, I really honestly always felt like you were on more episodes. But I think it was just because behind the scenes, you have always been extremely supportive of me and checking in with me about the episodes. I know that you listened to a lot of the episodes during my divorce gap for 7 months. It was you and my friend Sergio reaching out to me and saying that you missed the episode or missed the podcast. You were wondering when it was going to come back, if it was ever going to come back. So yeah, I just wanted to have you on here. I wanted to say that I appreciate you and thank you for being so supportive and whatnot. And so my question that I have for you is, what do you love about film?
I love so much about films.
Bring it
Uh,
on.
I think it's great that they help you feel something. They can help you see the world differently. They can kind of be your friend when you just want to put something comforting on to just have in the background. It gives you something great to quote with your friends to see if they're on the same wavelength of you, if they like, know the reference, "You're killing me, Smalls," then, it's like, okay, we're connected here. So, but yeah, I just like just to feel things and to see the world in a different way sometimes.
Nice. Very cool. So, with Shane Talks wrapping up, I am putting together a Shane Talks like soundtrack. Like on this podcast, a lot, Jason and I have talked about how 90s movies had just banger soundtracks. They took all these amazing songs, put them all together on one album, made just like an epic mixtape of songs in the 90s. And like we don't get that anymore. Like movies don't do, like Guardians of the Galaxy did it in like a couple of years, like 10 years ago now. But like putting a lot of great music on one CD together is just not something that happens anymore. So I am putting together a Shane Talks soundtrack. And the only caveat that I have is you need to pick a song from the 90s to put on this soundtrack. So what would Annette Reynolds' contribution be to like the ultimate 90s soundtrack? Like what song are you like, if I'm listening to a soundtrack of my life from the 90s, like this song, this is a banger that has to be on there.
Okay, so it's really hard for me to narrow it down to just one song that encapsulates like all of the 90s for me. Like I
Okay.
really struggled to narrow this down. So
All right.
I'm stuck between two
Two.
songs.
Okay.
Yeah. If I can be greedy here. I really like Crash from Dave Matthews Band. I think that was
Okay. Okay.
always playing in the car. It was just like just part of my life in that
Okay.
era of high school. And then I
Yeah, I
also
will real quick. I will say that is in high school. I felt like that was an amazingly overplayed song. Not that I felt like it was a bad song, but you are
it's
right.
a
That song always played.
such a, I think it's a good song, but it was always like just everywhere you went, everything you did, like that song was on all the time.
I can say that. And
It's
I
the
will allow you to pick two. I let Troy pick two songs for the soundtrack. I guess I can give you a
you
second
guess.
one
Well,
also. I
well,
guess.
thank you.
I mean,
Thank
it
you.
doesn't hurt to make more banger music on the same Pain Talk soundtrack. So if I allow you to have a second one, what's the second song?
Okay. So the second song actually came out my freshman year and it is called The Freshman by the Verve
Okay,
Pipe.
that's a great
And
song.
I don't know why when that came out and I was like, I am a freshman. Like I just kind of like I don't know. I just thought it was the coolest song and that also played all the time and was just kind of a soundtrack of my high school era, you know. That I don't know, it just takes me back to that decade.
Absolutely. Melodically, it's got a great beat to it. And then, like, I mean, lyrically, it's amazing. It's phenomenal what it talks about just not understanding what you're going through when you're going through it and like how important certain things are. And you just take it for granted because you don't realize what's going on in your life when it's going on. So I will allow both of those. Those are both good songs. I'm trying to remember if the Verve, I feel like the Verve had a second hit, and now I can't remember. Like, I feel like everybody calls them a one-hit wonder, but then I was always like, no, they had a second hit, but I can't think of what it is off the
Well,
top of my head.
and I think it's the Verve Pipe versus the Verve, which is Bittersweet Symphony
Symphony. Yeah.
category versus the Verve Pipe.
And maybe they both are just one-hit wonders, and I'm just
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what their other song would be. I have no idea. It was just that one song for
Yeah,
me.
very cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So I have also been allowing people to ask me a question about film. The most of this podcast is just me coming up with random shit to talk to people about, and everybody's just had to do, whatever I wanted to talk about. So, do you have any question that you would like an answer from me about as far as film or movies or TV or music or anything goes? You got anything for me?
Yeah. Is there a movie that you watched that like changed how you saw the world or changed the direction of your life
Okay.
from what you got from the film?
Yes. Yes, there is. So
I know
probably
it's a
like,
hard one.
what's that?
I know it's a hard one.
There's like, I mean, I've seen so many movies, but like, I mean, just because I saw Top Gun, I didn't think that. Well, I mean, I did think that I wanted to go be a fighter pilot, but that didn't happen. And like, I mean, but like, so like, an honest answer. I mean, like, I saw Almost Famous, and like, I'm trying to think of like all the Cameron Crowe movies, and like, I didn't go out and join a band just because I saw Almost Famous, but like I'm trying to go through all the Cameron Crowe movies real quick, and I mean, like, while they had profound impacts on like the way I look at relationships, I don't know if I really changed much. Okay, so I think the answer that I can probably give you for this would be a movie called St. Elmo's Fire. And the reason why I love St. Elmo's Fire, and I think this is kind of a hot topic on my head right now because I've been debating it with a friend of mine recently who hates the movie, and I'm showing his kid a bunch of movies that I love. So the St. Elmo's Fire is on this list of movies that I gave my buddy's son, and I was like, hey, here's a bunch of movies that I think are the best movies for like teenagers to watch. I'm gonna watch a bunch of them with you because like that's kind of like the bond that we've got going on right now.
Mhm.
And St. Elmo's Fire is on that list, and his dad is just like that's I hate that movie, like blah 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 blah. So I've been like debating and arguing this movie with his dad quite often recently, but like St. Elmo's Fire is one of those movies that is just all about friendship. It's about a group of six different people who are all dealing with their own shit, who all have their own problems, who are all hiding it and lying to each other about it. But then when their issues become known to the rest of the group, it's just how supportive they are and what they do to help each other. And it's one of those movies that for me is just all about friendship. And I think that's kind of what's stuck with me. I mean, I've seen the movie 30 plus years ago or whatever, but I think it's one of those films that embedded into me how to treat your friends, and I mean, some of my friends might tell you that I didn't live that life the whole time. I've definitely had my ups and downs about being a good friend to anybody, but I think I've always wanted to like I've always wanted that core group of people that no matter what would stick with each other and like be there for each other and support each other. And I mean, we all as humans, even in our groups of friends, put on facades at times. We hide things from each other. We have our own demons that we battle with that we don't publicly make known even to our friends. But like that movie taught me that when somebody does open up to you and when you do like see that part of them, to still be there for them and support them and stuff like that. So I would say like, I mean, I know it's not like huge majorly life changing or anything. Like it didn't change the direction of what I was going to do in my life. um Oh, which now I guess I guess saying that now gives me the answer of like Clerks, like because watching what Kevin Smith did with Clerks definitely changed the trajectory of what I thought I was going to do with my life for a while and got me into. And well, but I mean, I guess I was already performing in high school. I mean, like I don't know. So I'm gonna stick with St. Elmo's Fire as my answer. So like St. Elmo's Fire is like that movie that just for me, I always go back to friendship and being there and being supportive and things like that was definitely specifically learned and instilled in me by the movie St. Elmo's Fire. And like there's, I mean, and like I said, Clerks, and I mean Chasing Amy is obviously a huge influence in my life. Like as far as relationships go, there's a movie called The Way Way Back with Sam Rockwell in it that just like it's one that I go back to when I'm in like a very depressive funk state because like Sam Rockwell's character is just he I don't know, being the man child that he is, I very much relate to it. And I just, it's one of those movies that makes me go, I need to remember to be a happier person and just not take life so seriously. So, like, that's like my go to movie recently in the last like 10 years when like I need that feeling, like when I'm feeling down. But no, like, St. Elmo's Fire, I think, is the answer to your question. And I am sorry that that was a very long and winding path to get to that official answer. But I think
Friendship
it
is
is,
very important, though.
yeah,
It really is.
absolutely.
Yeah, having
So,
good friends.
yeah. So again, not that I want to keep kissing your ass on this, but I do appreciate you. I do. I said it at the beginning. Your support over the last 5 years has really. I mean, other than Jason, I don't know anybody. Well, and I guess Troy as well. But like, when I think about the people that helped me keep going with this, you were definitely one of them. I appreciate you checking in with me a lot. I appreciate when I took gaps, you were the one that was like, "Hey, how are you feeling about doing Shane Talks again? Do you think you're gonna come back?" Like, I mean, over the course of our 25-year friendship, you have always been very supportive of me creatively, no matter what. Like, not just the podcast, but so yeah, so kind of the whole point of this 99 episode journey was to be able to document a lot of the nostalgia and things in my life. So thank you for being a part of that. I appreciate you in the podcast part of it and the rest of my life. So I just want to say huge thank you for everything. I appreciate you, and yeah, thanks for being a part of this journey.
Yeah, thank you. You've been a equally as good accountability buddy for me on my projects as well. So thank you.
Why don't you pimp yourself out real quick before we go back to Shane and Jason?
Oh, well, you're definitely always encouraging my Nets Garage YouTube channel and project and kind of asking me where my next video is. So
Yeah, so where's your next video, Annette?
hey,
Hey,
hey.
hey, remember where you're
I've
trying to get to. You got goals to get to, and you can't do that without putting out content. Remember that?
Hey, I'm at 880 subscribers today.
Yeah.
No,
So,
82, 882. So that's
yeah,
pretty.
cool. You put out another video, you might crack 1,000, right?
I know we're getting close to that
Yeah,
1,000 mark. So
that'd be nice. So,
yeah.
how about you find time to do some content yourself?
I will. I will.
All right. Well, again, thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you for your friendship.
Yeah,
And
thank
yeah,
you.
now let's actually send it back to Shane and Jason, and hopefully Shane won't send it back to me again. Thank you, Shane. I appreciate you actually giving Annette some time to talk with her. That was very rude of you in the beginning, but I appreciate Annette very much because one of the Annette and I kind of touched on this a little bit while we were talking, but I need to give her some credit and give credit to my friend Sergio. Shane Talks has taken like two big breaks in our time over the last 5 years. The first one being when I was going through my divorce. And that was a 7-month period that we took off because I just was not mentally in the right place to attempt to be creative, to attempt to be funny, to attempt to talk about anything. I was very down. I had a lot of mental health stuff going on at that period. Um, you obviously were basically my biggest supporter and help during that time, but I did have a number of good other friends during that time period, Annette being one of them who reached out to me pretty regularly, checking in on me, making sure that I was okay, and then also not pushing me, but asking me if I had thought about being creative again. Because as you know, as a lot of my close friends know, being creative and being a part of something like what we're doing here is very important to me. It's where I get a lot of my energy from. It's how I stay. It was something that my therapist helped me learn was like I need that. I'm like a glass of water, and my glass of water is slowly pouring itself out when I am by myself. And the way that my glass of water gets filled back up is just by interactions with people and talking about things that I care about and passionate about. And so like, that's why the podcast was always good for me. COVID took a huge hit on me because I wasn't around people at work who wanted to talk about the things that I wanted to talk about. You and I talking about movies all the time, me talking with employees about what they'd seen, me talking to other coworkers and managers and stuff like that about that this movie got announced or this movie's coming out or I'm watching this TV show like Brandon Yoder and I would weekly talk about that episode of Twin Peaks from the new season and stuff like at the point when my divorce happened, I didn't have that. I didn't do that. And I purposely cut off Shane Talks because I just wasn't able to do that. So, like I said, and that was one of the people that was very much like, have you considered doing this again? Because I know how much you were or how passionate you are about it. And then the text that changed everything for me was near the end of 2022. We took the second half of 2022 off from recording it was sometime in like December-ish of 2022. I got a text from Sergio, my buddy out in California, and his text literally went, "Hey, I've listened to every single episode of Shane Talks now. When are you going to do another episode?" And that text from him was the thing that was just like, it just hit it in my head where I was like, I've got at least one person that listened to every single episode and cared enough that they told me that they wanted to hear more. You had 100% been supportive and told me whenever I was ready to do it again that you were ready to get back into it, which was good because sitting at home on New Year's Eve 22 going into 23, fall drops, I'm by myself, I'm sitting there going, I don't have a resolution for 2023. Maybe my resolution should be getting back into being creative again. And so in the middle of the night, I ended up recording a podcast announcing that we were going to be coming back in a month. Hadn't run it by you at all, so I'm glad you were still on board with telling me you would be willing to come back and do more episodes with me. So, dude, I thank you to Annette, thank you to Sergio, but most of all, thank you to you. Because like I said, the entire time when I was dealing with my shit, you were there for me, you were supportive of me. And like I said, you always told me that you'd be ready to come back and do this again with me whenever I was mentally ready to do it. And so, again, thank you for being the greatest co-host in the history of podcasting that there has ever been. I can't imagine doing this with anybody else. So thank you very much. Sorry for that long, very down, very bullshit part, but it was just something I felt like we needed to address about the show. Since Annette and I talked about it, I wanted to make sure I gave you credit for how important you were in it also.
That's what family does for each other, man. Whether or not we're not blood family, but we're brother family. So I appreciate the kudos, but you're a pretty awesome dude.
Appreciate that. Well, and I guess I can address this also right now while I'm talking about that. Yeah, when your brother passed away and I was going through all of our text messages, just, in my attempt to process everything, reading back years of texts between your brother and I, your brother constantly during that time period of my life was reaching out to me to ask me how I was doing and if I was okay. So very much appreciate all of the mayors and everything that they have done for me during that time period in my life. So after I made that announcement video, and then the next day was like, "Hey, bro, I hope you're cool with what I did." Um, in 2023, we came back, and that's when I kind of tried to rebrand the show and have like the 4 different segments of it. That first episode when we came back, we had Melissa Hughes on with it, or is her name Melissa Hughes? Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Melissa Campbell was there. Okay, yeah, sorry. And then we had Troy on there with us. And so we did that first episode back with the 4 of us. We talked about parental guidance. We talked about how old we felt like kids needed to be to watch stuff and things like that. Troy had been on a couple episodes. It was always fun to have Troy around, but like Troy was very passionate about wanting to talk movies as much as we could. And so it kind of became a monthly thing. We first started off calling it Troy's Halftime Talk, right? Troy's Halftime Show turned into Troy's Halftime Talk, and then Troy Talk. We just shortened it down to Troy Talks to go along with Shane Talks and all that kind of stuff. But every single month, I got to get together with Troy and talk about something random. I always let him pick a topic, or he would ask me what our main topic was about, and he would try to figure out a way to spin it and make it something Troy version of what we were talking about or whatnot. And then like to this day, ever since I announced that we were wrapping up with this episode and whatnot, Troy, say on a weekly basis, hits me up and asks me what podcast him and I are going to do like after Shane Talks is over. So I've told him that I would consider it. I know I discussed it with you because I didn't want it to look like I stopped doing a podcast with Jason and I'm going to start doing one with Troy. We've already talked about our reason why we were stopping. I've told Troy I am not in the mood to do a long format like you and I have been doing. Not that it's hard, not that it's difficult, but I do write a couple of page outline for us every time with the stuff that you and I talk about beforehand, just so that we have like, a script of where to go with our conversations. Troy and I never did that. Troy and I would just get on there and start talking, and wherever it went, it would go. Him and I have a decent rapport together, but I have told him that like at this point in my life, I need a little bit of a break. So with your blessing, eventually Troy and I may end up doing something together. But yeah, like I said, I never wanted you to be like, oh, Shane told me he wanted to stop recording, but the next week he's recording something with Troy. That's not what it is. It has not. I need a mental break from having to come up with a concept for us to do every month and then running it by you and then hearing feedback from you about why. Because I mean, a lot of people don't know this. There have been times over the last 5 years where I've thrown ideas at you and I've been like, oh, we could do an episode about this and this is what the shtick could be. And you were like, that is the dumbest thing I've heard. I have no interest in talking about that with you. And probably for the best. You were probably right, because there were times when we were doing weekly episodes, man, like I was trying to come up with some pretty dumb shit for us to talk about. So
Well, I mean, to try and come up with that much content, that's one of those things that they even talk about digital content creators in general, just trying to figure out exactly something to constantly keep themselves relevant. So, yeah, you had some ideas. I don't think I ever told you like shut up or anything like that. It was definitely like, that could be an episode I skip, Shane. You could and I'm pretty sure you did some of them without me. Those 4 episodes or so, where I was like, I don't need to be a part of that one.
well,
But
one of them, your family was on vacation, so I did an entire episode talking about every single year that I went to the Christmas tree lighting downtown. So you were on vacation, I think in Florida, or I think at Disney, and I just talked about myself for a long period of time. Yeah.
but
So yeah,
whatever.
so
Maybe. So
it is what it is. But so Troy came on and we did Troy Talks for a long time. And so I want to just take a quick minute and do one final Troy Talks with Troy. So let's go hear what Troy has to say for his last appearance on Shane Talks / Troy Talks. Thank you, Shane. I appreciate that. Oh, it's bittersweet. I always call this my favorite part of the podcast, but this is just the part of the podcast this time that's me and Troy going to be saying kind of goodbye, sort of bittersweetly, but maybe not, but we'll see. So I am joined for the last time on Shane Talks / Troy Talks by Troy Myers. What's up, Troy? How you doing, my good friend?
Man, I'm here
You
living
are
that
here,
life,
man.
living the dream.
Very happy to have you here. We were just talking about this before we got on here. You've been on roughly 1/4 of all of the Shane Talks episodes, which is kind
good
of an
ones.
amazing accomplishment for the fact that you didn't even know we were doing a podcast till episode 38. After episode 38, you told me I will be the most guest starred on your podcast. And I was like, no way, dude. Jason Richardson has so many appearances already. And then that came to be true at the end of the show. So you are the number one guest, most appearances ever on Shane Talks. But yeah, so bro, I appreciate you. As we get started, the question I've been asking everybody that I want to just start our conversation with, I need the most longest Troy answer from you. But sir, what do you love about film?
Oh man, I've been thinking about this one for a little while since you said that you were going to ask me this question. Um, okay, so like the thing I like about film, right, is like film provides like a different language with which to like contextualize like life and like the things around us. Um, and it's almost much more like understandable and relatable right away than any other language on earth. You know what I mean? Like because and here's what I mean by that. Like okay, so like the whole thing about like Duolingo and immersion therapy and or immersion not therapy, but immersion like as a teaching method for like a language or whatever, right? Like a movie is like forced immersion, right?
Oh,
And so
okay.
like you're sitting there and it's just like you're immersed in the world that they want to show you. So like cinema like provides like this kind of like universal language of like understanding things, contextualizing things, and it can go and it's such like a broad language that like you can use it to understand like really complex emotions that like words like other than like German words like fail to like fucking capture. Like I've always maintained that like English and like the words that I use are such like inarticulate like descriptors of like actual feelings. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like you could take a word like love. What does love mean? Oh wow, that's a really big question. Like, how do I describe this with another word or other words in the same language when this other word just doesn't like fit the whole of what, but it's like I can look at you and just be like, like fuck, I'm trying to like of course I'm drawing a blank now, but like I can look at you and be like, what's your favorite love scene from a movie, Shane? Like, just off the top of your head. Like,
Good.
and I'll be like, is that a better descriptor in your mind? Like when you think of love, does that encompass more of like what you think of it as than just the word love? And I would say yes, it is because like film is such a robust and articulate language that like you know what I mean. You can see like just like frames of cinema, like you can see like 90-second pieces of movies that like you relate back to and like feel like they are like they understand you. You know what I mean? Like 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 this is a really like kind of like such an arrogant example, but like like I think every person who's ever been to high school in America at some point, or at least any smart person who's ever been to high school in America, anybody who actually cared about it and took it seriously, like at some point we'll see like a movie like Good Will Hunting, where he like solves the math equation, and then the teacher is just like, oh, you know what I mean? And they're just like, and you see that scene and you're just like, oh, that's like, that articulates more of like how like you feel as like a smart person in high school than like any sort of like essay I could write about it. I'm just like, no, I'm doing this thing over here and I'm just dying to be seen. And it's like that scene like just sticks out so heavily. And it's just like, But it's like I don't need to say anything. I don't need to write a whole book about that because I can just look at you and just be like, hey, do you remember that scene in Good Will Hunting? It's like you know that feeling. And it's like I don't need a word like, Gestaltenvergen that means like, the invader of space on a emotional plane or some shit. Like I just need like to just be like, here, this is the scene. This is like good shit. It's like fucking I don't want your life, man. Like fucking like let's play the next 15 minutes for the next 15 minutes or whatever. 24 minutes for 24 minutes, dude. Like those things like they're shorthand. It's like it's this language that has like cut out all the bullshit and it's implanted yourself in your mind. And you can speak it with anybody who has ever seen a movie.
Yep.
Essentially, you could find some common ground somewhere.
I like it. I like it, man. That's a very interesting take.
And so that's what I like the best about film. Like it's just it is the most accessible, robust, descriptive language. It's like have you ever seen Arrival, the Denis Villeneuve movie?
Yeah, unfortunately, I was not a fan.
That's fine. Okay, I didn't really like it either. But like the thing is, like the way that aliens or whatever write in that movie,
Okay. Yep.
where it's like constantly moving and like evolving as like a thought process and as a like construct. And so like there's a part where Jeremy Renner describes it as like two hands writing a sentence, one from the the other hand and one from this
Okay.
end, and like meeting in the middle,
Yep.
or whatever. And I feel like film might be like the closest that you get to like just kind of like an open-ended language like that can constantly like evolve as you evolve as a person. It can totally like it's almost like its own clairvoyance because like it's like the sensation of like something like The Sixth Sense. There was a point in the movie where like everybody claims that they got it. Whether that point was here, there, in between, or when they told you.
Sure.
But it's the point that like it's its own language, and it has evolved to the point that like you know what I mean. Like they put their own like the end is the begin. Like the end is already known in the beginning.
Yep.
When you sit down for a movie, the end is already there, and like you can just like kind of grab at that language and like understand it, and it's like as much as you want to, I suppose.
Sure. That's a very like I had never thought about film this way. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Intrigued. Very, very intrigued by this concept. I'm gonna have to think about this some more.
Man, frankly, dude, it's just because like learning like French and Spanish and they aren't that hard, but like like learning the languages that seem like they're telling you a story, like any of the Arab languages or any of the like Asian languages with like, symbols that we don't use in our culture, like that just seems really fucking hard. Music, film, those are easy languages to understand. Those are easy, like, immediately. Because like essentially that's what language is for, right? To explain to you what I am doing, what I am thinking, what I am feeling. Like, yeah, words are inarticulate.
All right.
They're not as robust as they need to be.
Well, you just mentioned music, so let's kind of segue into my next question for you. As I have explained to you and everybody else that's been on the podcast before you tonight, I'm putting together a Shane Talks motion picture soundtrack. I am asking my friends that have been on the podcast if they can throw out a 90s song for me to include on the soundtrack in their honor, something that is from the 90s that makes them think of either the 90s just themselves or our friendship or anything along those lines that could go on, because as Jason and I have talked about on the podcast many times, the 90s had so many great soundtracks that were just amazing bangers all put together, all in the same place, and it was well thought out and constructed. I want to do that for Shane Talks. So I'd love for you to throw me a song to be able to put on there and be like, this is Troy's track.
All right. So okay. Like there's several layers to this discussion, and it's
Okay.
like, am I making a song? Am I picking a song that I think is like a quintessential like this is the fucking 90s according to like Troy Myers or whatever, or am I
Mhm.
picking a song that I'm like, oh man, this is like where I was, and this is what I'm into in the 90s, like because those are two different answers for me necessarily.
Okay. How
Um,
about this? How about this? You know what? I feel that you have earned the right to give me each of those answers. Give me one that you think is quintessential 90s, and give me one that this is where Troy Myers was in the night. You can have two tracks on the Shane Talks soundtrack, bro. What you got for me? Throw them both
oh
out.
wow, I really appreciate it. Well,
Yeah.
has anybody said Wonderwall yet?
No, nobody has said Wonderwall yet. Let me get to
I
the right
mean,
place to
since
have
Gen
this.
Z tags all of us boomers as like, and
Yeah.
here's Wonderwall, kids, like I figure we ought to live up to it. And that song is a certified banger, and that song is kind of like, I don't know, man. I probably heard that song more time in the '90s than any or more times in the '90s than any other song.
Let me
I would probably say.
while we're here, let me just double check and make sure that Wonderwall is even available on Apple Music, because for some reason I feel like Oasis. Okay, it is there. All right, cool. I had this bad feeling that it was like Oasis somehow fucked with Apple to not let that song be on Apple Music, but it's there, so that can definitely go on the soundtrack. Now, which one is that? Is that's just the '90s banger,
That's
right?
just
That's
like if I was making a '90s playlist that's just like, hey man, what was it like growing to high school in the '90s, bro? And I would just be like, well, here, kid, hey kids, here's Wonderwall. Like
I
it's done,
mean,
man.
that is a
Like
great
that's the first
song.
one up. That's the first one up. Yeah, it's just the one I think of.
I like
Um,
it. Now, this is where Troy Myers was in the '90s.
I want to sex you up by Color Me Bad.
Fucking love it. I love it. Okay.
The thing is, I would make the argument that that song is just as quintessentially 1990s as Wonderwall or Nirvana or any other song that anybody's going to put on here. Um, but yeah, man, the early '90s were a trip, dog. Those dudes were awesome. They had a very. It was a weird time when you could be like very ugly and be in a boy band and like a singing group, and it actually like mattered about singing and shit. But yeah, that song is a certified fucking banger. It was on the New Jack City soundtrack,
Yes, it was. And
and
it is also available on Apple Music. I just double checked, so I can definitely include it on there. You are all
uh,
good. That's just not the song I was expecting to come out of your mouth.
one of the all-time greatest music videos. For nothing other than that fucking group is so fucking corny. Um, yeah, done. I love that song. I love that song to this day.
Uh,
Probably my favorite song of the '90s, and that's a huge thing to say.
I
Um,
mean, it's a great
yeah,
song.
I'll go back on that like tomorrow. Next time I talk to you, I'll have like 10 more favorite songs from the '90s.
Oh, that's awesome though. That's great. Like I said, not what I was expecting from him. I literally was expecting some song by some band I'd never heard of that was on some obscure movie
Yeah,
soundtrack that I'd never heard of, and I would have been lost at that point. But no, you
yeah.
picked
I
two
thought
great
about that,
songs.
and like I love that shit too. But like, I'm just like, like, why am I gonna like? I don't want to introduce anybody to anything on this playlist. I want them to already know it. You know what I mean? Like, it's a soundtrack. It's not like a fucking like sampler where I'm just like, here, I made you
Sure.
this mixtape. It's like, nah, man, this is like a party banger, right? Like, this is like,
Yes, absolutely.
what are we fucking doing here?
Yes, I love it, man. Awesome. Well, so the majority of Shane Talks on the podcast is always me coming to you saying, "Hey, Troy, this is what I want to talk about. Will you talk about it with me?" And you're always like, "Cool." So here we go. Our last chance, final time. I am putting I'm putting all the power with you, man. Is there any topic, any question, anything that you want to throw and tell me that you want to talk about that we can go on a tangent for a little while before we wrap this up? What do you have anything?
I mean, no, not really. I don't really care about your opinion very much. Like, and if it's not a vessel for me to talk, like, why am I even fucking here?
Okay.
No, no, no.
I'm
I'm
just
kidding. I kid.
all right.
No. So like, Fuck, man. It's not really so much a question as more like let's have like a thought exercise.
Let's do it.
And it's like, have you ever heard, or I'm sure you've heard or thought about, or somebody heard somebody mention offhand, just because it's a fairly popular theory, where like the majority of people like kind of like stop listening to music, like new music or whatever, um, and they stick to like what they listen to in like high school and like early college years or whatever. And if it's not necessarily they listen to the same shit for the rest of their lives, they listen to like, you know, they listen to like the new John Mayer, and then the John Mayer after the third John Mayer, like the Xerox copy of him, like later in life. You know what I mean? And they don't. It's not like they're going to become like rap fans late in life or anything like that. Like it's just kind of like, oh, this is what I listen to. This is what I like, and it just kind of cuts off. Um, and so like I've always, and what
I'm definitely guilty.
Yeah, no, I mean, I for the most part, like, yeah, and I kind of am too. Like, thankfully, I liked a varied style of music in the '90s,
Sure.
but yeah, no, man, like sometimes I just hear the shit that these kids make nowadays, and it just like blows my mind. I'm like, dude, this sucks. I hate to break it to you,
Yeah.
but you know what? I'm not here to talk about that. Like, I don't want to bag on the kids. If they like it, they like it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
That's the attitude I've tried to adopt. It's been hard, but yes, I agree.
every once in a while, man, they make a banger too. Who knows? Who knows?
I
I've heard
literally
some.
have a playlist on my Apple playlist that's called New Shit That I Don't Hate. And if I hear some random song, like Dua Lipa has a song that I'm like, this doesn't actually suck. Or I don't know, there's like Post Malone has a random song that I'm actually like, this doesn't suck. Like Ed Sheeran has a track. I like if I hear something, I'm like, oh, this actually is kind of catchy. I kind of dig this. I will put it on that playlist because it's like okay, every now and then, like a lot of times, honestly, it's somebody that I see on Saturday Night Live, and they play something like a new artist, and I'm like, oh, okay, like this is all right, this is kind of cool. But yeah, the majority of the stuff that I hear is not in that category.
Word.
Yeah. So,
And so
I'm
anyway,
definitely guilty.
looking back at your 99 episodes where you essentially like have spent what at least like 300, 400 hours like kind of like jerking off about 1999. Um like how do you think that like kind of concept of my music tastes cut off here, like maybe how do you think that would do you think that applies to like this project, or you just kind of like your film like spectatorship or appreciation in any way? Like,
Yes.
do you feel like maybe that this could be a phenomena that has like a different time window? Like, it's not the same. Like you don't get stuck liking the films that you liked in high school. Maybe you get stuck kind of liking the films that you liked when you were a kid, or at like a different period in your life, or you know what I mean, or like maybe it's a collection of. But like like they say that
Um,
like history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Like, do you find that like are you watching Back to the Future over and over again?
I am. That's a fact. So
Yeah.
yeah, like both my answer for movies and music are going to be very similar and easy to explain. Music, like born in 1980, so the first 10 years of my life getting to 1990. On the radio was listening to a lot of stuff that was popular in the 80s that was still popular in the early 90s. So like, a lot of the John Parr and Billy Joel and I'm sure, Don Henley, Air Supply, those bands that were really big in the 80s were what were still on the radio in the early 90s. And so when I would listen to the radio, that's what I would hear. And so I was nostalgic for those because as a kid, that's what I heard. And then as I got into that teenage years, later in the 90s, and got into the bands that I associate with Creed and the Goo Goo Dolls and Jimmy Eat World and Three Doors Down and like all those bands from the late 90s, early 2000s, they have a nostalgic point for me for being of the happiest time period of my life. So it's like a double nostalgia thing because like during the happiest period of my life, I was still enjoying the stuff that was nostalgic from when I was a kid. And then I now look back on both of those time periods as kind of being an amalgamation together. And movies are very similar for me. There's like I am a self-admitted Peter Pan syndrome. I 100% am childish and immature, and a lot of that comes from I just loved a lot of kid shit when I was growing up. And then a lot of the Disney movies, Peter Pan and Robin Hood and things like that, were very much like the movies that I loved watching over and over again as a kid. And then, I mean, let's see, I was 6 years old the first time I saw Back to the Future. I didn't see the first one in the theater, but I remember watching it on HBO. And I remember the house that we lived in the first time that I saw it, and I was 6 years old when we lived in that house. So whenever Back to the Future first hit HBO after the theater, which would have had to be in like '86, like that movie was like the shifting one into like adulthood movies for me, and that I can always remember because then you've got like Back to the Future 2 and Back to the Future 3, and those all kind of just ran together in my 9 to 10 year old mind as all these movies from my childhood. And then I grew up with things like the Goonies, and then the classics like Top Gun, all the big action movies that were PG rated, Days of Thunder and stuff like that. Like all of those movies, again, in the early 90s, were things that I had grown up with for a couple of years. And so I was nostalgic about them being like my childhood. And then I mean, 94, when I was 14, I was starting to really like care and what freshman year of high school. So 13, 14 started to actually like care about movies, going to movies, and started creating what would then be probably the next 10 years. I don't think it stopped in 99. I think it went a little bit farther. I think there's a few more movies in the 2000s, 2001, 2002. I mean, like going up to like, I can think of 8 Mile by Eminem in 2002 is one of the ones that I still was really kind of, have a nostalgic fantasy for like that time period of my life and stuff like that. So, but again, looking back on all of this now, the stuff from the 80s and the stuff from the 90s kind of meshed together for two different reasons. One of them being what I loved because it reminded me of my childhood, and then the other one being I actually lived through it. So it's two different nostalgic romances that kind of just blend together at the moment for me. That was a really long-winded answer. Did I come close to answering what you were trying to ask me?
I mean, dude, there's not really like a right or wrong answer. Like, I
Okay.
was just curious what you would think
What,
about it. Like,
what
would
about
you
for
say
you?
that like maybe like film and music like uh kind of like act as like maybe like the fucking like building blocks or like language of nostalgia for you?
Absolutely,
Um,
100%.
Kind of like that's what like they unlock in
Yep.
you, I guess.
Absolutely. The majority, I mean, as I've talked to a couple other people on the podcast about, escapism has always been a big thing for me. It's part of why I did theater and stuff like that. It's part of why I love storytelling and like, well, I mean, like both film and music, drove me to want to tell stories and do stuff like that. But yeah, like as far as the nostalgia and the escapism at the same time, like it's definitely for me, music and movies are the two things. Like music more takes me back to a specific place in my mind, whereas movies take me back to remembering how they made me feel. And like the emotions, the first time that I watched a certain scene or a love story or a comedy, or who and specifically also takes me back to who I was with when I saw those movies for the first time, because movie going is so a lot of times a collective experience. And there's been some movies where I watched it once and I didn't really enjoy it, and then I watched it a second time with other people and had a far better movie going experience. So sometimes I get that nostalgia of like who I was with watching stuff. And I mean, back in our Castleton Arts days, man, I watched so many movies that I probably didn't really care about, but since I was with you guys and then we all stood around talking about the movies afterwards, like it has so much more of a nostalgia than a lot of the stuff that I see nowadays, where I'm either at home by myself on the couch, or like, I mean, I may or may not be out in public with people when I watch them, but it's not what movie going was 20 years ago. it doesn't give me those thoughts or emotions anymore like it used to. And I don't know if it's me just being older, being maybe more cynical in life and not looking for that anymore. But I mean, definitely like my movie going experience 20 plus years ago was far more impactful mentally for me than it is nowadays.
Hmm.
Do you have thoughts or feelings on this concept?
Um, no, I
Does it
feel like
apply
it
to you at
applies.
all, either with music or movies?
Music more so than movies. I feel like I've always kind of wanted to like be. I've at least always wanted to like know what like hip shit was, if that makes sense. Like throughout my life, you know what I mean? Like, so I've always done like the bare minimum, kind of like digging just below the surface of like popular culture to like know that there's like at least a little bit. Um, but no, like as far as movies go, like I think I'm like far less didactic than I was in Castle and Arts days, man. Like I'll sit down and watch just about anything. Like,
Okay.
like I literally like like I think like membership to a theater kind of like changed that game. But like even when I worked at Castle and Arts, man, like there were movies that I was just like, nah, no, thank you. Like
I kind of remember that. Yeah, I kind
I
of
never
remember that
saw
with
my big
you.
fat Greek wedding. Like I was just like, what the fuck am I gonna? Why do I want to see this? I don't care about this. Like,
Uh,
yeah, no, there would be things that I was just like, nah, I'm good, man.
and
I'm
well, and
cool.
back in the Castle and Arts days, you didn't go to a whole lot of like movies at Clearwater, did you? Like Clearwater, like mainstream movies weren't really your jam.
I went to just whatever I wanted. Like I
Okay.
did. There were certain mainstream movies, like like I don't care about like I never saw a Harry Potter movie in the
Okay.
theater back then or like any of that
Uh-huh.
shit. Like I've never seen a full Lord of the Rings movie. Um,
Got you.
yeah, like, but like I was always just like, hey man, get me into like fucking Starsky and Hutch or like
Okay,
what's
sure.
Owen Wilson doing this week? Like,
Hot
yeah,
Rod,
no, what?
Hot Rod.
Oh, dude, that was after I worked at the theater, but like,
Okay.
yeah, like I love that movie, dude. Shit, I took Maple to see that movie at the Can Can. Like,
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
fucking. But like the thing is, it's just like like fucking at the Can Can. Like, I'm just like, yeah, I guess I'll go see this. Like, you know what I mean?
Nice.
And I think it's just the like I have this like far more like open mind as to what like I think could possibly be good.
Okay.
Like I feel like when I worked at Castle and Arts, and this was like 20 however many years ago at this point. Um, and like I feel like I had this concept that like good movies could only come from like this like set of like three or four criteria. Like I'm like you need to have like a good director or like this needs to be like written by somebody that I trust, like a real cinematic man or some shit or and it's just like and then I was just like, what's fucking weird? This is a lot like music, man. It's like all my favorite songs are one hit wonders, man. How fucking weird is that? And,
Interesting. Okay.
it's not as true with movies as I think it is with music a lot of times. I literally sometimes I think I'm like, dude, like why are all my favorite songs just these fucking people who disappeared? Like vaporized after they dropped this like piece of magic on the world. You know what I mean? And it's just like,
Terrence Trent D'Arby on that list.
oh man, I love Wishing Well. What a fucking great song. He goes by a different
Absolutely.
name now that I cannot pronounce, like Synthetharian or some shit like that. Like, yeah, it's wild.
Interesting.
Yeah, Terrence Trent D'Arby, like Electric Avenue by like Eddie Grant is
Oh,
gonna be on that list.
sure.
Just like certified fucking bangers.
Sure.
Um, by
Billy
bands that.
Myers.
Oh no, I hate Kiss the Rain.
Oh
That's not my jam at
no.
all.
Oh, that's
No,
definitely my
that's
jam.
some real bullshit. But no, like I mean, these are the things, like but like that kind of like thinking didn't, like when I was like 23 and like militant about like my philosophies on things.
I
Um,
think we all
like
were. I think we were all kind of
I,
that way.
I probably missed out on some really good experiences, honestly. But like, but no, like I feel like over time, like my mind has expanded. Like I've seen movies recently that like I never would have gone to see back in the day or wasted my time. But honestly, like I think it's just because like you said, theater going has changed in the last 20 years for you. Um, Weirdly enough, theater going is like the one fucking constant for me in the last 20 years. And I
Good.
think it's because you and I look for different things. You look for like that like crack, that like that like fucking that fizzle that the whole audience can give to a movie like Scream or
Sure.
so like that's the best example like I can get
Yeah.
like
No, I
we'll just
get
sit
you.
there. Like a and I don't like I honestly I like to go to the theater. Um Generally I like to sit in the very front or the very back and just kind of like be in my own little bubble.
Mhm.
I like the fact that it is a dark place that forces you to sit still and put your phone away. Putting your phone away is like a super big one now. But
Yep.
even back in the day, like it was just nice to just be like, go into the movies, mom. Boom. And then it's
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna be gone for like 2.5 hours and I've got no responsibility to anybody but just being in that space. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's like what people say they get out of yoga, and
Okay.
and I shouldn't say what people say get out of yoga. What I get out of yoga is
Right.
just kind of like this like being in a space with yourself. And it's like movies can do
That's
that, man. Like going to the theater is like a great, like it's just kind of like you know, like I don't want to go into like some fucking sensory deprivation chamber like I'm fucking Aaron Rodgers or some shit. Like, but like I'll go watch a movie that's taken away like, a little bit of fucking like sensory overload. Like it's just one thing you have to
absolutely.
focus on, and
Yeah.
I can just be there, be here now.
I like
It's
it. I
Buddhist.
like it a lot, man.
Yeah.
As we get to wrapping things up, I would be remiss if I didn't give you the chance to talk about one of your all-time favorite movies that you bring up on almost every single episode. But sadly, in like a little bring the room down for a moment way. Nikki Cat recently passed away, who was the star of one of your favorite films.
Nikki
So I
Cat,
just wanted to. You're right, Nikki Cat passed away.
dude. Nikki Cat was like what? Like was that dude even 50?
54.
Shit.
Yeah. Um, So I just didn't know if you wanted to say anything about his performance in Dazed and Confused, or if you had anything you wanted to say about him as an actor in general. If there was some other role you liked him better in, or if you just want to talk about
No,
Dazed and
man.
Confused one last time.
That motherfucker always be Clint, dominant male monkey motherfucker. Like I fucking love that dude, man. It's like I got
Yeah,
an observation for you, Newton. We're almost out of beer. Like I know dude, what a rad fucking bully. Oh my god, dude, that guy was fucking awesome in Days Confused. I mean, dude, yeah, I mean, he's the end of the party. Like, I mean, he's the thing that has to happen for everybody to go the fuck home.
yep,
You know what I mean? Essentially,
yep.
otherwise that movie just keeps on going
Going
forever,
forever.
man. We're all going to get fucking Aerosmith tickets. So thanks for Clint. Thanks to Clint. Thanks to Nicky Cat. I really liked him in Boiler Room,
Absolutely. Oh yeah, he
which is
was
a
so
movie that
good.
like I probably think is way better than it actually is, because I just enjoyed
No,
it
it's
so much
great.
seeing it at the time. But yeah, man,
As soon as I heard that he passed away, my first thought was I need to watch Boiler Room soon because I've seen Dazed and Confused recently with you. It's been a long time since I watched Boiler Room, so that's high on my
man,
priority list to try to watch soon.
I would say not recently enough.
Is it playing at the Can anytime soon? Do we need to get them to
It's on
show
like
Dazed and
HBO
Confused?
Max or fucking Amazon Prime. Like, dude, like, my favorite is they recommend that movie to me all the time. They're just like, "Hey, we think you would really like," and I'm like, "Yeah, you think?
You think?
What about my algorithm gives that shit away?"
Troy, man, I have been so blessed and so happy to have you on this podcast, man. Every single month, I've looked forward to talking to you about film, looking forward to just shooting the shit with you, seeing what you had to say, what you had to bring to the show. Half the time, we didn't even have a script. I would just be like, here's what we're talking about on the regular podcast. I might bring this up. Let me know what you might want to talk about. So I appreciate I think we've had some great conversations. I think, like I said, without having a real script written for us and just having some ideas of what to talk about. I think all of our talks have turned out to be great. I've really appreciated you wanting to be on the show. I've really appreciated you since we announced that we were ending the show, how you've been trying to push me to consider doing something else to continue doing podcasting with you. And I know we're talking about some ideas with that. I just can't say thank you enough for you being on the show, you always wanting to be on the show, you being willing to be on the show, you making time in your schedule to be able to do this with me every month. It means a lot to me, man. I really appreciate you, and I hope you know that I've absolutely loved all of our time talking with each other, dude. So thank you for forever giving me these conversations to record and have out on the interwebs for us, man. Really, it really means a lot to me.
Thanks, man. I feel like I deserve all that, even more. Yeah, dude, like I'm magic. I'm magic. I want to bring my magic to the people. Like this is the vessel that I choose. You're welcome.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you so
I'm
very
just
much.
kidding, man.
I know.
I've really enjoyed my time here. I've really enjoyed fucking being on every month. Like I always have something to talk about. Yeah, we don't like we very rarely script this. Most of the time, it's just a list.
Yeah. Here's the topics that we might want to talk about. Let's see what we get through.
Here's a bullet point. Go. And it's like 50 minutes later, hour later. Hey, are you doing all these with like how many of these are you doing? Like 20, 25? Like everybody who's ever been on the show? Like
there's like no, there's only like 6 or 8 people. Like the people that I the
because
people that
we've
I
been going for like an hour.
yeah, I mean I had I wrote it. But here's the thing. With this episode, I wanted to break the record for our longest podcast, which at this point
You
is only
did.
3 hours and 41 minutes.
Mm.
So I feel like us doing an hour right here is going to easily make that plausible. Most other people that I've talked to so far has been like a 10 to 15 minute conversation, but I knew you and I would go way longer than that.
Man, what are these lames asking you? Are they just like, Shane, what's your favorite movie? What year were you born? Oh,
Nah.
cool.
Nah, most people don't really want to talk to me about anything. They let me ask them a couple of questions and then they're like, we're good.
I mean, even then, don't they want to talk?
No, nobody wants to talk as much as you, my friend.
Like nobody's got as much good shit to say. A fucking
Bro, I love you
fountain
so
of
much. I
content.
really appreciated you being on here.
Content machine.
Oh yeah, we'll figure something out in the future and we'll make it happen. All right.
Right on, brother. I really
All right.
appreciate
Any last words before I send it back?
it. Man, love me some me.
And with that amazing final phrase from Troy Myers, this has been the last Troy Talks, and I am now sending it back to Shane and Jason. Always a pleasure to hear from Troy. Always a blast, everything that he has to talk about. Quite a bit longer interview than the other people that we've been talking to on this episode, but I mean, Troy and I just get that way. We go on tangents, we start talking. Always a blast getting to chat with him. And as you've been listening, every one of those interviews that we've done, I've asked every person to contribute a 90s song for our next pick that we're going to do on here. We've done a lot of episodes about music, and constantly we have talked about the fact that soundtracks of the 90s were unparalleled. So many soundtracks just put 12 to 14 bangers together, just amazing songs, all kinds of genres, all kinds of like, there are just so many great soundtracks from the 90s. So as we're wrapping things up, like we talked about it earlier when we were talking about the Christmas episode. You and I created a soundtrack together for the Christmas episode. Episode 86, we did a musical draft of songs that came out in 1999. Because I found another way to do a 1999 shtick on the podcast. But then like episode 9 was soundtracks of 1999. Episode 63 was soundtracks of our lives, where we talked about more soundtracks than just 1999. We did a musical draft like I talked about. Episode 93, when Troy was on for that one, we literally just talked about bands from the 90s. So like you and I both love music. A lot of our friends love music. A lot of the people that have been interviewed so far on this podcast have thrown songs at us that we're going to address here also. But first up, we're gonna act like this is like a double disc. Okay, we're gonna do like a double disc Shane Talks motion picture. Disc number 1 is Jason and I's timeline of life together, like different different stuff that like if you were making a movie about you and I's friendship, these are going to be some of the songs that like we could use at different points in that actual like Shane and Jason's friendship movie. And then disc two is just like the other random really good stuff from the 90s that have been contributed by our friends to put everything together. So let's start with go ahead,
I do
Gary.
have a question on this. So what nope. I'm good. Let's roll. Just go.
All right, we're gonna roll it. Let's jump over to the script where we talk about the Shane and Jason movie, our lives, our friendship, starting out in eighth grade, starting out in 1993. And I gave you a list of a couple of songs, and I was like, these were the popular songs in '93. What do you think about any of these for like an opening montage of the hallways of Belzer, like two kids in classrooms colliding and becoming like well acquaintances. I'd say we became friends in ninth grade, but like becoming acquaintances and meeting each other in eighth grade. And I came up with a couple of them, and then you hit me with a great banger. And I think that Informer by Snow would be an amazing opening track to this film. Like what made you come up with such a great song?
To be honest, I looked up top songs of each of like roughly the time frame that you were looking for.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding you, Shane. Everything was a love song. Like everything. It was like Boys to Men on Bended Knee, Mariah
Sure.
Carey and Boys to Men. Like it was Mariah Carey, and I understand why you had an obsession with her now.
Yeah,
But one song was number one on the charts for multiple weeks. It was only
nice.
3 or 4 weeks. And the moment I read Informer by Snow, I just started laughing because whether our audience has been paying attention or knows you as long as I have, um, you sagged your pants.
I
You
did.
had crazy haircuts.
I did.
Thought you were a baller all the time. And Informer was literally the reverse Oreo, man. And yeah,
Sure.
the moment I saw it, I just started laughing because I was like, that song was a banger while we
It
were
was.
in school. Not only
Absolutely.
a banger, it totally fits your persona and like it's hilarious because I just was picturing walking like literally kind of like what you were saying, like a montage of like yeah, all that like thinking like that first what was it like Saved by the Bell, the college years where it's showing you like the college campus
Oh,
constantly
yep.
planning and doing stuff. That's what was kind of going through my brain of like, this is Belzer and you're seeing this and this. And all
Yes.
here was like, like they'd show you and you'd be like, or something, and it'd be like an Informer's playing, and it
I
totally,
love it.
and I was laughing because here I am, fat pudgy kid who's your sidekick essentially, and like walking down the like making a face. I don't know, like the kid in the chair from Spider-Man. It was
Oh,
just oh dude, the moment I saw Informer was a number one song.
yep.
Like you can't go wrong with that. I
No,
mean, Snow
banger.
made another hit in his entire career, but man, Informer works beautifully for two kids who were going to Lawrence Township in the early 90s. It totally worked. So that's the
I
reason why.
love it. And then I think track number two, we're going to transition. It was another suggestion of yours, and I love it. Track number two, we're going to transition from white dude rapping to Montel Jordan's "This Is How We Do It." Like as we get into high school,
The
like
early years?
yeah, dude. Like
Like,
just for the first couple of years, I was like, this is how we do it. Like this, again, more montaging going on in my head of just like different stuff from high school, like theater stuff or like music stuff or like, this is how we like show our lives. And again, this is how we do it. Like this is what we were doing in high school. I loved that suggestion by you.
yeah, man, that Montel Jordan, you can't go wrong with that song. It's so iconic that even my kids now know it. Like because like
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I could put on Informer, they would not have any clue who that was or what that was.
Oh, sure.
I could put on This Is How We Do It, and it's such an iconic, timeless jam that
Absolutely.
like my kids would be into it and be dancing along with it. So they know
Awesome.
they know that song. So yeah, that was man, those two I was like but I have to give it to you. You came up with I'm going to switch back. We're going to go back a little bit
Yeah.
to middle school years and Collective Soul Shine Come Baby Come by the K7s.
Yep.
Come Baby Come could be that, but like we weren't that cool in middle
Could be
school.
that. Okay.
So like Informer being like this
Yes.
wannabe wannabe cool kind of thing. And let's just face it, you and I, while we might have loved Snoop Dogg back in middle school, Doggy Style was definitely not and it wouldn't be in our wheelhouse at that point in
Yeah.
time in our lives. So
Obviously loved it for sure. And I mean, like, yeah, but that wouldn't translate well for our story. Like, I definitely agree. And I mean, like you were talking about all these love songs and whatnot. My other one that I threw on this list was UB40's cover of Can't Help Falling in Love with You. I mean, just like, as our friendship is blossoming, it's just like my
no,
man crush start. No, no, all right. I think, like I said, like Informer by Snow, when you added that to the list, I was like, that has to be it. That is the opening of our movie. I love it. And like we're for two white kids, we're gonna stick like transitioning out of Montel Jordan, going a little bit later into our high school years, hitting some Will Smith, getting jiggy with it, like starting to hit our groove of like who we are and stuff. That again, a suggestion by you. Like I just threw out the shit that I remembered from high school and whatnot, but like you nailed it with your selection. Like this is why we work so well together. But yeah, just sliding into getting jiggy with it for those later years of high school. We're starting to have girlfriends. We're starting to like, you know, become adults ish, I guess, preparing to get out there and, transition to the next part that we're going to get to our movie theater years. But yeah, like getting jiggy with it was a great choice, man. Where'd that come from?
dude, I I don't know if you remember this. Our senior year in high school, we had our student announcements that
Yeah.
applied to be on the to read the morning announcements. And I want to say like it was like you got to read it once a month or something, like once a week for a month. No,
Okay.
every month you got to read it for like a week or something like that. I can't remember. So there was,
Sure.
and it was every semester it turned over.
Yep.
So or something crazy like that. But there was a point in time where friends, I can't remember if you were friends with him or not. I know I was even in elementary school, but there was a kid named Ted Kiefer who was at our high school. And
We were we were
and
forward to meeting each other.
yeah, so Ted was a cool kid. I knew him since like third, fourth, or fifth grade. I can't remember. And there was a point in time where he totally did like the new guy thing, or like I don't even know if it was the new guy, but kind of like the Can't Buy Me Love kind of thing, where it was
Oh,
like
okay.
all of a sudden, and don't get me wrong, Ted was cool. Like I liked Ted, I got along with Ted, but he was definitely more in the performing arts specter of things.
Yeah.
And he dated one of the hot girls at school, and all of a sudden everybody loved Ted. Like everybody. All the girls like wanted to date Ted after a certain girl dated him. And it was just one of those moments where like it was kind of like what the hell just happened? He just went from like nerd to stud like in this awesome little like jump all in his senior year. But when he was doing the announcements, he put Men in Black on the screen
Oh,
in the
sure.
LGI room, and then he dressed up in a black suit and put
Oh,
on some Ray-Bans, and he danced the dance of the Men in Black with the music video. And they played this during like the credits or something. And it was just one of those moments where I just remember like that being a weird moment in school, like where it was like, wow, like Ted's really Ted's really going after this. The good for him kind of moment. And but because of the fact that Will Smith's Men in Black popped into my head,
Sure.
and I was like, oh, like I remember, and then like Big Willie Style was
Oh yeah,
was that album, and it
that
popped
was.
at the same time, and it was right around our senior year, and it was just one of those moments where Getting Jiggy with It just popped in, and I was like, man, that's a cool, fun song that like it fit for what we were about to graduate, we were about to get out of here, like, and but yeah, Getting Jiggy with It totally works.
Very nice. We're going to transition out of high school now. We're now young adults. We're now working in the movie theater business. And both of the next two songs on this soundtrack go right together. They could literally be a montage going from one to the other because this whole montage is going to take place at one location, and that would be Mark's house. And it's going to start off with the loud Limp Bizkit. What's the song? What's the song? "Rollin'" by Limp Bizkit.
Yep.
That I remember blasting that song in Mark's house, with everybody dancing to it, everybody, going crazy, moshing with like the 10 of us that were there or whatever. But like, I remember really going hardcore with that song. And then we got to end this montage, as much as I'm embarrassed by it, with me lip syncing to Creed's "What If." So that song has to be on the soundtrack.
And I'm
So
good with both of those. The Urban
I,
Assault version of Limp Bizkit's Rollin'
mhm.
is a pretty damn like hardcore, and like if you think about that time frame, the early 2000s, that was, I mean, it was that angst, that angry, like that angry rapping white boy rap is just, it was something that was kind of like so prevalent for our generation at that point in time. Um, but yeah, just and I love Roland. I still can I can still jam to that anytime. And the same goes for What If as well. So Creed's What If is a badass song. So if we have
And
those both, like that's pretty much our partying years right there. You could probably throw in Nelly's Ride With Me.
oh, yep,
Uh
yep. Oh
and
yeah, that
that,
could be in
that
there
would
too.
go really well too, because that kind of like bridges the rock kind of like all over the place there. But I remember those three, so like Creed, Limp Bizkit, Nelly, definitely like hardcore memories from our
Which Nelly song was it? "Ride
ride
with
with.
Me."
Yeah.
We are going to go ahead and we're going to add this to the playlist right now. Add to playlist right there, and we're going to go ahead and move that up between those other two songs we just talked about. So we are moving "Ride with Me" up, up.
Yeah, I can't believe I didn't think about that while we were talking about this or writing about it.
Yeah. And yeah, so "Rollin'" and then Nelly and then "What If." So yeah, those are our party songs in there. And then we're going to transition into kind of a period where we kind of, I had mentioned Journey's "Separate Ways" on here at one point. Not that we really need to put this on that soundtrack, but like you and I kind of split off for a little while in our times together. Um, and so like I moved to California. And so like I said earlier that disc two was going to be where we put all of our friends' suggestions and whatnot, but I got one friend suggestion that I had to drop into like the timeline because when I moved to California, I met Sergio, his brother Albert are both really close friends of mine. They were on our video games episode and whatnot. Like I said, Sergio's the one that his text got me to think it was time to get back into this. When I reached out to him, the song he gave me was "California Love" by Tupac. And I said, you know what? That's a great song, specifically because I met you in California. You're my California, hermano. Um, and I love that fact so much that that's what you picked for this, that I'm going to put it on the actual soundtrack. So this would be the time period of my life where I go out to California, we play this, I'm meeting Sergio, that all happens. I'm back to Indiana, meet my first wife, and I'm still involved in drugs and a lot of other stuff at that point. So the song for that time period of my life is Lit's "My Own Worst Enemy," because there's no joke. Like I always loved the band Lit. Like they were the first band that I ever bought anything off the internet for. When I got really big into Lit, their first album, Trippin' the Light Fantastic, was only available to buy on their website from the internet. So that was the first purchase in 1999, I think, that I ever made on a computer was to buy that album from their store and got it shipped to me. So big fan of Lit, but my own worst enemy. The lyrics flat out just talk about what I was like in my life at that point. I was miserable. I did a lot of really stupid shit. I woke up naked in this girl's front yard one time after a party. And literally the lyrics of my own worst enemy kind of just talk about what my life was like then. So that definitely is that point in my life. Then we follow that up with after my divorce and when I was, hanging out with, different group of people and whatnot. I believe you were here for the night that I'm about to mention. My next song for this period of my life is Hey Jealousy by the Gin Blossoms. The lyrics to that song deal with a guy who is lamenting over screwing up a relationship with a girl. A group of us happened to be at PSO Works together one night. I played this song on the jukebox and I walked right up to her and I said to her, I said, this song will always be the song that makes me think of you. And then I walked away. And yeah, so I just felt like because of how important that was to me at that point, that I definitely, well, and plus, I mean, I love the song. Like the Gin Blossoms are one of my favorite bands, and this song is absolutely amazing. But just the lyrics to it, the fact that I have that moment that we could put in the movie of me walking up to the girl and saying that, like that's all of that. Now we get into some of Jason's music. Like when I asked you to fill in this time period for me and the songs that you wanted to, you came up with some pretty bangers on here. So talk to me about these next couple songs.
So I have to hit pause on this. I'm gonna
Okay.
time out. We're gonna Zach Morris time out here. Um, your first marriage montage might have my own worst enemy on there, but it needs to have the Spin Doctors. Little Miss Can't Be Wrong because
Ooh,
oh my
ooh.
gosh, the amount of
Okay.
times your phone went off and it was your wife and it
Okay.
was that song playing was like that's an iconic burned into my brain for absolute no matter when I hear that song, I see your Razor phone with
Yep.
her picture on it and that song playing in my brain every
Dude, she hated the fact that I made that her ringtone.
so.
She hated that.
And with that being said, that just needs to be added for that person, that part alone.
Yep.
Uh, so I have two songs that I put on here, but there is a third that I would want to. Oh no, I don't need to put the third on there.
We can never. This is a playlist. It can be as long as it needs to be. This would be a triple disc if we need to make it a triple disc.
Okay,
Like,
so
yep.
my Boston era, me
Yep.
being out in Boston, hanging out. One of the great things about being out in Boston and being where we were location wise, we were in Quincy, just south of Boston. We were about 45 minutes away from my grandparent, or 30 minutes away from my grandparents, and we were about 30 minutes away from my brother and his family. So we were kind of weirdly in the middle. But Letha and I spent a hell of a lot of good time together right after we got married, especially of us hanging out and learning all the quirks about each other, being a newly married couple. Um, so I would say that there was uh there was a lot of fun stuff. But let me get to so the first song that pops into my head when I'm thinking of this time frame is Letha had an apartment in New York City and it did not fail the entire like I would go down there, I'd spend a couple of days there. She didn't have air conditioning in this apartment, so we had to leave the windows open and use box fans to flow the air through to cool you down. This happening in the middle of summer. It's so damn hot in New York City. But Hips Don't Lie by Shakira Uh, Letha lived in Spanish Harlem, and this area, literally, that song played on repeat over and over again all day long. And it just blast from speakers that I don't know where they were coming from. It wasn't fair because it was a form of torture. And even though I don't mind Shakira, it was it's definitely one of those things that yeah, it's just one of those things, man. Like I
Man,
never
for this movie, I'm just picturing you laying in the Papa San chair with the window open, the fan blowing that song in, and just seeing you get frustrated that it just hits repeat and you have to listen to it again. I can definitely see that scene.
yeah.
So you put that song on there not because you liked it, but because you have a terrible memory of it.
It's not a terrible memory because we had some great memories in that apartment and there was some awesome
Sure.
stuff that happened, but it was still one of those things that kind of like Little Miss Can't Be Wrong makes me
Okay.
laugh. It makes
Sure.
me laugh because of the fact that I just like I don't understand why they just kept hitting play on that one song. You could have played her whole album. Like I would have been fine with that. Um but yeah, that was the one where it was just like, what is going on here? Like it just yeah. Um, but yeah, so that's gonna be my first song for my little adventure when I was living out in Massachusetts and visiting my now wife in New York City all the time. That's my first one.
Yep.
The Orlando bachelor party, which you guys were absolutely amazing. And
It was a blast. So much
while I
fun.
have enjoyed other bachelor parties I've been a part of, mine is my favorite by far, because of the silliness, the stupidness, where we were and what we got to do. So we
Fell in
went
love with a stripper named Mimi, man. Like my life couldn't have been any better that weekend.
we went to Orlando in '07.
'07.
We got to hang out in a condo, like townhome kind of thing, and it had its own pool and a ton of my really good friends, a lot of the people who were in the wedding, some people who even one who wasn't in the wedding, but it was a really good friend at the time. All went down to Orlando, spent a few days down there, went to Universal, had a great time there, running around being with the dudes. And then
Yep.
we went to a strip club in Orlando, and you met Mimi, and
Mimi.
we get to hear I got to have the forever great story of Sweet Potato, which I'm not going to talk about on here, but if you have a question about Sweet Potato, feel free to ask me. I'm happy to tell you about it. So, but I'm going to put Frank That, my Soldier Boy.
Oh, I like it.
Because
Yeah.
that was a silly, silly time to party with you guys, and
Oh
I
man, and it's like the strip club alone with that song like banging in the background while we were like, that's a great scene in the movie. I love it.
the last song that I'm gonna add, which is not on our list currently, but I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna add that. My wife and I were like I said, we spent a whole lot of time together playing, hanging out, and just doing all sorts of fun stuff that you do when you're newlyweds. And one of our traditions was after we got done with work, we would hang out at home and we would we'd listen to country music CDs because that's way more her jam. And we'd listen to that and we played Nintendo. We'd sit there and play each other in Dr. Mario and Tetris.
Oh,
And but we were also trying to start our family out there. And there's a song from Carrie Underwood in 2007. It's called All American Girl, and it's a story about some having a little girl and trying to start a family and everything else and dreaming that and then like I think it starts out like he's thinking he's going to get a little boy, but it ends up being a little girl. But then she grows up and then he's got to give her away because she's going to get married to a dude. And then they're trying to have a little kid to themselves as well. And so it kind of fits timeline wise. So
And this
that
is after you guys were married, correct? This is after Soldier Boy, after, okay, cool. Just making sure I'm putting it chronologically correctly where it goes.
Yep. So that's what my areas are for that time frame for me. So
Like it. And then you guys eventually move back to Indiana. So we'll have that montage of you guys moving back. And then you're back here in Indiana. You and I start working together again at Glendale. And you came up with some pretty interesting. I am very excited to hear why all three, like I like all three of these songs. So I can't wait to hear why you picked all three of these. So talk
I
about the three songs that you picked for us working at Glendale together.
uh I'm a dude. Like what am I supposed to say? When somebody's a good looking chick, I have no problems looking at them. Um, and this song, it doesn't have any like it's not a respectable song. She's not that good of a performer. Um, but it's got Snoop Dogg in it, and you can
Yeah,
never
Snoop
go
Dogg
wrong with
in it.
Snoop Dogg.
I mean, we had to leave Snoop Dogg off of our eighth grade year, so we gotta have Snoop Dogg somewhere on this.
So he did a song with Katy Perry called California Girls, or Girls, sorry, California Girls. And it's a silly, stupid song, and it's a lot of fun.
Absolutely a
So
lot of
like
fun.
it was I remember at one point I was driving to my mother-in-law's house, uh, which is like half an hour away from where we live, and this song was on the radio, and I just remember driving and being like, all right, cool, this song works. And so yeah, the time frame of us starting like me moving back and us and everything else, that's my first one. You just love Kesha, so like
I do
back
love
you love
Kesha. I
Kesha,
really do.
and the name is like iconic for this song because of the
But,
simple that she did. I mean, TikTok, it's another song that's just like it's stupid. It shouldn't be as good as it is entertaining as it is. And I remember hearing it the first time and I was like, what the fuck? Uh, especially like that very beginning where she's like waking in the morning thinking acting like P. Diddy or whatever. And it was just like this is so stupid. But it's that time frame again that's just kind of
sure.
ingrained in my head. So
Well, and I mean, like, she was a skanky hoe looking chick, and like that's what I'm kind of attracted to. So, yeah, I definitely
sometimes you are. Sometimes you go for the classics, but yeah, sometimes you
when
go
I
for
go for
the
the classic girls, they just end up not liking me because I'm too white trash for them. Not that I really think I'm white trash,
you
but
can rock for them, huh? And then this one's just it's just the way that how it all plays out, right? Like how life kind of treats you. Like it doesn't always work out the way you want it to. Um, and there's just aspects of of anybody's life where you're just like, the fuck happened? Like, why did that go
yeah,
sideways? Um, and you can't deny Eminem's greatness. And so with that being said, like I sometimes he's awfully corny when he's Slim Shady and he's doing the silliness and which is fine and that's cool and all. But like I don't know, like this song just kind of hits a little harder because of the fact that like I said, sometimes life doesn't work out the way you think it should or that it's
sure.
going to. And that's Love the Way You Lie by him and Rihanna. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's just a little kind of it's still a fun song for the most part, but it's just because of the beat and the way that it drives. But it's also it kind of also brings you back home and back to reality sometimes. So
Well,
yeah.
and I now wait. No, that's not what I wanted to add it to. No, don't. Sorry, I hit the wrong thing. As we've been talking, I was good with where we were ending everything with that song and whatnot. But I do have one more track that I want to add on here, so I'm adding it right now. The last song that I want to put on here to end our movie with, because I mean, we got to end on a depressing note, right? Like with all the shit that's gone on recently in life and whatnot. But um, Charlie Puth's "See You Again" is the song that I want to end our movie with.
Okay.
The song from Furious 7, where they're driving their separate ways. Yeah. Or should we? No, I'm deleting that. Never mind. No, no.
Hey man, it's your soundtrack too.
Yeah, but like, I mean, is that too fucking depressing with what's been going on, or like, do we like shit? Like, I mean, just the way you were talking. No, I do not want to end on a like a like. Yes, no, remove from playlist. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to end it with yeah, love the way you lie. That's a good way to end disc one of our 2 disc compilation. Let's now switch back over to
So my
all of
question,
yeah, go ahead.
all of our guests here,
Yep.
did they just what was there a criteria for them picking these songs?
It had to be a song that they loved from the 90s that they felt like deserved to be on a soundtrack.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Yeah, I told them I was trying to put together a because there was a couple of songs here and there. Well, actually, one of the songs we'll get to in a minute, like 4 different people wanted it, and I kept having to tell them, the song's already been picked. The song's already been picked. Then the person who picked it changed her mind, and then I went to the first person who told me they wanted it and said, "Okay, this song's available again. Do you want it?" And they said yes. So it still stayed on the soundtrack. And then like the order we're going to talk about. Well, I mean, I guess I can go from after I got everybody's songs and what they wanted and I put them on here. I kind of tried to organize it because the first disc is us and our story. The tracks that were given to me, I tried to figure out a way to kind of organize them to sort of tell a story ish based on what people gave me. So the way that they're organized on our script is not the same as the way they ended up making it in the movie, or well, in the second disc of the movie. So I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go this way through it. And any of these songs, please feel free to throw out any thoughts or feelings you have on them. If you don't, that's totally fine. Also, so to start off disc number 2, to get into it, like something that's strong that like gets you in, that gets you into disc number 2, because I always feel like track number 1 of anything, any album needs to grab the audience and be like loud. And so we're starting this one off. This one is from Garrett. Garrett Miller gave us this track, and that is Enter Sandman by Metallica. So it starts off, melodic, and then it gets into like it grabs the audience and pulls them in. Next track is from Chris Schneider. He sort of played up to me, said that he wanted this on the soundtrack because he knew that it was something that I love, and that's Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls, obviously from City of Angels, so it's got a kind of movie connection already. But so we've got Iris from the Goo Goo Dolls, who gave us The Way by Fastball. Jason Richardson gave us The Way by Fastball. We're going to slide right in there. Both of these songs, I feel like I remember them playing back to back no matter what, nonstop. And that is, I allowed Annette to put 2 songs on here. Our friendship, she couldn't pick between the 2 of them, so I allowed her 2 songs. This is one of her songs. The Freshman by the Verve Pipe was a song that she just remembers from her high school days and things like that. So we're going to kind of move from Fastball's The Way into The Freshman. Snow gave us 1979 by the Smashing Pumpkins, which is not a Smashing Pumpkins song that I always think of. So like when he told me that, I had to go listen to it. As soon as I heard it, I was like, oh, okay, like I know which track this is. I just didn't realize what the name of it was. So nice, chill, melodic Smashing Pumpkins song after like, The Freshman, and then getting into like 1979 is a song kind of about, finding yourself and like, growing up and becoming like, trying to figure out who you are. So felt like we go from like The Freshman, starting out in high school, going into like trying to find yourself. Brandon Yoder, this one took me by surprise. Obviously, also from another soundtrack from the She's All That soundtrack is Kiss Me by Sixpence None the Richer. Apparently, that is his like 90s banger song, which can't argue it. Just wasn't expecting that from him. So that was awesome. So we're going from like 1979, learning about yourself, Kiss Me, like that first relationship with a girl or whatnot. Then we're going to we're going to start getting a little sexual here, and we're doing Dave Matthews' Crash Into Me, which was Annette's second song that she picked. So we got a little Dave Matthews going on there. I know Dave was a huge Dave Matthews fan, so nice to have them on the playlist for him. Then we're going to get into Troy's song. Troy got 2 songs on here also. one of Troy's songs is, like I said, we're moving into that sexual period of our lives. We're gonna throw in "I Want to Sex You Up" by Color Me Bad. Why are you shaking your head about that one? What you got against Color Me Bad?
Yeah, I saw him in concert. I got nothing wrong with him. Like
Okay.
that's it's a silly song. That's all, man.
And going with the whole silly sexual thing, we're going to go into the Red Hot Chili Peppers. This one is from Mark Buckwalter. He threw out "Give It Away" from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. We're going to go into Troy's next song because we're going to slow some shit down now. We've had our party sexual time of life. We're going to start slowing stuff down, and we're going to hit Oasis with "Wonderwall." One of Troy's other songs, kind of getting into a slower period of life. Our friend Jay Hampton threw out the next song, which is a one-hit wonder that I absolutely love. Seven Mary Three's "Cumbersome." Another song just kind of about a failed relationship, kind of trying to figure out what to do after a breakup, things like that. So again, we're kind of slowing life down. We're getting into the, sadness, part of life, which then leads us into the Verve's Bittersweet Symphony. And this is the one that so many people wanted on this soundtrack. It ended up technically being given to us by Ben Grigsby. Like I said, he originally was told you can't have this, and he gave me a different song. And then once this became available, he said he wanted it back. So we got Bittersweet Symphony, and then we are ending
Who
this.
originally had it?
What's that?
I think I know who originally had it.
I'm sure you do, because it was on the Cruel Intentions soundtrack, and it was from a friend of ours who is obsessed with Cruel Intentions. Who, I mean, yes.
You can put it in.
What's that? No, yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're good. So then we are going to wrap up disc 2 with Chris Meek's song. He picked Green Day's "Good Riddance, The Time of Your Life." So those are our tracks for disc 2, or just the rest of the playlist on Apple. Do you have any comments or feelings about any of those songs that we just addressed? And any memories, anything you want to anything you're like, why did somebody want this song?
No, they're all awesome. They all work. They all flow. If you're putting this on a soundtrack, like I'm going to see this movie. Like there's no question about that.
Very.
I did come up with something. So
Let me get back in there real quick.
if you
What else do you have?
if you want to do this,
Yep.
I'll get back to it. We can change it. We can talk about it after our next segment.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I have an idea.
I like it. So yeah, as we're getting close to wrapping up, from looking at the time right now, I do believe that we have officially and a little while ago, I think, surpassed 4 hours. Meaning this is definitely our longest episode we have ever done. So thank you for your time. Thank you for making my dream of an insanely long final episode retrospective a reality. We're hitting our Oscars moment. The shitty part about the Oscars every year is the in memoriam section, where we have to deal with people who were lost over the course of a year. Our in memoriam session is going to be about 4 people that you and I lost over the course of the last 5 years. We're going to start it off with a coworker of ours. She passed away in the middle of 2022. Miss Betty was our ticket taker at Glendale. She had worked for you at multiple different theaters. I had worked with her daughter at a different theater, and then I worked with Betty and Ashley both at Glendale. But you had known Betty for a lot longer than I did. Very, very disappointing that I both were able to make it to her funeral together. But really sad about Miss Betty passing away. And you're laughing. I can't wait to hear what's fun.
I'm laughing because I just remember we went to her funeral and we got there and at one point I just remember looking over at you and you were just like, and I was like, Shane, what's up? And you were like, I didn't think this was gonna be 3 hours.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yes, you're right, dude. Yes, I did not. I mean,
Don't get me wrong. It was no, like Miss Betty deserved all of our time that day for sure. She was a lovely person. Her and I got to talk about a whole lot of fun stuff over the years of working. Even drove her home a couple of times and picked her up a couple of times because of issues. But she was near and dear to anybody who ever worked with her. Constantly was called Miss Betty, but she was kind of like the grandma of the entire building. And so many people would go to her with all sorts of issues. Miss Betty Harrison, loved by so many. And there were so many times where even after she stopped working for us, people were asking like where she was and stuff like that. And she was dealing, especially before she passed, and we knew, she couldn't come back to work for us because she was having medical issues at the time. But she was absolutely a wonderful person, a,
Absolutely.
a beautiful soul. I just remember her, she used to always, I worked with her at Clearwater, like you said, and then I left and I moved to Massachusetts, and I was gone for about 5 years. And then when I came back, ended up rehiring her over at Glendale, totally different company. But when she first worked for me for AMC, over at Clearwater, she used to, I could never forget it. Her catchphrase was "Woo child," just all the time. And man, she had an attitude that when it popped out,
Yeah.
and she held firm, and she was gonna be mean about it, and
Oh yeah.
she wouldn't, nobody could tell her nothing. But man, she had the biggest heart, and she was just so lovely to work with.
You have
So
literally stolen everything that I was going to say as well. Like, yes, she definitely had moments where she would get feisty, and then I'd have to pull her into the office and be like, Betty, like you kind of went a little too far, with whatever was going on, whether how she was talking to a coworker or venting about a customer in front of other people, like pulling her in. And she just like immediately was just like, I'm really sorry. Like, I mean, she just, she had that feistiness to her, but also very much realized when she made a mistake and like wouldn't argue with me, wouldn't fight back with me, would just be like, I'm really sorry for doing it. And it was always just like, just you're a great person. You are an awesome person. You don't need to get as feisty as you do sometimes. But yeah, Miss Betty was absolutely amazing. Um Word. So yeah, that's Miss Betty. We're gonna move on to our second person now that we lost at the end of 2022. And this one was a little close. Like Miss Betty was awesome. She was a great coworker. But this was somebody that you and I went to high school with. This is somebody that was in your life a lot longer than she was in mine. But her and I did have some periods of time where we were very close and spent a lot of time together. She is one of my favorite people that I ever spent time with and hung out with and talked to and just talked about life and talked about all kinds of fun stuff. She is also the younger sister of one of our really good friends, Joe. That was Megan Langlis that we lost. Uh, Mental health is not something to fuck with, man. Like it sucks. It sucks when it wins over people. So again, she was one of my favorite people I've ever spent time with and talked to, and we had all kinds of amazing conversations. And I just am very sad that we lost her the way that we did. What are your Megan memories, Jason?
um, man, she was super shy when I first met her.
Really?
Yeah, which is so weird to think of as like as she progressed and as she got older, and knowing her the way that I did, it was kind of interesting. She was just very shy, very quiet. Then I started hanging out with her brother a lot more and going over to her house and stuff, they lived in the same neighborhood as I did, and got to know her, and she was uh love her to death. Man, she could be bratty. She was
Oh,
like
sure.
she was so bratty as a younger sister. Like there's so many times. Like she was really cool too. I mean, I worked with her at Clearwater. She hung around with me, her brother, and our friend Lee, who's been on the show. Um, and but yeah, like she had moments where she was quite bratty. But Megan was her her light was just super bright, and she was awesome. And she was a good person. Had a lot of fun talks with her, a lot of good times hanging out. I was one of the very first people she told she was pregnant when she was pregnant with her
Oh,
son, JC. Like,
nice.
I think she might have told her parents and then came over and to see me at my house when I lived with my parents and like came over to tell me. But we used to just hang out and talk a bunch, and she was fantastic. She definitely she 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 marched to the beat of her own drum, that's for sure. And
Absolutely.
yeah.
Such an amazing person. Like really, really amazing. Our third person for our in memoriam section was on our fourth episode, the Star Wars episode that we talked about. That is my friend Samir, who Jason met multiple times. He was one of the cooks at the spot before I even got hired there and started working there. Like Samir, like him and I just had a great rapport. Like he was very into movies. He was very into nerdy stuff. He was a huge Star Wars person. That's what our huge bonding was about, was Star Wars. And he was just an amazing cook. And we got to be such good friends that he would invite me over to his house to spend time with his family. Um, and he just the majority of the time that he invited me over, like I wasn't the only person that came over. Like I would show up at his house and there would be like 20 or 30 people there. Like he would just cook for a huge amount of people. He'd be out grilling on the barbecue while he also had stuff in the oven that was going inside. Like he loved hosting people. He loved cooking for people. And then he was a nerd. Like he loved Star Wars. Like he was just an absolutely amazing dude. I'm glad we had him on an episode. I'm glad I will always have that to share with him. Um,
Wish we would
it,
have a Star Wars movie fan film with him as Mace Windu.
oh, that would have been amazing. He literally looked exactly like Mace Windu when he was completely clean shaven and whatnot. But yeah, like that's the biggest regret. Like we've started doing some Star Wars stuff in the last couple of years, and had he been around, well, I mean, he was around that we could have asked him to do it before everything went bad. But like he would have just that would have been amazing. That would have been the coolest thing to get him to do in some of our Star Wars stuff that we've tried to do. But yeah, I mean, do you have any like I know when you would come to this spot, you would see and talk to Samir a lot, but is there any like real memories that you've got from him?
Well, and he was also a friend of a friend of a friend. So he was a friend of McNear's as well. So it
Yeah,
was
that's right.
he knew him from high school. So it
That's
was
right.
just one of those moments of like small world kind of
Yep,
hang out kind of stuff. Samir was always fun. He was silly and he knew how to make everybody laugh. He
absolutely.
fit in pretty good with the group anytime he was around. So yeah,
Yeah,
awesome.
Samir was awesome. My nickname for him was Chewbacca, so that was my dude. Uh, on our fourth episode that we ever did, the first Star Wars episode, is kind of the worst and shittiest episode to address because of the fact that not only was Samir on there, who has passed away, but your brother Dave was on there. Dave, who we actually did an entire episode about. The Happiness is Dave Mayer episode uh, had nothing to do with us. It was just all about your brother because he was such an amazing person, and I'm not even going to be able to do it justice. So I will turn this over to you to discuss your brother first.
I don't know if I can do it justice. He was amazing in all sorts of different aspects. He was a great teacher. He was a great and I mean he taught for a living. His students beamed about him, his coworkers, no matter what job he had, he was always awesome. Um, and everybody loved working either for him or with him. Um, he found ways to do uh my mom always loves to tell this story that there was a point in time where he was living with my mom's dad out on Cape Cod, and he was working somewhere. I can't remember. It might have been the commissary on the fort or the Air Force base. And he at one point in time, my grandfather like walked in and he knew the guy who was like running the place. And the guy walked up to my grandfather and he was like, "Son of a bitch, that Dave Mary does no work whatsoever." and my grandfather was like kind of got offended. Like he was like, what? He should be, and he wanted to like he wanted to go like yell at David and talk to him, like yell about it and the fact that he's screwing up and he's not doing his work. And and the guy, the boss, looked at my grandfather and said, "Don't say anything." And he was like, "What the hell? What do you mean don't say anything?" And he goes, "Your grandson does zero work, but he gets everybody around him to do everything. But they all have fun doing it while they're doing it, and he entertains everybody. He does nothing except runs the crew, essentially." And he was like, "Don't you dare say a word, because you're gonna mess it up." Um, and so, I mean, that kind of sums up my brother, man. Like, the Happiness Is episode has his homework rap that he did with his other co-teacher. So I mean the teaching aspect of things, he was just on a different level. And you can tell that from the testimonies that you get in that Happiness Is. So
Dude, 400 people came out to see your brother.
think about the people that couldn't make it.
Yeah,
Or
yeah, for sure. Like that was
because we didn't even have much time before before they put it on. That was 400 people that could be there and that knew about it. Like if there was some way to have put it on the TV or put it in the newspaper or something, I bet you it would have cleared 2,000. Like his outreach and what he did while he was alive is something that only that very few people, I think, have the ability to do. I would hope that there's plenty of teachers out there that would have I know that there are not enough teachers that do this, but there should be plenty of teachers that have that kind of outpour of love and sincerity when something happens to them as well. Because um, to be able to inspire so many and to be able to guide so many in the right direction is just an amazing character trait that not too many people have. And if you do have it, how often do those people become teachers? And it's just one of he was literally one in a billion. I won't even say one in a million. He was one in a billion. And not only, I mean, he was a great father to his kids. He tried to be as involved as he could be with every single one of them. He was a great father figure to me. He taught me any sport that I learned how to play, it was because of him. Um, uh, how to be a good father. A lot of the things that I learned um, on how to be a good dad come from paying attention to what he did with his kids. Um, there's still plenty of room for growth for that, but he was he was just an amazing soul. Um, yeah, taken too soon.
absolutely, man. Like my heart breaks for you, for your family, for his family, because like there's a lot of pieces of shit douchebags out there that are still in full health, and I would much rather have seen them go instead of your dad. Sorry, not your dad, your brother. Because he's one of the best people I've ever known in my entire life. I've been blessed to have you in my life for so long, but through you meeting your brother, through meeting your brother, getting a job with your brother, working for your brother, making movies with your brother, and then like I said earlier, like going through the text messages that he would send me, just asking, "Are you okay? How are you doing?" Like just thinking about you. Just there's not enough people like that in the world that would do that for somebody else. That like just literally sends a text saying, "Hey man, I'm thinking about you. I hope you're okay." Like I wish I did it more often. Like I sit here and talk about it, I'm like, I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna reach out to I'm gonna start reaching out to people and doing that because like Dave did it for me. But like I can say that, but will I ever actually follow through with it? Like I don't know, but your
He
brother did it,
had,
and
he had a list. He especially once he got sick, he had his Bible and he literally had a list of everybody he prayed for every day inside of his Bible.
that's awesome.
And he was um it it our friend Joel once said that bad stuff like this can't happen to can't happen to bad people. And I didn't understand it. And I still like there's a part of me that wants to fight this thought process, but he's right. Um, when it happens to bad people, we don't give a shit.
Okay.
When horrible things happen to great people or good people, that people stand up and notice and might do something about it. So, um, all the things that happen in this world, all the weird things, I still find I still find myself getting sad about it quite often, but
Sure.
he he's he's holding up the line at the gates, man. He's still probably holding up the line at the gate. Freaking it's been 5 months and he's probably still holding up that line, talking to Peter.
About all the good stuff that he did in his life.
And not even that, man. I bet you he's just standing there talking to everybody who's walking up. He hasn't even made it in. He hasn't made it in yet. He's just sitting there inviting, telling people about, hey, how, come on, let's go. This is awesome. Come on. And they're like, haven't you got? He's like, no, I haven't been there yet. But come on, like you said, that the people he didn't know at Disney World, and he ends up having a 15-minute conversation with them. Like it's hilarious because we've talked about it uh numerous times, but when he didn't know a stranger, like the moment you met my brother, you felt like you've known him your whole life. And I talked about that during my eulogy. Was, he was somebody who um you wanted to be seen by him. And that might have been what helped him be such a great teacher, and a great coach, was because of the fact that you like it's kind of like when you're younger and you always kind of like want your teacher to pay attention to you because you have a crush on them, or you just think they're the best person in the world. Or like when you're younger and you're kind of always like trying to get dad's approval, and you're just kind of like, oh, just tell me how good I am. Tell me how, and like David had no problem. He'd have a clay. Like watching those testimonials, man. Like he had no problem making every single kid feel like they were only there to like be one on one with him. And there's so few times, if he would have been a preacher, I can't even imagine what he could have. There's a couple of times in my life where I felt like that. And I think like if David could have, he had such a different gift. And I'm glad that he was a teacher, because the amount of people that said that they became a teacher or got into science because of him,
Yep.
just remarkable. And I remember his wife telling me that he was afraid that he made no difference in his time. And and don't get me wrong, like I'm severely blessed with the fact that I have four beautiful and healthy children. Um, but my legacy, for the most part, is if something were to unfortunately happen to me tomorrow, my legacy is mainly lived through those four kids. And I'm okay with that. Like I have no qualms about that. I've done what I could. I hope it's good enough that it would last a lifetime for them. Um, but his outreach is far, far past. And I can't think of any teacher, even my favorite teachers growing up, um, aren't on his level.
Agreed. Your brother just had a way of making everybody feel like he cared, like he could find a question to ask somebody to start a conversation to make them think, or not think, but he found a way to get in with everybody to have a conversation. Like he found some common ground, ask them what's important to you. Let's talk about that and make them feel important to him. I saw him do it to all kinds of people, like the people at Disney that he literally spent 15 minutes talking to them and just getting to know them and giving them suggestions. And just your brother was absolutely amazing in, and yeah, the world sucks now. Um,
The world's the same. It's a little less bright without him here, but having him looking down on us is a blessing as well. So
So I feel like you had another track that is going to be for your brother to add to our soundtrack.
well, while I love the way you lie is a downer. It is. It's not the best. My brother was a huge Red Sox fan, and "Sweet Caroline" by Neil Diamond was
Ah,
a iconic song for the Red Sox for so long. I can't not have him on this playlist
I
and not
love it.
it by not having him there. So he would be the end of disc one for me if
Done.
we're okay with that.
Absolutely, without a doubt. We are making that happen right now. Organize. Sweet Caroline, get moved up and save. Perfect. I absolutely love it. I love having a way to get Dave onto that soundtrack. That's genius. I should have put it in our notes that we needed a Dave song. I feel like I failed on that, but I'm
And
glad
I
I'm
have
glad you came up with something to put on there.
and I have a playlist that I've put together of songs that either remind me of him or that people have told me that he would listen with them or he knew and it's got some good songs on there, but that's the one
I
when
am
I'm
subscribed to that on Apple Music, and I listen to it from time to time because it does have some really good songs on there.
and
Um,
but yeah, like going through this list, I was like, there's got to be something here. And why he ever loved Michael Jackson as much as he did, I'll never understand. Like I like Michael, but he loved Michael, especially the Thriller album. But yeah,
yes.
like looking through this, I was like, no, with his craziness for the Red Sox, man. Like he was such a hardcore fan, and
There a
I
specific
love.
inning or like is that like a seventh inning stretch song or when do they play it at the end of every game?
It was the seventh inning stretch.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh.
Right on. All right, man. Well, by my calculations, I think we're coming up on an actual 5 hour podcast. So, like, not
Yeah.
only did we break the record, but I think we've kind of shattered the record, which, I mean, truth be told, when I first started this up, I'm pretty sure I made a joke about doing a 5 hour podcast because I thought that we had one that was 4 hours already, but whatever. I'm pretty sure we're hitting that 5 hour mark. So we can start wrapping this up. But before we go, as downer of a note as we've had with our in memoriam section, I would like to end with a gift for you. So I gave you a box that has a present inside of it for you, and I would like you to open it.
You did not give me a box. You did
I
not
did
give
give,
me a box.
I did give you a box.
You did not give me this box. My wife gave me this box.
Oh, whatever, whatever. Your wife delivered the box from me to you, and you are going to open it up. And inside of it is your Oscar, Mr. Jason L. Mayer. The winner goes to for the greatest co-host in the history of podcasting. You win the Oscar for that. Thank you so much for everything, for 95 out of 99 episodes, being the greatest sidekick slash co-host slash just person that I got to be creative with. I cannot kiss your ass enough and tell you how much I love you and appreciate you for everything over these last 5 years. Like I said earlier, we had 5 years of making, movies and short films and things like that together. We've had 5 years of doing a podcast together and getting to talk about movies and the things that we love. And then we have had discussions about what chapter 3 is going to look like what act 3 is going to look like for us in the future. And we will hopefully. What's that?
I'm sorry, your tape got stuck to like multiple other
Oh.
things, like my wife's calendars and stuff. And I was like, oh no, ruining things over here. So, well, thank you for.
Absolutely, man.
I'd like to thank the Academy or just Shane M. White for keeping me busy, giving me something to do outside of playing video games on my time off, and keeping me entertained as well. So I do appreciate you, dude. I love you. You're awesome.
Man.
And I'm gonna be shocked if anybody funky butt nuggets. I'm just wondering if anybody is gonna get to the end of this episode. So
I hope somebody does at some point. I mean, it might take a couple of viewings. It might take somebody a while. What's that?
Might take them a week.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let me listen to 10 minutes here at a time. But dude, thank you so much for everything over the last 5 years. I love you too. I think you're a great person. I love being a part of your family. I thank you for everything. And thank you for another 5 years of creative projects together, man.
It rocks.
All right. Well, for the last time, this was Shane Talks, episode 99, the end.